put your name on the deed. Concede your hesitation and embrace the gold. You'll get everything you ask. It only costs your soul. So come on. So come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Sisyphus, seed you see, rock steady. Arm spreading, wide and greeting, dagger behind. The sport is what the show is live. The chosen weapon is the mind. Doing coming, Yoda on the stage, you cruise. The buy-in's only 2 drachma. What can you lose? 7 card is his mind, and the joker's in play. We're all killing time, sailing across this river of pain. The bonds are information and parading toward, but out there is a game when someone holds the board. So come on. So come on. So come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Log on, tune in, get your voice. So come on.
My lovely, 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 lovely imps. How are you doing today? I hope that you are enjoying your initial look at the new studio. But before we get into anything else, welcome! Oh my god, the chat is going so fast! Acelaces, Meow Toys, Spinkle, Somniostatic, Panness Main, Nuts, Akira Tenica, Vermin, Twos, Hissatir, Uncle Gumbald, King Lyshu, Kodisha, Frog Whisperer, Glooby, Lady Kelgana, Punky Gal, Silent, Trevor, Piftle Cakes, Ink Frog, Elder Raven, so fast, Demon Speaker, Gayfesh, Elk Owl, Capo, Jessica Metal, Windleby, Rhodes, Grouchy Ash, Girl Dick Chick, 6 Foot Slug, 4chan Fox, and many, many more. And from the YouTube chat, of course, Del Sing, Superhuman, Max Phoenix, Eddie Spencer, Midwest Avenger, Neb, Ginger Snaps Back, Bree, Mother of Mudkips, Pizza, Comrade Cat Pernicus, and many, many, many more. I hope the audio sound, I think it actually might be a little too loud. Hold on a second. Let me turn this down just a little bit. I think my audio might have been a little too loud. By the way, please forgive me if there are any audio, video related hiccups today. This is the first time back from a stream in the new studio. We've done 1 test stream. Well, okay, multiple test streams, but 1 official test stream. I sound like I'm in a tin can. No, that we just put up all the stuff. You know what it is? It's probably the equalizer. There's probably a problem. There's probably a problem with the equalizer. Hold on a second. I'll adjust it. This is the cozy hour, so you guys get to see me futz around with the fucking settings and everything like that. It's really cool, isn't it? Hold on. I know what I need to do here. It's missing a plugin. Yeah, it probably is. Hold on a second. Let me take a look. 1 second. I had to rebuild my audio setup for this room again. So, yeah, if it's not like perfect, Give me a second. I'm not mirrored. No, look at that. If I hold something up, you'll be able to actually read it. My lighting is bright as fuck. This lighting is bright as fuck. We will solve that. Why is chat on that side? Because we are no longer mirrored. And I still wanted to look at you. Isn't that cool? And it looks nice, doesn't it? Yeah. I got a dramatic side light. So yeah. It reminds me of Masterpiece. Oh, well, thank you. Well, thank you. Why do you stream at 1 a.m. for Israel time? Well, fun fact. I don't live in Israel. I know. But, yeah. Oh, thank you. I have a fan running because for those of you who don't know, it's a gajillion degrees right now in Seattle, and it sucks. Here's what I need to do. This is the, well, hold on just a second. Let me just take a look at this. I need to work on my little equalizer real quick. Make sure the settings are all fine for that. So give me 1 second. It's a gajillion degrees right now in Seattle, and it fucking sucks, and there's nothing you can do about it, except for cry. You just have to cry about it, you know? Because, well, we're going to talk about all kinds of other things, but we're not into the politics yet, okay? Yeah, literally, it's been miserable. Vermin, I feel I feel your pain, obviously. We live in the same general, like, city and climatological region. It's only 82, to be honest. Well, okay, let me tell you something. Hold on, we're gonna have, you know what? We're gonna have a talk, okay? Jesus Christ. Oh, thank you very much. This was a shirt was gifted to me, and I love it very, very much. Can I show off the nails? Yes, I can. If you'll notice, they go from black to red. This is the first time I've ever done like acrylics, and I really, really like them. I'm going to be getting them more frequently. And I already know what I'm gonna do for my next set, which is gonna be pretty showy. Let me just adjust this real quick. So we want to avoid this portion right here, which is, 1 second. Okay. So we're gonna drop this down just a tiny bit. Hold on, this might help. This might make it worse. Okay, so hold on. Now we're gonna go up here a little bit. Hold on. The audio might sound weird while I'm tinkering with it. Just give me 1 second here. We're gonna need to add another thing here. Whoop. Drop that down in the 5K area. On, Whoop. Drop that down just a little bit. Maybe we'll pick this up just a tiny bit. Whoop. Go. And we'll probably bump this up just a tiny, tiny bit. How's that? Is that good? Does that sound a little better? Hopefully that sounds a little bit better and a little bit less echoey and boxy. Yeah, I think it would. I thought it would. Sounds more familiar. Yeah, I'm gonna have to tinker with it a lot because literally right before stream, you guys can't see these. There's a lot that you can't see in this studio. We have put a unfucking believable amount of work into this goddamn studio, okay? Like, a lot. Yeah, it's probably gonna be a little quieter. That's okay. That's totally fine. Thank you. This studio was a combined effort between me, Doe, and Faun. So, I made most of the sort of stylistic decisions. Faun did a ton of handiwork because Faun is really, really good at that. And Doe literally helped me figure out how to get all the cables working, how to get everything into the right position, how we can get the camera in. And as you can see, something else you might not have noticed yet, there's no mic in the frame anymore. Have you noticed that? The mic isn't like in my face anymore. And that took a lot of work to make it possible for us to have more of my face and more of the content and less of the annoying mic. It actually was quite a bit of work, but it works. No more Virgil moments. Oh, we can still do that. If you really fucking want me to, I can still fucking do it. It's just like, you know, am I actually going to be playing that piano there? Yes. However, that is not quite ready yet. This piano that you can see over here, probably can't even hear it. That's why I can't play it for you right away. Oh, the audio sounds so good when I get up on the mic. Wait, for real? Yeah, I'm going to have to actually get a second mic set up to be able to play piano for you. And it really does deserve it because this piano was a gift. As you all know, I lost my old piano due to some moving nonsense. That was a couple of years ago, and I have not had an actual piano to play for some time. And my partner bought me a beautiful Roland RD88, and I have been playing it a lot, and it has made me feel really, really good. So what we're going to do is we're going to get it set up. It does have a MIDI port. I have to decide what we're gonna do, but I will be playing lots more piano on stream now. Some of you who've been around for a long time might know that, might know that I have played piano on stream before. I do play piano. I think I'm relatively okay at it, and I think you'll like it. So, yeah, it should be pretty fun. Yeah. Kanoon, that's so amazing! Oh my god, that's incredible! I don't know, that's weird. I'm not sure about that chronic system. Anyway, one of the things I have to do that I'm just noticing now is I actually need to change my monitor so that when I'm over here, I'm looking at chat, because this is a little bit different. What games will I play? I'm going to be thinking about that, because for a number of very difficult to explain reasons, my gaming content has taken the biggest hit. And I feel really bad about that, because some of my gaming streams have been some of the best streams I've ever done. The Resident Evil 8 streams were fucking amazing. The streams where we played Inscription were incredible. The problem is that basically every time I've started to try and play a game on stream, something has happened, and this year is no different. Yeah, it's difficult. It's been difficult. By the way, if you are here, I have a quick request for you. Please click through on my website and press the like button on the YouTube video. If you're here and you haven't pressed like, please do that. We need the likes. Coming back is always, you need to make a splash, otherwise YouTube isn't happy with you. So if you wouldn't mind helping me make a splash by pressing the like button, that would be fucking incredible. So thank you for those of you who did, and please, for those of you who have not yet. Some people have told me to play Stray. There's been a lot of games I've been thinking about. I do want to play Metal Gear Revengeance at some point. But I have a lot of stuff to think about. And we have a lot of stuff to talk about today. Boy, today, by the way, is going to be a long stream. Old school, classic, Demon Hours long stream, because we have a lot to talk about. We got a lot to do and a lot to talk about. And some of it is going to be really heavy and crazy and wild, and some of it is going to be really chill and feel good and whatever. How am I feeling on the Corona front? Well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Now that you all have seen the beauty of the new set, now that you've seen the beauty of the new set, you know, now we can kind of start the chill hour, right? Ow! I just twisted my own finger on my own glasses. Hey, thank you very much, Luxander. Thank you very, very much for that. So let's talk real quick. Most of you know that I moved, and also that I built this studio. Like this room doesn't look anything like this. I'm not gonna reveal the magic, but let me tell you, this room, I know you can't believe it, but there is an old-fashioned, like double bay corner window with like a seat. You can't even see it. That's right. There is a giant, somewhere hidden in this room, there is a giant window, and it's in frame, and you don't know where it is. Okay? So That's how much work has gone in to making this studio look the way it does. I have transformed this room into a truly hellish space. And something that's very exciting is that the way that I designed the room, and you'll see this in time, I've designed it so that we can change things progressively over time. So this set is going to transform just like it always has, but even better, because now I had the ability to lay the foundations. I know where I can hang things. I know where I can set things. I have the tools now necessary to make this room look awesome through many iterations. So I'm really, really excited for that. Will I be doing a new house tour? Maybe. The shelf is now downstairs. You might have noticed like there's not as much art and stuff in the room this time. That's because I wanted to show off more of my own touches, more of our own, our own design and stuff like that. And so there wasn't as much space for pictures and paintings and stuff. Instead, the paintings and pictures have gone up all over the house, including the old bookshelf. The old bookshelf is full of stuff. How do I start? Where should I start? The move. Let me tell you a story. Do you guys want to hear about one of the wildest things that's ever happened to me? You ready? I'm going to tell you the wild story of our car getting stolen on the day of the move. You guys ready? Because the move was so fucking chaotic, and I'm not kidding you, our car literally got stolen. So yeah, and a number of people that I know were there, and it was a stressful incident. While like literally on the day of the move, we had the moving truck and our car, our little cute Prius, out front, and at one point it was extremely hot. So our Prius has like remote keys, right? So we had it running with the AC, and the doors were locked, but the car was running with the key out of it because it has one of those remote keys. Doors locked, car out of it. Someone forced their way into the car, jumped into the car, and drove away without the keys. Now, on some cars, the car will shut down. But on Priuses, they don't actually shut down. You just can't start them again once you turn it off. So we were like, where the hell did the car go? We had to call the police instantly because it was like literally people were like our landlords were there and they watched it happen. They literally got the person's face. Both of the people who were involved in the car stealing, their face was on camera. They stole it in front of a security camera. It was literally less than 5 minutes that the car was just running with the AC on, with the engine running, with the doors locked, and they forced their way in and just took off. So, yeah, lib moment. Yeah, totally. But so we were kind of freaking out. Now, the police were in no rush to get there, even though it was the literal active theft. They didn't show up for over an hour and a half. And that really sucked. But we also knew that there was a limit to how far the car could go. And that's because they didn't have the key. We had the key. So if they turn the car off, they can't move the car again. So we knew it was only a matter of time until either they tore up the car or we were able to find them. Now, here's where it gets really fucking weird, okay? Because we passed our car on the road. At the end of the day, we were moving all kinds of stuff. At the very tail end of the day, me and my friend decided to ride back to our place and pick up a last load of stuff before wrapping the day. And I'm like, wait a second, hold on a minute. I saw a Prius go by, and I'm like, and I turned really fast, and I'm like, I couldn't quite get the license plate, but I know the the word shapes. No, the word shapes. I knew the word shapes. So I could see the shape. I'm like, I think that's my car. And so my friend was like, whoop, and like nailed a U-turn. And we saw the car turning, and we followed the car in. And this is where it gets really fucking crazy. We go and circle the neighborhood looking for the car. And sure enough, after checking basically the entire parking lot right before we're about to leave, we see the fucking Prius. And sure enough, it's my fucking Prius. Now, we weren't being super loud about it. We were just gonna see what the hell was going on and hopefully, you know, be able to figure out where our car was gonna be. While we were there watching, so there was somebody sitting in the car, and a woman got out of the car and started screaming and throwing shit at somebody who was in one of the apartment buildings at the place that we turned into. And so as we're pulling in, we're hearing her like screaming and throwing shit at this person. Then she fucking bolts back to the car, pulls out, and tears out of the lot. And my friend, who's amazing, but also a little intense, you know, kind of like me, we're both kind of like that a little bit. Well, my friend says, we're fucking chasing this. So my friend follows the car, and they're going fucking, they are fucking blazing down the road, okay? They're like going 70. I was fucking scared for my life at that point. I'm like, holy shit. This is like the most intense following of any car that I've ever done. I'm not kidding you. It was about as close to a car chase as you can get. And we followed them all the way around town. We saw them stop, get out, do a drug deal, unironically, and then they took off. At this point, we had made the call. We said, okay, these people, we don't know anything about them. We can't confront them. We don't know if they're armed. We don't know if they're packing. We don't know anything about that. And so we said, all right, we have to contact the police. So we called the police. We told them exactly the location. We told them where we followed them from. They fucking missed her. We were following the car before the car finally spotted us and then took a sharp turn down an alley. And we saw the cops pull into the lot just after the person who stole the car had left the lot. I'm not kidding you. They literally drove right fucking past her. So we lost track of it again. But guess who didn't? The cops. So given that we knew where she went to, where she went with the car, the cops went, and later, like 2 days later, they kept going through and checking to see if they found it. And sure enough, they finally found it. It was completely out of batteries, completely out of gas, and it had been abandoned at the same apartment that we followed them into in the first place. They kept going back to that place. So they were able to recover the car. And when we got it back, it was like they put it in impound, and we had to go get it from impound, and the car was fucking trashed. Yeah, we literally found it. They had left it running. They had left it running until they couldn't run it anymore because they knew they didn't have the key. So our tires were ruined. The bumper was damaged. The interior was completely trashed. There was literal actual meth pipes and crack pipes in the car. Like there was fucking smoke all over the interior. They trashed the car, which sucks. But thankfully, because we recovered it, we were able to get the repairs covered by our insurance, and we have our car back, which is kind of good. We were out of a car for like almost it was like 2 weeks because they had to order parts for it and stuff. And it took forever for insurance to clear it, but we got it back. I don't know what happened to those people. We didn't press any charges or anything because we didn't even know who they were, really. I mean, maybe the police are going to independently pursue them, but I highly doubt it. So they just kind of took our car joyriding and then fucked it up. Yeah, exactly. You can't. Yeah. Are people arguing about the cops? Like, I would have preferred to not call the cops, but there's this interesting thing. There's this interesting thing. You see, if your insurance won't pay for your car, if you don't call the cops if it's stolen. So you don't really have much of a choice. I would much have preferred. In fact, we went after it, hoping to recover it on our own without the involvement of the cops. But you don't have much of a choice. If you don't call the cops, if you don't show that you talk to the cops, the insurance will not pay for your car. We had no choice. Yeah, it sucks. there's a reason why this shit is fucked up. The insurance and cops are like fucking this. That's because cars are a scam? Yeah, everything's a fucking scam. Like, I don't know, whatever. Insurance is insurance is anti-human, okay? Insurance is anti-fucking human. I'm not kidding you. Like, insurance companies, have you guys ever seen old, like, old 1920s, like, you know, anti-bank, anti-insurance propaganda? You know that, like, in the Great Depression, that, like, all of the people who were they were targeting the insurance industry because the insurance industry used to be fucking even worse? I mean, it's fucking terrible, of course, but yeah. Here we go. It's a capitalism sucks to unlock. Not yet. That's for later. So that was the first thing that happened. The car got stolen. I chased a car and watched a bunch of literal meth heads fuck up my car right on the day of the move, which put us way behind. The move took fucking forever because all day I had to deal with that stuff. Thankfully, I had some amazing help. Massive shout out to all of the people who helped me, named and unnamed. Vermin was one of the people who helped me out. You were a absolute MVP. So Vermin, huge fucking shout out. Without you, our kitchen would have never gotten properly packed. It was, and Gayfesh too. Thank you very much to Gayfesh. It would not have been possible without you too. So thank you very much, truly. So that was the first thing. Yeah, oh yeah, the fire alarms, that too. Fucking wild. So we got into our new place, and let me tell you, our new place is amazing, okay? I'm not like, I don't got a Hassan house. It's a very humble house, but it's a house. It's a house that it has enough space for all of us to have, to work on our projects, to live comfortably, and it feels great to not be cooped up in a small apartment anymore. We have put a lot of work into beautifying this place so far, and I have started a garden. Yeah, that's right. The house had a pre-existing garden, but most of the plants were not, like, alive. Our house has a bunch of old, like, really old plants. There's like a 80-year-old hydrangea bush, no joke, that's in the front yard. So like part of the deal of the house is like we have to make sure that we water the hydrangeas and the magnolia, I think it is, a magnolia and a hydrangea. But everything else I can do. So I have planted, let's see, 7 new plants. I planted 2 St. John's worts, which are these really beautiful, dark little, they're small little shrubs almost, and they have orange flowers with a red berry in the middle. They're amazing. And then I planted 2 of those. I planted 3 pots of pollinator feeding wildflowers from the Pacific Northwest. So they're all native flowers to the Pacific Northwest, and they're like a assortment. I can probably show pictures later. I took pictures. Those ones are sprouting from seeds. The other ones I transplanted. You can actually, yes. There is a preparation of St. John's wort that helps with depression and anxiety. Oh, absolutely, Vermin. I can actually give you like a bunch of it if you want. I still have tons of it. So we can do that. We don't have any food crops because we don't have a whole lot of like space for crops. But yeah. What's the wildlife here? We have a ton of birds. We have a bunch of hummingbirds. We have an actual shocking amount of bumblebees, which are really cute. We've got squirrels. We've got a whole swarm of sparrows that are really, really cute. They hang out in our yard all the time. And we have a friendly crow, which is the coolest part of all of it. We've even given him a name. We have a crow named Jay. And he comes by and asks us for seeds relatively frequently. So we throw him some seeds every once in a while. And don't worry, I bought crow healthy seeds. I went and looked up what's like a good diet mix for crows. What we're feeding them is not like chips. We're not throwing chips and candy at them. We're giving them like actual healthy things. So they're getting food that's like natural to their environment and stuff. It's been really great to have space. Oh yeah, let me tell you about another thing. So Faun, we have a big basement now, which is really exciting. So like the basement space, it's an unfinished basement, so it looks kind of like a murder basement. It kind of looks like, actually, it looks a lot like, you guys seen Breaking Bad? You know the basement of Jesse's house? You know, where they like, they tie up Crazy 8? Yeah, it's like that. It looks shockingly similar. It's like a creepy basement. But Faun has put in a bunch of temporary ceiling, and also put in a carpet and a chair and a bunch of stuffed animals, and made like a space, like a literal goblin cave hangout that's super awesome on hot days. And also the other side is Faun's work area, where Faun has been putting together all kinds of projects. Faun has been like on its game. It's been like just nailing out projects, which has been really exciting. Doesn't it have a baseball bat and a saw on the wall? Yes, it does. Well, it's actually been changed a little bit, but yeah, there was a wall where all of the tools were hanging, and there was a chair just sitting in front of all the tools. No, Megabed is in the bedroom, of course. Yeah. We have a, for those who don't know what Megabed is, I'm poly, I'm polyamorous. I have multiple partners, and so we have a thing that we call Megabed. We put two king beds together, and it works amazing. Megabed is awesome. And everybody should have a Megabed, if you can, because it's pretty based, not gonna lie. Yeah, so it's good. Let's see what else happened. Oh yeah, I got COVID again. We have dark-headed juncos. We do not, I don't think we have dark-headed juncos. We have a house sparrow is what we have a whole bunch of. I don't know if we have juncos. By the way, I'm gonna have to go back and read through all of the donos. Thank you all who are donating right now. Thank you very, very much. The alerts aren't working for some reason, which is weird. Sorry about that. I thought they would work better, but they haven't so far. What happens if you fall into the abyss between beds? There is no abyss between the beds. We have set them next to each other such that there is no abyss. Well, sometimes there's an abyss between the beds, but very, very rarely, okay? It's only when we've messed things up, all right? Let's talk about COVID real quick, okay? How did I pay the bills without streaming? Thankfully, my partner paid for most of the bills. Is there a way to gift more than one sub at once? Yes, I think you just scroll down on the donate page and you could do multiple. But let me talk about COVID real quick. Yeah, by the way, thank you all who are donating, because I don't have any fucking money right now. I'm like literally broke as shit. So any of you who are helping, thank you. Blessings. It will go towards paying off the loans I had to take from my partner to set the studio up. Thank you. That would be great. Thank you. But yeah, COVID. Guys, fucking COVID sucks. I got COVID a second time. And it really fucking sucked. The first time I had COVID was absolutely worse. This time, I believe I had the BA.5 subvariant, as far as I know. It's kind of hard to pin it down for sure, but there was a lot of evidence that pointed towards it being that. So I basically, what it felt like was having the worst cold that I've ever had for 5 or 6 days and then feeling like shit for another 5 or 6 days without without the sniffles. It sucks. And I am currently working with my doctor to figure out if there's anything I can do about long COVID, because I got fucking long COVID. This shit fucked me up. And I was vaccinated and everything. As it turns out, for those of you who don't know, here's a little information hour. A lot of people don't know this. BA.5 is an Omicron subvariant that is currently the most dominant strain of COVID in America. And it can evade vaccinations. Now, what that means, that doesn't mean that vaccinations don't do anything. They definitely do. But what it can do is it can still infect you even if you're vaccinated. It can infect you even if you just had COVID. However, if you are vaccinated or if you've had COVID prior, BA.5 is significantly less likely to put you in the hospital. Like, notably. I've been dealing with a lot of health issues as a result of having COVID twice. It's, you know, I don't want to go into like too much details, but it's been really, really difficult to like get back on my feet and muster up the energy, which means, you know, just expect that my stream schedule is probably going to be slow still slow. I'm not going to be gone again like that. I'm back. Like, I'm really excited to be streaming again. I've missed you all so goddamn much. I've missed you all so fucking much. You have no idea. But it's definitely slowed me down a little bit in certain ways. Primarily because it really fucks with your blood pressure. As in, my blood pressure went boop. So I have to deal with that now, and sometimes it means I'm way more tired than I should be. Frog Whisperer, thank you so much. I'm so happy to be back. I'm so fucking happy to be back. I've missed streaming so goddamn much. Berman, thank you so much. I'm hoping that this year will be, I'm hoping this year will not get calmer. I want it to be exciting though. This year has been a chaotic year of negativity. I got really sick 3 times this year. I don't know if you guys remember, but you probably don't, because I was not streaming very much. But I got I got a really bad infection, and was hospitalized briefly. This was back before I moved. You guys might remember when that happened. So I've been sick 3 times this year, which has really, really sucked. But I really, like, and as a result, like, because this is the chill hour, the, like, opening, I'm just going to be completely upfront. It's, like, severely damaged my ability to, like, make money and do things. Well, I don't know. I feel like I've been carrying a giant weight all year because of all this sickness, but I've still managed to get things done. Like I moved, and that was a huge deal, and we recovered the car, and that was a huge deal, and we built a studio, and I don't know. It's been chaotic, and it's an adjustment. So I don't want to get sick anymore. I'm doing my best. I've been doing, besides getting sick, where'd my tissues go? No, my tissues are gone. I still got to sniffle sometimes. Whatever. But I am very motivated. I'm very motivated. I've come up with a lot of ideas, and I've spent a lot of time thinking. I've spent a lot of time diving into, oh, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Ooh. Thank you. Excellent. I spent a lot of time thinking about things. I've spent a lot of time delving into art. I spent a lot of time writing. It's been a lot, but I'm feeling very good at this point, and I'm very excited to be back. Yeah. God, what else? Other exciting things. Oh, can I tell you about this really cool thing called grass, which I've been touching an incredible amount of? As it turns out, one of the things you can do even when you're sick is you can still go outside and sit in your yard, and you can still garden. And so I did a lot of that. I've been spending a lot of time outside, and it feels really, really, really good. Even though the heat wave has been miserable, the rest of the year has not been a heat wave, and that's been really, really nice. I've been to a couple of different parks, new parks and stuff this year, including this really amazing park near my place that has like a koi pond and like little like, I don't know how to describe them. I would describe them as maybe like meditation spots. They're like these little, it's got these big koi ponds with these stone outcroppings that you can go and sit on and stand on. It's so cool. So that's been really great. Been just a lot of really wild stuff like that. And I've also been, I don't know, I've been putting a lot of thought to like, not to get too existential off the bat, but I've been putting a lot of thought into, like where I like what I want to do with the show in the big picture. And also been thinking about like how to define the path forward. Because I've also spent a lot of time looking back over the last 2.5 years of stream. Boxing up everything on the last stream actually hit me really hard, but it also put me into a place mentally where I could sort of think about all of the things that I've done, all of the things that this community has done, how I want to do things going forward. And let me tell you, I got some fucking great ideas. Yeah? And yeah, my goal is still the same, by the way. My ambition is still the same, making stream history. And I think we're doing that. You know, not many streamers stream from hell itself. Hey, well, welcome. I'm glad you were able to get into the site. If you need help resetting your password or whatever, we can probably help you with that. I think there's a password reset process, so yeah. Well, thank you so much, 10-letter name. I appreciate that. I have some really big ideas for what I want to do. And most of them, as always, as you all know, I love making my own stuff. I love talking about things that I care about. I love, you know, adding something creative to everything that I do online. And I want this show to be a step further. I'm lucky in one way, in that streaming is very new. There is a lot of people have a fresh approach to it. And people don't know what to expect yet. And so I can be a part of setting that. I get to be a lucky bit in going, a lucky piece of going, wow, like, what can we do? What can be done? Where can we go with making streaming just one step better than it was before? So, yeah. My long hiatus almost made you join Twitch. Sorry, Twitch sucks. And oh boy, we could talk about that, couldn't we? We could talk all about the ways that Twitch sucks. Because while I was gone, some shit went down with some pretty big streamers on Twitch, didn't it? You guys, some of you know what happened. Some of you all know what went down. Yeah, Keffels, friend of the show, Keffels. Yeah. It's been a wild ride, hasn't it? For Keffels and the Keffels community and all those people involved. What's worse, Twitch or Twitter? I don't know. They're both pretty bad. Yo, thank you. Let's take a look at this puppy. Hold on. We gotta look at the puppy. All right, this is an opportunity for us to test the other angle. Here we go. Bada boom. Puppy! Oh my god! Puppy moment! Puppy! Uh-oh. Oh wait, that's correct. Okay. Yay! And look at that. The audio, the setup worked. Yeah, Keffels is really blown up. It's been really impressive. Wait, did I switch lighting? That's not Yoda. That's not my dog. It is a Yoda-like. I call all dogs Yoda-likes, you know? Because people call every game that even has a passing resemblance to Dark Souls like a Souls-alike. So I just call all dogs Yoda-likes. Yoda is doing fucking awesome. Yoda is doing fucking great. Yoda loves the new place. Yoda has a yard now. And we don't have to take Yoda out for a walk. She can just play in the yard or go outside with us. Even though Yoda is not a very, like, playful dog, She mostly just likes laying around and hanging out and stuff and singing. She doesn't really like to like chase balls or anything like that, but she can roam around in the yard and it's great. So yeah. Yoda's doing fantastic. It's been really, really great. Oh, it's been a lot. I'm trying to think if there's other things I wanted to talk about. I've been on like a video game burnout. It's been really weird. Elden Ring basically ruined me. After Elden Ring, I haven't really been able to fully get into like any new games, but I've played a bunch of different, I've played a bunch of different stuff. Instead, I decided to watch a ton of movies, and we're gonna talk about those movies. For those of you who don't know, I went to film school. Now, I never finished film school, which is about the most typical film kid thing that you can do, is go to film school but don't actually get the degree. Go into crippling debt but don't actually get the degree. But I fucking love movies. And I love talking about movies. And when I was in film school, one of the things I wanted to do was do movie reviews. And as you guys know, I still want to do movie reviews. So today, we're going to talk about some movies that I watched with a special focus on a movie that I think might have become one of my favorite movies of all time. Okay, thank you, Secular Socialist. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, getting into film school is fucking difficult. I'm very proud of myself. I think the only reason that I got into film school was because I actually had made a bunch of really crappy movies in high school. Like, I founded the Film Directors Club in my high school because I was just really into film. Oh, the Nostalgia Critic. Oh, come on. Okay. No, I can't tell you the name of it. But when I was in high school, I had a mini series on the internet in which I reviewed books. And my gimmick was I was ripping off like the Angry Video Game Nerd and the Nostalgia Critic. I was really into both of them at the time. And so I had a persona that was inspired heavily by those two, and it was very cringe, okay? It was very cringe. I reviewed Christian books at the time. I'm not telling you, you won't be able to find it. It is impossible to find. So good luck. But yeah. I had like 3 or 4 reviews. I did special effects too. I did like Nostalgia Critic, like laser eyes. I did a special effect where I did a shoop de whoop and blew up a movie. Yes, Vermin. Oh, amazing. Okay, listen. It's bad. Okay, it was cringe. All right, I reviewed Christian books. Yes, yeah, shitty. I had shitty plugins and everything. It was wild. So, yeah, it was good. There was a part where I did like a tribute to The Exorcist. Yes, I did do a Frank Peretti book. I did actually do a Frank Peretti book. I'm not telling you any letters. But I had fun with it, okay? Were the reviews positive or negative? Usually they were negative because I was really inspired by stuff like that. Anyway, the whole point of all of this was to say that I want to do more movie reviews because I think I have a lot to say about movies, and I think you guys will find them compelling. But the thing that I'm most interested in about doing reviews is that I want people to see the crazy good movies that I find. I absorb a lot of review content because, I don't know, I like finding new and challenging art. And I certainly found some of that while I was sick with COVID. Yo, Louis boy, that's fantastic to hear. Congratulations, and I'm happy that it all worked out. That's true, Baphomet. That's true. I am planning on. There's a couple of things. So as we're sort of rambling here and talking about the future of the show, we're going to have more media reviews, games and movies primarily, and we're also going to talk about Christians. a lot more. And you might go, oh no, what is this, Demon Mama atheism arc? And the answer is motherfucking yes. Yes, motherfucker, yes. We are going on a war against the holy nation because, and don't worry, we're gonna get into this as the stream goes on. I have a lot to talk about, but this whole Christianity shit has gotten way out of hand. So we're gonna take a nice, solid, hard punch and put it right in their fucking head, okay? Because let me tell you, there is an unbelievable amount of Christian content out there, and all of it is about as deranged as you can imagine. The things that Christians get up to when they think that you're not looking, okay? I'm just telling you, it is, it's gonna be a wild ride. And we need to do it more because something that I've noticed is that Americans don't take Christians very seriously for some reason. I don't know if it's like a false sense of security or a smugness or whatever it was that came out of the like atheism on YouTube era, but a lot of Americans, even lefties and a lot of libs, but even a lot of lefties don't take Christians seriously. But these guys just fucking dissolved any concept of privacy rights in America that you can imagine. They are gunning to completely dissolve gay marriage. They are gunning to remove the right to have any say over your own body. There are right-wing Christian think tanks are currently pushing to ban transition entirely for adults. For trans people won't be able to transition in the ideal Christian future, and these guys are in power. So we need to take a bit of time to think about, how do you fight against the holy nation? How do you fight against a imperial religion that does everything that it can to choke out anything that disagrees with it, when everybody seems to think that it's just quaint, silly cringe, as opposed to the absolute deranged madness that it is? Bosch got some weird blowback recently while he was talking about Christian bullshit. Well, there's a lot of Christians, and here's the thing. People need to understand. Let me make this really clear, real quick, okay? Christianity is the problem, not Christians. And I know that that kind of sounds stupid because it is Christians that spread Christianity, but a lot of Christians are literally trapped. Okay? It is a religion that puts you in a mind prison, okay? And while there are forms of Christianity that are less toxic than others, the dominant strains of Christianity, all of the dominant strains of Christianity are imperial, as in what they believe is incompatible with your existence. They believe that you are wrong. And we're going to talk about this. We have an entire segment planned to talk about exactly this today. But I wanted to bring attention to it early on because, you know, I'm trying to let you know in advance what to expect from this show. I will often refer to Christianity as the holy nation. This is a joke, partially, making a reference to a game called Kenshi, where there is literally a faction called the Holy Nation, and it's basically a exaggerated form of Catholicism. But it's also a reference to the fact that that is what these people want to create. And I'm going to evidence that when we get into the Christianity segment. But I want you to just understand that. What we are contending against is a religion that believes in eradicating gay people, that believes in eradicating anything other than their order. And we have to address that for what it is. We cannot have illusions over our eyes. We cannot have a veil over our eyes with regard to what we're dealing with. Because a lot of people do. A lot of people think that, oh, we live in a progressive country. We don't live in a progressive country. We live in a country that has had painstakingly won progressive victories in spite of the fact that it is a roiling pot of Christian fundamentalism and Christian nationalism, which is a word I want you all to learn. I think that illusion is beginning to fall even among liberals. Good, we're going to tear it down. We're going to tear that illusion down. And part of the way we're going to do that is by gazing directly into the abyss, staring into the absolute wild shit that Christianity throws out into the world every single day that most people don't see because they're not Christians themselves. I'm already getting worked up, which means you know that the politics segment, you know that the Christianity segments are going to be good. I genuinely believe leftist praxis is incomplete without taking on Christianity. Let me go one step further, okay? Let me go just one step further. Leftist praxis definitionally involves challenging and fighting against Christianity. I do not believe that you can be a leftist and not fight against Christianity. And let me qualify that further. If you're a Christian who is a leftist, you are still fighting against the dominant strain of Christianity, which wishes you to die as well. This literally goes even for Christians who are liberation theologists, who are Christian socialists. You are not, the group that wants to eliminate me wants to eliminate you too. You have to recognize that there is no way that we will change the world without checking, challenging, and ultimately defeating the dominant strain of Christianity. It is a hegemonic, imperial death cult that worships warrior culture, that strategically traumatizes everyone involved with it in order to bring them under control. And I know that firsthand. Oh, thank you. I'll put that in my list of things to read later. Thank you very much. And one of the things that I want to do, by the way, one of the things that I really want to do going forward with the stream is I want to teach you to recognize Christian fundamentalism. I want you to learn to recognize what it looks like, how it takes shape, and how you can work against it. Okay, I mean that. But before you can work against something, you have to understand that thing. So one of the things I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be spending a lot of time in the near future and in this very stream talking about what Christianity has looked like in the past, what Christianity looks like now, how it operates, the tricks that they use, things like this, the tactics. My aunt fell deep into Christian nationalism and has openly called my mother and I traitors to the nation for not voting for Trump. Last night, I was doing some last-minute research for this stream, and I was just browsing through various churches and seeing what they had to say about politics. So I was specifically going to church websites, and I was looking for videos and sermons that they did about politics. And let me tell you, even the mainstream churches have begun to adopt the gods, or the godly versus the godless, okay? They explicitly, these churches teach people to forget about Republican and Democrat, forget about these things. The only thing that matters is those who are godly and those who are godless. This is the mentality that many churches, that all churches to a certain degree, push on the world. I was able to find, oh my God, just wait, I'll show it to you in a bit, okay? It's unbelievable, okay? And I want you all to see with your own eyes what we're looking at and what to expect. Because we've been there before, okay? One of the big things is that this country has been seized by religious fervor many times. I don't know if you all know this, but how many, let's take a look. Hold on. I can't even remember the exact count. Here we go. Let's take a look. There is a thing. Have you ever heard of the Great Awakening? The Great Awakening refers to 4, arguably 6, depending on how you cut them up, either 4 or 6 separate periods of American history in which Christianity has come to become the dominant political force. The first one happened between 1730 and 1755. The second one happened between 1790 and 1840. So about 50 years each time, you know, 20 years for the first one, 50 years for the second one. The next one occurred between, the third one occurred between 1855 and 1930. And then the fourth one happened between 1960 and 1980. Many times, the United States has gone from being relatively, like locally seemingly progressive into the full throes of religious conservatism. It's happened 4 fucking times in American history. They've got the shit down to a T. So we have to, the only way that you can actually have a better world, that you can actually have any hope of political change, is to recognize that there is a religious fascist imperialist movement that is still going strong in America, that relies on periods of incredible zeal where all of a sudden your neighbors are speaking in tongues and having religious revelations. But it's not just tongues and revelations, because with it always comes moral panics. And you all know we've seen our fair share of those recently, haven't we? Have I watched the Netflix documentary called The Family? I believe that's about the Falwells, if I'm not mistaken, right? Let me see. It's not about faith, it's about power. Yes. Who is this about? Let me see. It's based off of, oh, it's not based off of them. I thought it was based off of them. Oh no, I'm fine right now, but thank you. Interesting. For some reason, I thought it was about them. I'll have to give this a watch. I've been reading a whole bunch of books about Christian nationalism lately, or I've been reading a book predominantly, but I've also been taking in a lot of media, refreshing myself, and also catching up on it. Please cover the church militants JLP hit piece. That's going on the list. So that's another thing I need to talk about real quick. So at the end of today, the final segment of today's stream is going to be what we call Imp's Choice. The Imp's Choice, I'm going to take suggestions from chat throughout the stream, and then we will put it to everybody's favorite, a vote. You know, that super, super important democratic process. We will put it to a vote, and the last bit will be decided by you, my lovely, lovely imps. So that'll be really fun. I mean, to be fair, all of this stream is Imp's Choice, because I know that you all really wanted me to come back. Votes, what are you, a fucking liberal? You're a liberal. You're a fucking liberal. Oh my god, yes, I need to see that. I want to watch more about the Bakers, because the Bakers are fucking wild. Heaven's Gate was based on Christian nationalism? Yeah, it was, but it was really weird. Heaven's Gate was really weird. I know I literally went and found the site of the Heaven's Gate mass suicide. A long story. I have a stone from the foundation of that building. It was a important trip for me. I went there for a lot of reasons. I guess you could call it a spiritual journey. The cursed stone. Bring the stone up at some point. Can we cover the Moonies and what the fuck has been going on with them and Trump? Well, there's a lot of things we should talk about. And we're going to get into that. Yeah, the Moonies are another example of a Christian cult that has created a wave of regression in South Korea and Japan. Oh my god, that's amazing, Baphomet. What a good choice. Yeah, I've showed the stone before, but that's okay. By the way, real quick, for those of you who are here, if you haven't liked the stream, please do. It helps me a lot. But also, subscribe to the YouTube channel. We are going to be putting out a lot of new videos soon. There's going to be a lot of fun on the YouTube channel. I do polls for the content on the YouTube channel. I post all kinds of behind the scenes stuff. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. I would love to grow my channel, and I would love to have you be one of my lovely, lovely imps. So subscribe and like the stream because it means the world to me. So thank you. I won't disappear for months again. I only did that because I had to. I don't know. This looks like old. Oh yeah, this is an ancient article. I don't know. I could look into that at some point. I think that's ancient news though. Next stream when? You'll find out, okay? Just check if you have notifications for site donos and subs. I do, but I'm using a new site and I don't know how nice it plays. So I'm gonna have to do some work on it. I apologize if it's not working properly, because it's kind of weird. Is stream ending? No! No! We've barely even begun. We've been going for an hour. We've only just gotten into the coziness. We haven't even started. No! Stop it! You assholes. Oh, I missed you, imp, so much. I miss fucking this so goddamn much. Oh my god. It's been great. Now, I have been watching a lot of streams lately, believe it or not. I know, it's kind of odd. Me? Watching streams instead of streaming? Yes, as it turns out. Yeah, there's no reason. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, there's so much drama that went on. Fuck, there's so much. I did. Natalie Marie says, did y'all hear about Trump burying his ex-wife at the golf course so he could call it a cemetery and get a huge tax break? Yeah, oh my god, hold on. I think I can show that to you real quick. Hold on, I got a really fucking great... Watch this. This is too funny not to talk about. I know we're not yet into politics, but here, you gotta see this, okay? Trump burying his ex-wife on one of his golf courses in a pauper's grave so that he can get a tax benefit is so exquisitely on brand, it makes my eyes water. Now, you might think this is just a meme image, right? No. As a tax researcher, I was skeptical of rumors that Trump buried his ex-wife in that sad little plot of dirt on his Bedminster, New Jersey golf course just for tax breaks. So I checked the New Jersey tax code, and folks, it's a trifecta of tax avoidance. Property, income, and sales tax all eliminated. Full text of the New Jersey tax code and land use for human burial. No stipulation regarding a minimum number of human remains necessary for the tax breaks to kick in. It looks like one corpse will suffice to make at least 3 forms of tax vanish instantly. Yeah, Donald Trump literally buried his... Donald Trump, the guy who lives in a fucking gilded Art Deco penthouse, a guy who has towers named after him, buried his ex-wife in a fucking lump of dirt so that he could get a tax break for the Trump family trust. It is so peak America. Funny meme. Uh-oh. Why am I getting sent a funny meme? I'm always distrustful of funny memes. No! Hey, thank you very, very much, Desmond Church. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you. Did she die recently? She died like last week. Wait, the alert worked? Some of them are oh, YouTube is working. Wait, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. That means the YouTube ones are coming through. Was it loud? I hope it wasn't too loud. Was it like crazy loud? Oh, we're gonna find out. Hold on. No, it's not too bad. All right, excellent. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Deeply, deeply appreciate that, Husky. Thank you so much. Wow, based. It's not fading out. Oh boy. All right, I'll have to fuck around with that then. That's okay. We'll get it to figure out. It's just cutting off. Hey, Xerox, thank you. Holic Master, thank you so much. Is there any other cozy things I want to talk about? I've had lots of yummy food. No, not really. No, I don't want the meme. How hot this top is? Actually, it's not too bad. This is the only layer that I'm wearing right now. So it's actually quite comfortable. Oh yeah, the food. Oh, thank you. Well, it's great. I love it. And am I still watching? I'm watching YouTube chat. You all are just picky and demanding. You just love attention, okay? Let me tell you, as somebody who goes on camera and puts all this work into getting people to watch me and hang out and come see the cool ass shit, you chatters might like attention more than I do, which is hard to believe given that I just devoted the last like 2 months of my life to putting together a room so that I can get more internet attention. Okay, fuck. The audio is a little echoey. Apologies. There's probably gonna be a little echo until I work out all of the details. We're gonna have to, it's gonna be a process of refining. Give you more attention? I will, Harley Gray. Don't you worry. I'll give you so much attention. Don't worry. I'm gonna give you all so much attention. You're gonna get all the attention you need, okay? Oh, you're trying to bring back the ham stuff? It's not gonna work. I'm not gonna get ham stunlocked. It's just, it will not happen. Can I show off? Do you guys want to see, you all want to see some pictures of Doe? You all want to see some, like, pictures of Doe before Doe comes in? Because Doe will come in here at some point. But you want to see some pictures of Doe real quick? Watch this. Ready? I think I can show all these. Yeah, I can. Ready? Wow. Wow, look at Doe. I can't believe Doe didn't clean off our mirror before taking a picture. But you know what? No hating, okay? Look at this. Look at that cute shirt. What a cute shirt. It's toothpaste. It's fucking toothpaste. It's not jizz. Look at that. This is the latest one. Wait, this one's new. This one must have been taken today because Doe has its mohawk thing going on. See? What a good deer. What a great deer, huh? What a fucking... And look at the caption. Look at that. Gender, I don't know her. True! True! Oh yeah, you get to see a little bit of the new kitchen. The new kitchen is super roomy, and eventually I will be doing Cooking Mama episodes there, but it's gonna take a little bit of work because I need to get another camera set up. There's a lot of stuff. Okay, there's technical issues, okay? There are technical challenges. I know, hold on. I know. Sometimes you viewers think that I just cast a magical spell and everything looks and sounds reasonable. But actually, as it turns out, streaming is a nightmare of bubblegum and paper clips. Nothing ever works properly, and setting things up is like slowly torturing yourself with a cheese grater. Yeah. I did hear Hideo Kojima killed the former prime minister of Japan. Guys, listen. You know what it seems like? Doesn't it seem like we've entered a period in history where like ridiculous assassinations of presidents and shit has become like popular again? It's weird, isn't it? Isn't it weird living in an era where like a guy just blew up the president, a former president of Japan, the super conservative, literal genocide denying, Holocaust denying freak, got blown the fuck up by like a weird Fallout improvised weapon? What a weird time to live in, huh? The whole, I almost did a stream about that. Wild, just wild. Fun fact, did you know that Shinzo Abe, the formerly living former prime minister of Japan, was a huge proponent and ally of the Unification Church, also known as the Moonies, a church that charges people hundreds of thousands of dollars to get salvation, a exploitative cult that explicitly preys on old people, people who are who have had social falling outs, people who've fallen through the cracks, and convinces them to give all of their money and even sign life insurance over to the church in the name of salvation. And Shinzo Abe was a huge ally and helped make it possible for that church to spread in Japan, and that the guy who shot him was specifically motivated by the fact that his mom's life was ruined by the Unification Church. Weird. Wild, isn't it? We live in a strange time. Anything could happen. Anything could happen. We live in, you guys, I don't know if you all realize this, but you're potentially in the cool zone. You know what the cool zone is? The cool zone is this, I don't know who came up with the term originally, but it's like the cool zone refers to a time of history that's really cool to read about in a history book, but that you would never want to live through. You are living in the cool zone, just so you know. And you get to decide how much of the cool zone we live in. And for how long. We have been cursed to live in interesting times, or perhaps blessed, depending on how you look at it. Yeah, I know that Robert Evans loves that one. Yeah, it's one of my favorite terms. Can I live in the slightly less cool zone? Unfortunately, I don't think we have much of a choice on that front. It's Shark Week. It's gonna be okay. Is it Shark Week? Listen, sharks are cool. I like sharks. You know what time I think it is? You know what time I think it is, everybody? Imps, you know. Come on, you know what time it is. I think it's time that we wrap up Cozy Time. I think it's time we talk about some politics. Because I got a lot to say about politics, everybody. I've been bottling it up for 2 goddamn months. And I think it's time for us to talk about some goddamn politics. Because God, do I have a lot of thoughts. And they're not going to be very organized. I believe in my official post, I said that this was going to be a politics rant. And yes, it is going to be a politics rant. Okay, this is not going to be a news section. This is not going to be, facts and figures. This is going to be a rant. This is going to be a sermon, perhaps. Okay? What's my fave recent meme? I really like the boys, the Homelander meme. That's a recent meme that I think is really good. The one where he like smiles once he realizes the like crowd is clapping, and then he goes from like looking horrified to like smiling, and he's like, that one is really good. I just started watching The Boys, by the way. Yeah. The Boys. Oh, Windleby, watch it. It's so fucking good. I can't even believe it. It's better than I thought it was gonna be. I was like, oh, The Boys looks good, but I don't know how much I'm gonna like it. I started watching it, and literally, when Doe comes in here, you guys can ask Doe if you want to. I've literally been just going, Du Bois, Du Bois, Du Bois for the last like 3 or 4 days because I just want to watch more episodes of the Du Bois. It's so fucking good. It's so good. And one of the reasons why I like it is because it's spittingly fucking mad. Okay? That's one of the reasons. It's spittingly fucking angry at the state of things. The boys? The boys? How far in? Okay, so we watched episode 6 of season 1 last night. Yeah, we met Frenchie and the Feral Lady. Wait, what? I won't watch what? What won't I watch? What are you saying? I won't handle it. I love Frenchie. The characters are great in the show so far. All right, everybody. It's fucking time, okay? It's time we talk about politics. It's been well overdue. All that you've had to see, or all that you've had, is the pablum of lesser streamers all over the planet telling you this, that, and the other thing. A cavalcade of depressing news, an endless march of discouragement, an endless march of depression, sadness, despair, ruinous fucking despair. All that you've had to go off of is the small crumbs of my insight that I tweet out in a stupor onto Twitter, okay? You get only the least insightful of my great visions. However, now we're going to talk about something else. And we're going to focus on a central question, okay? And that central question is, are you really okay with living like this? Are you really okay with it? And I really want you, all of you imps, there are 400 of you currently listening right now. Are you really, are you actually okay with the way things are? Do you really think that this world is the way that it should be? Do you think this world is even like a shadow of what we wish it could be? Because I am not. I am so dissatisfied with the way things are in the world that it's basically the only thing I can think about. And it's odd because I've been away from stream for 2 months, as you all, of course, know. And I've spent a lot of that time deliberately going out of my way to step out of the online bubble, to step into different spaces, to take a look. And let me fucking tell you, you are not alone in feeling like the world is not okay. But a lot of people never vocalize it. They never really acknowledge it. They never really actually sit there and go, am I really okay with this? Is this really what I want to spend my one life fucking doing? Is this really the way I want when I am on my deathbed, inevitably, and I'm looking back on life? Do I really want to say that I lived in a culture that has been completely robbed of any sense of personal freedom, of any sense of expression, an existence that is entirely defined by your economic value, an existence in which you are crunched down into a abstract representation of data and sold to a bunch of people who are able to quite literally fly around the planet on a private jet, on a private fucking paradise for their entire lives off of your fucking back. Is this really the world that you want to live in? Do you really want to live in a world where the only way that you're going to have any say in your existence is to show up in November and be ignored? Vote for some fucking asshole like Joe Biden who's going to promptly make things worse for you, but slightly less worse than the other guy, because he's got you in a fucking hostage situation where, oh, the only thing you can do is choose between me or that asshole. The asshole who's gonna ruin your life more. But don't worry, I'm still gonna redirect desperately needed funds from the pandemic right into the pockets of the police. Oh, you didn't know that? Maybe you haven't been paying attention to politics over the last few months. That's right, Joe Biden redirected billions of dollars of pandemic relief directly into the pockets of the police. And you have to ask, that's a little weird. The pandemic is still going on. Like, infections are at an unbelievable high, and hospitalizations are incredibly high as well. And we have a second pandemic brewing as well with monkeypox, which we'll talk about. And you go, it's weird. Why did all that money go to the cops? It's almost like they know that people are running out of money. They know that people are desperate. They know that people have no choice but to turn to crime. And they don't want you to get away with it. They know you don't have any choice. So instead, they wait. And the moment you have no more choice, they break your fucking back and put you in jail, and they make you work for slave labor. Interesting. Is that the type of world you're okay with? Is that the life that you're okay with? Are you okay with a life where you spend your whole days scared and just waiting to inevitably become homeless? Are you okay with an existence that that involves you basically spending your whole life stressing about how the hell you're gonna pay the bills that keep going up even though you haven't changed your lifestyle? Your bills keep going up, the gas keeps going up, the prices keep going up, the taxes even keep going up. You just keep getting more and more extracted out of you and less for you to have yourself. Because it sure seems like there's a lot of people who have not asked themselves that question. And also haven't taken the time to think about what the world could or should look like. Are you okay with living a life that is working every single day, only to find out that a wildfire, flood, hurricane, tornado, earthquake, or any other natural disaster occurs in your area and you're just fucked? Everything that you worked for swept out from underneath you because despite the fact that you're paying your taxes, there's just no disaster preparation anymore because, well, I mean, oh, maybe you blame it on the Republicans. Maybe you blame it on the Democrats. Maybe you blame it on capitalism. But, God, what the fuck? I did all these things. I've been working so hard. I've been doing all the things I'm supposed to do. And you don't have medicine. Oh, you don't have power. Maybe you don't have a house anymore. Are you okay with a life that involves just waiting around for a disaster to inevitably ruin you? Have any of you taken the time to look at the outcomes for people who do lose their home, the outcomes for people who survive a natural disaster, the outcomes for regions that are hit by natural disasters? Because there's a lot of natural disasters these days. Climate change is getting worse. I am currently in an emergency declaration area. There is a natural disaster going on in my area right now, a minor one, thankfully, a heat wave that has killed hundreds of people, just so you know. Well, okay, this year I think it's dozens, not hundreds. Last year, hundreds of people died during the heat wave. And there's one government-run cooling center with a capacity of like 100 people, and it's on the other side of the city. So if you don't happen to be lucky, like me personally, I'm very lucky in that I have a house I can take shelter in. But if you're one of the many, and increasing number of homeless and houseless people, are you okay with a world where every single day you have to open the newspaper and see the newspaper triumphantly declare that a homeless encampment has been cleansed or cleaned what that actually means is that a bunch of riot cops go in and break everything, the last things that those people have on the planet Earth, because there might be people doing drugs in there. Oh no, it needs to be cleansed. We need to break all their stuff, make their life worse. To what end? It almost sounds like the current state of affairs is a perpetual 1-2 punch of trying to control every single aspect of your life and then leaving you for dead whenever it's convenient. Are you really okay with a world in which the projections are that nobody will actually own homes, that everyone will be paying rent into something they have no say over for the rest of your life? Are you really okay with the implications of that? Are we really okay with a world in which we have functionally nothing for old people? Have any of you thought about that? Let's say that you survive for another 40 years, another 50 years. Let's be generous. Let's say you live to be, like me. I'd be 80 if I live another 50 years. That'd be great. What am I going to do when I'm 80 and Social Security no longer exists? My family disowned me, so I don't have anything like that. I only have my family of choice. What are we going to do when we get old? Where are we going to go? Have you ever noticed how many old people are out on the streets? Do you know the statistics about who dies on the streets? A lot of old people. Are you really okay with a world in which that is the norm? A world in which everyone is just sort of left to just eventually die on their own? The outsourcing of death? Are you okay with a world in which, actually, you know what? Let's talk about another projection. Are you okay with a world in which you can't enjoy art anymore because it's illegal? I don't mean all art. I mean specific art. Let's say, I don't know, gay stuff. Are you excited for to live in a world where everything has to be hidden under 10,000 layers in case the censors decide to flag your piece and ruin your career or accuse you of a crime? Because that's happened in recent history in America. I don't know if you guys know this, but and this might sound frivolous. I don't know if you guys know this, but between the 50s and into the early 70s, did you know that the police would raid comic book shops because they had degenerate materials in them? Horror comics that were erotic in nature. Police would literally go, beat the shit out of the owners, steal the shit, and ruin their life, and then that person is just left to die? Did you know that? Are you okay living in a world with no gay art? Are you okay living in a world with no art that doesn't adhere to a very specific norm that you are expected to accept no matter what? Are you okay with either choosing to become a complete normie in every single way that you can imagine? Are you ready to present normally, to wear modest clothing, to fall in line, to never take the Lord's name in vain, to not swear in public, to don't get too sexual, don't dance with your gay partner in public? Are you okay with a world like that? Because that is where we are heading. And I'm not even making the slightest joke about that. Are you okay with a world, with a life in which you spend your whole existence asking yourself, what the fuck is wrong with this goddamn planet? What the fuck is wrong with things? Because I'm not. There are a lot of ways that things can go down. We know this. There are explosive, violent outcomes that can happen, like we see in like World War II, where there's a explicit genocide. But there are also all kinds of different ways that life can be made unbearable. And sometimes those things, in the long run, can be just as bad as other forms of elimination or torture. There is a way to make life so bereft of joy that despair becomes one of the few paths to one of the few emotions you can experience.
Not gonna lie, when society collapses and I'm in the underground furry porn market, I'll probably be a lot better off. Well, but you notice that increasingly, the more and more that time goes on, the more and more people have to live looking over their shoulders. And that is the goal, by the way. You see this with trans people. You see this increasingly more slowly and surely again with gay people. But you saw this in the past. If you go and watch the news in the 90s, go look up some, maybe we'll watch some here on the stream. I'm sure we will at some point. Maybe not today, but we will. We'll go look at some discussions of gay marriage and the gay lifestyle in the 90s. It wasn't that long ago. It wasn't that long ago that it was gay people where it was talked about you should just keep that inside. Keep it in the dark where it belongs. And it was enforced by bullying, by random acts of violence, by laws that restrict you so that you have to live your whole life repressed and looking over your shoulder. Is that the world that we want to live in? Is that an acceptable world for any of us? Yeah, don't ask, don't tell we just left an era of a trans ban being in place in the military. But it gets worse. And some of this might seem a little bit extreme. But I would encourage you to look into history. I want you to look and think about, honestly, you probably know some of this already. Think about what it was like to live under highly religiously conservative regimes of power and social domination. Think about what it was like to live in a time where if you're a woman, you can't do things on your own without a husband at all. Think about the social position that would put you in. Think about the stress that would put on your life. Literally not having the same legal rights as anybody else, not being able to. Think about how that type of world would make you have to live. What your day-to-day life would be. Yeah, the 70s. It was the 70s, by the way, and still in certain ways to today. And then think about something else. Think about what it was like to live in a society that is completely paranoid about ethnicity and sexuality. Think about living in one of the literal thousands of years of history where if you happen to be born Jewish, you're just going to be treated like shit and forced to live in the worst part of the city for the rest of your life. Unless you hide it. Unless you live this terrifying existence of always looking over your shoulder. And I want you to ask yourself, after thinking of all these things, if you're really, really okay with that type of life. If you're not, what are you willing to do? What are you personally, you, individual imps, all of you out there, what are you actually willing to do about it? I want people to think about that. I want people to actually think, to sit down and go, what happens if my sexuality is illegal? What would I do? How would I do that? Because that's what is coming for us. And well, that's great, nuts. And I think what Vosh's canvassing effort is fantastic. And I'm not going to, this is not a section where I'm going to talk about other streamers very much. But I want you to realize something very serious. This is not this is not to discourage you from doing these things, but only to make you realize that sometimes participating in the political system doesn't work. What happens if you put yourself in the foot put yourself back in time? Okay, some of you probably did this. Some of you probably put a lot of effort into Bernie or Hillary. Probably a lot of you put some effort into that. Many of you probably voted for either one of those candidates. Some of you may have even volunteered and done incredible amounts of work for the Democrats, only to still not have access to abortion. Are we really supposed to just sit there and let it happen? Are we supposed to just go, shucks, I guess we lost the game. I guess we just have to acquiesce. Or is there something deeper? Is there a politics that runs deeper than who you vote for and when you vote and how much you participate in voting? Is there a politics that is rooted in how you live your life and the choices that you make and the things that you decide to do? Because I would say that there is. I would say that not only is there a politics that is more rooted in our actions and in our decisions than in whether we pull the lever at the right time. And I would urge people to start thinking about what that type of politics looks like. Now, since I last streamed, we have seen the rollback of Roe v. Wade, a thing that most people considered a nightmare scenario. I've been streaming for 2.5 years. I remember conversations in which people would scoff, liberals and conservatives alike, would scoff about the idea that in a decade's time we wouldn't have legal abortion. Everyone was convinced that it was settled law, and it's been less than 3 years and it's gone. And now everybody's sitting here going, no, surely they won't go after gay marriage, surely they won't go after interracial marriage, even though they've literally told you they're going to do that. They have literally said, here's how we're going to undo gay marriage. And if you've been paying attention, all of the popular Republicans are now making public statements against gay marriage again. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen. And guess what? Their declaration of intent shows where they're going and what they're going to be doing, even when the law isn't on their side. I struggle to believe mutual aid is something that will reach the South in time. Unfortunately, the people who want to, like myself, are choked out of the possibility, not just monetarily, but in every way. Resistance comes in many, many forms, okay? And one of the reasons why it is so hard for governments to choke out resistance is precisely because of that, okay? Stick with me for just a minute, okay? Let us envision a scenario, okay? I'm going to write you a fiction, okay? This is a fiction, made up circumstance, okay? Let us imagine that you find yourself in the holy nation, okay? You wake up one morning and, oh my God, I live in the holy nation. Gay marriage is outlawed. Being gay in public is outlawed. If it's discovered that you are gay, your career will be ruined. You will be socially ostracized. You could even face prison time for violating the laws of God and nation. Let us imagine a world that you live in which women are not allowed to drive, women are not allowed to vote, women are not allowed to own property. Okay? And I want you to think about what you would actually be able to do in that period of time. Now let's imagine some characters. Let's say one of our characters here that we're talking about is a lawyer, a barrister for the holy nation. What can that lawyer do? Can that lawyer choose to take deliberately envelope pushing cases? Can that lawyer choose to go extra hard in the defense of people who he believes are morally, or she, I guess in this case, I guess they wouldn't allow a woman barrister. So yeah, he believes that, you know, can he offer his services for cheap? Of course he can, but not everyone's a lawyer. What if you're homeless? What can you do? What can you do that resists? Because sometimes it's a simple truth. Got you by the balls. I want us to think about that position as well. What do you do when they've taken almost everything from you? How can you resist when you have been pushed onto the complete and utter margin? What does resistance look like? As it turns out, that's very amorphous. It could look like stealing. It could look like vandalism. It could look like violence. It could look like talking to people. It could look like wasting people's time. Like, say the cops are doing a sweep and you just blab. You just talk to them, waste all their time so that the sun goes down and they're late for all their other things. It could look like getting to know who in your neighborhood agrees with you. It could look like finding out who in your family agrees with you. It could look like finding out who's responsible for the things that are going on in your local area or in the nation as a whole. One of the problems of modern political discussions, online and offline, is that everything has been captured into the sphere of electoral politics. Everything has been abstracted away from from your life. Yeah, you can vote on some guy who will vote on something that might improve your life, but what the fuck are you supposed to do if you're hurting now, which many people are? What the fuck are you supposed to do if you are disenfranchised? So many people take for granted the sanctity of your ability to participate in the political process, and also that the political process has any chance of having a result that will impact you positively. Because it's quite possible, and it has been in many times in history, in democracies, that if you so happen to belong to a class that is not liked, if you happen to have the wrong skin color, if you happen to have the wrong familial history, if you happen to have the wrong sexual inclinations, if you happen to have the wrong style or profession, that you're just shit out of luck, and no matter how hard you make your case, you'll be ignored. What the fuck are you supposed to do then? Are you supposed to just give up? I say no. I say resistance looks like doing every goddamn thing that you possibly can to slow down the machine of death. If you are trapped in the heart of the most corrupt nation that has ever existed in the history of the world, and there seems like there's nothing you can do about it, look a little harder, because chances are you can fuck shit up in 100 different ways. And every single step that you take to slow down that machine of death, that machine that is barreling towards genocide, it's worth doing. It's worth doing. God, I got fuzz stuck all over my arm. It's so hot in here. I have fuzz stuck. Look at that. Ew. You might not be able to see it. There's fuzz all over my arm. Stuck from my sweater. You know, sometimes Another thing that annoys me about discussions about electoral politics, discussions about politics, party politics, and all of that, that sort of sphere is that it fails to acknowledge the fuzzy elements of the question. People who talk about politics love to talk in black and white, in nice, clean boxes where everything's clean and easy. But the truth is that the world is a fucking mess. It is more like a Jackson Pollock painting than any sort of classical piece of art. And in that, there are certain types of observations and discussions that can be had that aren't exactly valuable if you're trying to determine how X policy polls, but that are very valuable if you're trying to figure out how the hell we're going to survive and how the hell we're going to make the world a better place. Oh, it's okay, virtual girl. Welcome to the stream. You've missed me getting very angry about politics and asking people some difficult questions. Because there's a lot to ask. Wait, I lost my train of thought. Hate that. Yes. Here's what I was going to say. If you're paying attention to politics right now, there is a, what's the right word? There is a ghost. There is a spirit. There is a shadow moving throughout the minds of people right now. And this shadow is discontent. This shadow is purposelessness, meaninglessness. It's pain. It is a dripping hatred that is seeping through the entire populace of America. Okay? And you can see it on every single side of or you can see its marks on every single part of the political spectrum. From the conservatives who are constantly talking about civil war, to the revolutionary socialists who are still plugging away at the hope of a general strike or an uprising of unions that will break the back of capitalism. You can see it everywhere. It's not just political polarization. It's more than that. There is something wrong. Something is deeply, deeply wrong. We live in a society, that has become uniquely alienated. And this is a hard thing to talk about because alienation is weird, right? You can find yourself alienated without even noticing it's happening to you. You can find yourself like waking up, and every single day you walk outside, there's just this feeling inside like you've been dead, like you're hollowing out in real time. After you walk past the 10th McDonald's, after you walk past the Burger Kings, after you walk past the Walmart, the Smiths, the fucking Kroger, the 5 different corporate stores that you get to have access to and that you're told to be thankful for at every turn. As you watch local restaurants disappear, as you watch every bit of flavor and joy slowly choked out of the world in the name of more money, as you watch a historical siphoning of money and freedom going up into the hands of a very small amount of people. Of course, Marx was talking about the alienation of under capitalism centuries ago, and he couldn't even imagine how bad it would become. He had some ideas. He proposed. He said these trajectories are most likely what's going to happen, and he couldn't imagine just how bad it was going to get. If you've ever I've traveled a lot in my life, okay? Like a lot. I am a bit of a nomad, okay? I've traveled all over the place. And if you spend time traveling across America, do you know what you're going to see? You're going to see town after town after town after town after town devastated, left behind, full of people who are slowly dying. And at the center of that town, there is a tiny light, a tiny little flame that's still burning, and it usually takes the shape of a Best Buy, a Walmart, a Burger King, and a Taco Bell, maybe a Subway, and a McDonald's. All of those are owned by 3 companies, 4 companies. Every fucking small town in America, and every city too. Cities are in this strange position right now where they're starting to feel like small towns in America as well, because even the sheer number of people in a city is not enough to overcome the mathematical fact that nobody has fucking anything. Except for Jeff Bezos. Except for Mark Zuckerberg, Donald Trump. See you later, Elder Raven. Have a good time. That's my town. I live there. A single gas station, Subway, and Dollar General, the only things for 30 minutes any way out. So what do people do? Is that like an acceptable life? Put yourself in that position. By the way, that's the town that I grew up in too. Nothing, and I was lucky that I lived in a place that had some natural beauty. So there were places for me to go fishing, things like that. But those places are increasingly more rare. There are less and less public parks. There are less and less maintained trailways. National parks are more expensive than ever to get into. The prices to get into a national park have gone up, mostly under Trump. Land is being scooped up by real estate developers who turn beautiful pieces of land into abominable suburban wastelands. Unlivable. A place where every house looks identical. There are no trees because trees are dangerous to the property because the wind can knock them down, and there's clean, turfy lawns that dissolve the soil, so that even if that place was to disappear, it's a dead zone. Unwalkable, unlivable. Cave Paradise, put up a parking lot. And you got Joe Biden. That's what the answer, that's what the Democrats answer, that's what the electoral people's answer was. Joe Biden, a guy who is advancing all of this with slightly more of a progressive agenda. But as we can see, it means jack shit. Joe Biden hasn't been able to have any major victories. He got owned. He is getting owned. We are getting owned. Even though the election happened, everybody put in countless hours. How many thousands of people do you think volunteered and put their blood, sweat, and tears to try and stop Donald Trump so that you could get nothing? Literally nothing. And I think that a certain part of recognizing the reality of this situation is challenging yourself to think about how life could be lived differently. Because our society takes a lot of time banging us into specific ways of living. You all know I got canceled for my takes on schooling. But guess what? We're going to talk about the schooling takes a little bit. Don't you guys think it's weird that you spent, any of you who are like my age, that you spent your entire lives being told a very specific path forward. Yep, you do this, then you have a couple of choices, and then you do this, and only for all of that to be seemingly completely irrelevant. That all that it's done is taught you how to show up to your job on time. That all of that literature that you learned, nothing, that it's all trash. It was all just paint to keep you distracted while you're in school, because what they really wanted you to do, what they really wanted you to learn, was how to show up on time, was how to be apologetic to authority figures, was how to take punishments on the chin and obey when you get punished. It was teaching you how to obey the rules of the economy. You know how everybody jokes about, oh, you're never going to use calculus, you're never going to use literature. Yes, that's the point. You don't, those things, those actually valuable things, the amazing and beautiful things that do show up in schools sometimes, are abandoned unless you're an exception. Or if you choose to, out of your own personal volition, you continue to go and look for these things. But for most people, every interesting thing that they learned in school goes to the garbage, and the only thing that mattered, the thing that was most drilled into them, was obey, show up on time, do work like a good little cog. Do the things you're supposed to do. Vote on time. Participate in the machine. Isn't that a fucking tragedy? And isn't it strange that no matter how good you did in school, chances are you're still fucked like the rest of us? I did fucking fine in school. Didn't do jack shit. Couldn't afford to stay in college. Couldn't afford to stay in the place that might get you set up for a fancy job, which most people can't do. It's almost like there is a deep vested interest in prioritizing the economy over everything else. And that what we are watching in real time, all around us, every single day, is an order that is designed very specifically to serve the needs of a ruling class. That there is an enormous machine that was built to elevate certain chosen people who belong to a ruling class at the cost of everyone else, at the cost of everything that you love, everything that you care about, everything that you even find interesting. And that increasingly, that society seeks to strip away everything that isn't 100% necessary to keep you alive and working. And if you can't work anymore, that's a you problem. Because there's 100 other people that they've programmed to do the exact same fucking thing as you. And they want you to keep doing that. They want you to keep clocking in. They want you to keep buying the Funko Pops. They want you to keep obeying the rules, always cooperating with the police, always showing up on time, always doing everything the way you're supposed to. They want you to bend over backwards to get a good credit score. They want you to go in debt for that good credit score. Otherwise, you'll get fucked out of everything. They want you to bend over backwards for the landlords. Let those landlords treat you however they fucking want. Let them take whatever they want from you with all their made-up bullshit rules, half of which literally aren't legal anyway, but they do it because they know there's no consequence for it. Louis Boy says, in school, they also teach you that your free time is only valuable as long as you do what you're told, studying. I've always noticed that students that study all the time are treated very well while other students are bad. Yeah. How many of you, real quick, let's do a quick poll, okay? Hold on. We're going to do a real quick poll. Let's do the poll. Here you go. Polls up, everybody. Damn. I'm surprised that even 20% have responded that way. Surprised. There's, you know, it's not an accident that more and more people are employed by things like Uber Eats, like DoorDash, like Grubhub. YouTube is another example. All of these gig economy is what they call it. The gig economy. More and more people are in that position. It's weird. It's like, you know, they used to joke about like, oh, being a burger flipper is like the worst. Like, oh, you're just like, that's like a teenager's job, flipping burgers, ha ha ha. But people who can get a job as a burger flipper now, it's like, the fuck? You're getting paid like a horrible amount. And your chances of getting that job even are getting slimmer and slimmer. You know, more and more restaurants are operating with mostly automated staff. There are more and more that are operating out of these weird ghost kitchens. And instead, what you're being asked to do is hustle and grind at all times. Once again, despite the fact that you don't make the rules about rent, you don't make the rules about the credit that you have to generate. You don't make the rules about gainful employment being required, seeking gainful employment being required to get like public benefits. You don't make any of those rules. But it's your fault if you don't turn every single day into a hustle and grind for one of the thousands of unregulated gig economy apps. More and more people are falling into that. How easy do you think it is to get a traditional job if you got evicted during the pandemic? You have an eviction on your record and you can't get a new place. You're staying with a friend. You don't have a car anymore. Gets really doomed really fast. You know how people complain about how hard it is to get jobs because of the requirements for you know, having prior experience. You know how people have been talking about how it's harder and harder to get an apartment because you need to have an enormous amount of money up front? All of these things are perfectly legal ways to force you to do certain things. Oh, you want to have a place that isn't a literal roach-infested hole in the wall? Well, you should have gainful employment. No, if you don't have gainful employment, well, we can deny you. If we think you're sussy-wussy, we can deny you. And there's 100 other desperate people in line. All of these little things, half the time, they don't give a shit. They're just waiting for the most opportune candidate because it's a fucking seller's market. It's a fucking corporate market. How do we get around that? What are you willing to do to get around that? If you find yourself in a position where every landlord is demanding you do all these certain things and whatever, are you willing to get creative? But when it happens to you, willing to work with others to get creative, to find a way to keep going, to find a way to live, to find a way to slice out a piece of life for yourself? Because increasingly, you'll notice that every single path of living, every single way that you can live your life, every single way that you can exist is slowly being winnowed down. Can't own your own property. You can't farm your own property. There's 1,000 regulations for every single thing that you do. The cops can bust you essentially at any moment. Most of you have committed a crime in recent memory, and you probably didn't even know it. The legal code is so complicated that most people don't even know when they're breaking the rules anymore. And what that means is that a cop can essentially always come up with a reason to crack down on you if they so desire it. And what does that do? Well, it means you're nice. It means you defer to them. It means that you obey because you don't want to get in trouble. You don't want to be one of the ones. You don't want to be one of the people who ends up having to live on the street and die on the street. And there's more and more every single year. So when things start to become untenable, which I think they are, I think they're reaching the point of untenability. What do you do? Become fucking asshole. Race, resistance. You become a rebel. It's funny. A lot of us grew up on pop culture like Star Wars, on these stories that had so much of these messages, but very little to actually say about what it meant. You see, Star Wars, the heroes are the rebels, you know? Everybody, the heroes, the good guys, they're the rebels. Do you ever think about that? Do you ever think about what that meant? The rebels were a group of terrorists who kludged together a bunch of shitty decades-old vessels and moved quicker than the Empire could respond. They blended in and disappeared and appeared seeming as if out of nowhere, only to just turn back into smoke again. Notice how one of the key elements that shows up, even in those stories, even in these highly sanitized stories, is this idea of being like smoke, water. You know how that happens? That happens when there is that sludge I was talking about, that dark fucking energy. You want to call it, if you want to get woo about it, surging. It is a hostility. It is a recognition that you are being fucked over. Yeah, most of them are disenfranchised aliens or humans struggling in the rural parts of the galaxy. Yeah, that's true. And there's this idea, there's this perpetual idea that everything that you do anything that you could do is pointless. Every action that you undertake is already prepared for by the powers that be. But guys, you know how many people have struggled against empires in the past? Do you know how many people have succeeded against empires in the past? Often at great cost, unfortunately. It's funny because Americans are touchy about their history. Americans like to forget a lot of the parts of history that don't look so good. But historically, empires have a lot of trouble actually maintaining control. And the reason for that is because as an empire ages, as its cruelties add up, that sludge, that hostility starts to bubble up all over the place, like cracks fucking in the bottom of a cup with the water leaking out. Every action, every violence, all of these things, they leave scars in the populace. They leave scars on communities and families and individuals. And they sit there and they swell and they turn. And sometimes they turn fucking terrible. This hostility and hatred and trauma is not in and of itself. It is a morally neutral fact of existence. When when people are kept in a cage, beaten and hurt, not in the sexy way, against their will, hostility builds. And when it's done on a long enough time, that hostility can become generational. And it can manifest as all kinds of aberrant outcomes. But one of the things that is utterly true is that it cannot be controlled. Every single empire in history has failed to control. Bigger the empire gets, the more expensive it is to maintain it. The bigger an empire gets, the harder it is to protect every single possible avenue. We live in a society that is essentially a form of a panopticon. There are cameras everywhere. There are data tracking all over the place. But guys, that shit isn't foolproof. Not even a little bit. In fact, half the time, the people don't even know where to find the data that they're trying to get because it's fucking messy. Yeah, there's cameras everywhere. There's risk all over the place. It's fucking nightmarish right now. We live in a really scary dystopian period of time. But they can't be everywhere at once. Ever. Definitionally, they can't be. And empires rely on your participation. They rely on you being obedient. Empires rely on you snitching on fellow people. They rely on you selling out other people. They rely on turning you against one another. And not in a way that's sensical. Because this is not to say that there is like that people should just ignore conflicts, not even a little bit. There are good reasons to conflict with other people. There are good reasons to fight with other people. But the goal is to make it the most frivolous thing ever. You coming to hate the people that you have to fucking serve sandwiches to, and the people that you serve sandwiches to coming to hate service workers because the position that everyone's put in by corporations makes you hate each other. The totality of empire has always been and will always be an illusion. They aren't total. They aren't everywhere. Can't be. Be someplace, and they can sometimes be fucking terrible in that place. And there's lots of horrifying things. That's the reason, part of the reason why we fucking oppose things like imperial societies. A quote from Ashmar. Ashmar says, "There's a time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part, and you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop." Bam. We live in a time of history in which I think a lot of people are coming to realize that they've been sold up the river, which, by the way, is always the purview of people who want to control and dominate you. Of course, they want you to spend all their efforts playing their game. Of course, they want you to spend all of your efforts being funneled into the time-wasting nonsense I want you to spend your time doing is fucking resisting. Is it the speech? Operation of the machine. All right, let's see it. Yeah, let's watch it real quick. This will be a good opportunity to test out the audio too. Let's see.
There's a time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part. And you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. And you've got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all.
Oh, it is mirrored. That's weird. That's weird. Let me fix that. That is a little odd. I didn't realize it was still mirrored. Ah, there we go. I can fix that. Hold on. I didn't fix the mirroring on this one, or I forgot to. There we go. Bam. The sooner that people come to the position of recognizing that this shit is untenable, the sooner that you come to the sooner that you answer no to the question of, is this an acceptable life? Is this the history that I want to live through? The sooner that you say fucking no, the less damage this fucking shit does. Because we know what its end goals are. We know what the end goals of a totalizing empire are. We know what the end goals of dominant hierarchical orders are, which is to control you, to beat you into line, to make you do what they want you to do. Whoever that group that's in control of that movement, of that machine is, whether it's capitalists, whether it's a king, whether it's a literal dictator, whoever is sitting at the top of that imposed hierarchy is dominating you. Not in the fucking fun way. And there is a fun way, I can tell you that much. There's only so much that I can fucking do. And one of the things I struggled with while I was away from stream was a persistent feeling of inadequacy, genuinely, of deep inadequacy. I'm a fucking YouTuber. I'm like a streamer, you know? There's like only so much I can do. But one of the things I can do is I can ask interesting questions, I can share interesting information, and I can get people to think for themselves. I can prompt people to think about their situation, their unique situation. And so that's why I'm asking everybody who's sitting here today to really think about if this, the way the world is going, the way your life is going, is it acceptable to you? And if it's not, what can you do? And that's not an easy answer. There is no easy answer. There's no possible way I can answer that part of the question for you. I literally can't. I can give you interesting ideas. We can talk about them. Oh, and we will. And we always have. You all know for 2.5 years of this show, I have consistently brought up not only spotlights of other people doing wild things, but literal opportunities for us to do good things. But there's no single answer. That's the point. Resisting the machine, resisting a machine that attempts to conquer and totalize every single aspect of your life is a process that is both individual and collective. It involves recognizing I am not okay with this, and I'm going to do whatever I have in my power. I'm going to apply my talents, my skills, my creativity, my energy, instead of into despairing, instead into stopping this, instead into building a world that is better. And guess what? There are ways to do that. There are uncountable ways to do that. From big actions to small actions. But every single one has the potential to be an act of resistance. And every single act of resistance makes it that much harder. Imperial worldview that seeks to bend you into line, that seeks to force you onto your knees, to worship Jesus, to stop being so much of a goddamn gay, to stop being to stop being so cringe and liking things that you like, and instead accept the pablum that's fed to you, pay for the fucking coke, eat the bugs, live in the pod. The order of the world that tells you that you need to keep having a worse and worse life than you did the day before, that you have nothing to look forward to except for work for a corporation for the rest of your life. Every act of resistance against that makes it that much harder for those motherfuckers to win. And they are motherfuckers. And they are your enemies. Anybody who is attempting to dominate you is your fucking foe. I don't care if they're waving a Soviet flag. I don't care if they're waving the American flag or if they're holding a cross. And this has brought me to another thing I wanted to talk about, which is this. There's been this topic that goes back and forth all over the internet about, you know, individuality and versus collectivism, organization versus independent action, what types of organization are correct, blah 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 blah. A silly conversation. Individual liberty and collective cooperation are not at odds and shouldn't be at odds. Otherwise, you've just created the same thing that you sought to get rid of. If you are fighting for a world in which people are going to be forced to do things, in which people are going to be forced under threat of violence to do things, you're not really building anything better. And all of us exist as pieces of a social context, but that social context cannot be abstracted into something like the left or leftists or the Communist Party or communists. That is just an inaccurate abstraction. Every single one of you imps who are watching right now, all 350 of you, Jesus, I can't believe there's still 350 people listening to my wild politics rant. All of you have a social context that you exist in. You have people that you are connected to. You have things that are important to you. You have a place that you exist in the world, and that is how every person is. Every person on the planet has their existence and their social context. So any politics that ignores the importance of the individual social context, any politics that tells you just get in line with the party, just do it for the greater good, is a fundamentally flawed politics that doesn't acknowledge the reality of human existence, which is that we are creatures that exist as not just as like a floating island, but that we exist as a being that is connected to other beings. Wait, but organization is very important. You can't have a movement without being organized efficiently, right? Yes. I mean, yes and no. It depends on what you mean. A movement is never a single thing. There's never been a single movement. Every movement is comprised of an unknowable amount of moving parts. Every movement has, I mean, for the most simple example, the civil rights movement was comprised simultaneously of peaceful Christians like Martin Luther King and extremely less peaceful groups like the Black Panthers or I guess the Black Panthers is the best example. Of course, there are structures that you have to build to accomplish certain goals, but organization is often used, again, like in so many of these conversations, organization is used as a buzzword or as an abstraction from what's actually going on. There are many forms of organization. This right here is a form of organization. I don't mean like I'm building a political movement, but I want you to think about it. I am putting out a signal and you are all listening and reacting to that signal. There is a collection that is going on. There is an organization of sorts. Now, this is an organization that doesn't have a whole lot of stringent rules because it doesn't need to. And I think you might be surprised by how little efficacy rules really have. But I digress. People get obsessed, I think, and distracted by always trying to build a movement, by always trying to be a part of like a party, when in reality, I think politics, what is demanded of us in this time and perhaps in all times of history, what is demanded of us is us to analyze our social context, look at the people around us, look at the people we're connected to, both physically, geographically, who are the people in our area, but also beyond. We live in the age of the internet. There are people you are connected to on the internet that you can work with, that you can cooperate with, that you can help, and that can help you and cooperate with you as well. And when people say organization, they often mean, well, join up with a party or join up with a union or whatever, but that's not the only form of organization. There are many forms of organization, and many of them are effective. When it comes to like protests, protests and revolutions historically are not very well planned things. They're not super organized. They tend to be a bunch of people rising up in different areas for the same reasons. People who've been thinking the same things and then see other people acting out to defend themselves or to liberate themselves. And then other people go, we should do that too. We should fucking do that too. Why don't we do that? And then there's a second one, and then a third one, and then a fourth one. And these aren't organized. There's no master planner behind these things. Sometimes certain forms of organization can help promote that. But organization isn't just an abstraction. It's a thing that you do. When you sit down with your family, maybe of choice in my case, my family of everybody who lives in my house, when we sit down and we make decisions about how we're going to live our life, and when we choose to live in a way that is that resists the way the whether it's the heteronormative or gender normative or economically normative way, we choose to make decisions, even sometimes hard decisions. That is a form of organization. I mean, I think found family is beyond important, and it's something I bring up on this stream a lot. And I'm going to continue bringing it up a lot because I think that it's going to become relevant for many, many people. Now, a lot of my audience are a bunch of queers. I love you so much. Not everyone here is a queer. And as it turns out, I don't know if you guys know this, but straight people really need families of choice as well. Found families are perhaps the most like I don't know, maybe the most important social unit. The friendship, the bonds of friendship are so vital to human existence that I encourage everyone who's listening to think about who your found family is. Your found family. Who are the people that matter to you and that you matter to? Value those people. Work together with those people. Protect those people. Fight alongside those people. Because in a world where that is as exclusionary as ours, that is as discriminatory as ours, in a world that is as ruthlessly imperially normative, a world that orders you to behave a certain way, to dress a certain way. Don't get your ears pierced. Don't get tattoos. Don't body mod yourself. Or if you do, you better do it in this very specific way that's monetizable in a world that's constantly telling you to fit a certain way of living. And if you're one of the people who doesn't want to live that way, you're going to need others. You're going to need a found family, because there's going to be a hell of a lot of people who are not willing to work with that. And it's unfortunate, but it's true. And it becomes actually possible when you have a found family. What is a found family? A found family is like a tribe. It's like a group of people that you're not necessarily related to by blood or anything like that, but that you're related to because of the social context that you live in. Your friends, maybe some like blood family members are a part of your found family. That's true for me. My cousin is a member of my family, and he's also a member of my blood lineage as well. Hey, Chariot, great to see you. Thanks for coming by. Did you know, guys, did you know that lots of cities, you want to know something fucking wild? You ready? Here's a really wild one. I'm going to give you guys something to chew on, all right? Did you know that many cities in the United States, most cities, I believe, in the United States, I might be wrong on that, on most versus many, have restrictions against unrelated adults living in the same space? Did you know that? Yeah, seriously. As in, there are laws on the books that prohibit you from living with whoever the fuck you want, unless you're related by blood. The nuclear blood family is baked into American law so that they can break down other forms or disincentivize other forms of social engagement. And we know that blood means, or I would hope that most of us know that blood means fucking nothing, especially if you're fucking queer. Most of the queers in my audience know this already because you've had family members who reject you just because of who you love and nothing more. Blood means fucking nothing, except for in the eyes of the state, in the eyes of a state which wants you to value family, obedience to the patriarch, obedience to the state, obedience to God. I believe it's the water of the womb. The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb, referring to when you know that there's water in the womb. Yeah. Where would I find if my state has a housing law like that? Just search the name of your state and unrelated adults, and you'll probably find whether your state does. Most do. And here's a question: do you think that law is fair? I'm going to do another poll. Okay, real quick. We're doing another poll. Let's put it this way. Do you think it's ethical? All right, let's see. We're doing some more democracy here, I guess. Wow. Thank you, Rhodes. You know what I mean. So, all of you who voted or even thought, no, that's bullshit. What are you going to do about it? How are you willing to bend those rules? Are you willing to find workarounds? Are you willing to find loopholes? Are you willing to disobey them? You should ask yourself these questions, because it may become very relevant to you in the future. It's already become relevant to a lot of people. And if you are willing to do those things, how? Ask yourself, what tactics, what actions, what practices and behaviors can you adopt that will allow you to live the life that you need and want to live by your terms and not by the terms of some fucking imperial authority of a god that you don't necessarily believe in. Because that's what it comes down to. And by the way, just so you all know, conservatives say this shit every single day. You didn't know it, but today you've been at church. It's Sunday, everybody. You were at church today. And at church, you heard something very similar to what churches all over the country are doing. Every fucking, you can go and look it up for yourself, but I already did it. I already went and spent some time listening to sermons last night. And the reason why I did that is because I just wanted to make sure, that I wasn't misremembering everything from the last time I went to church. And nope, Christians constantly tell each other about how important it is to obey the law of God over the laws of man. How the laws of man do not trump the laws of God. And what that means is they are ready to disobey rules that they don't find right. And, interestingly, to use those rules to make you do the things that they think are right. I mean, that part doesn't even matter, Baphomet. Baphomet says they don't even know what the laws of God are. They got to make them up. That's part of the point. That's Protestantism in a nutshell. But that's everybody, right? That's every human. Anybody who tells you otherwise is fucking full of shit, okay? Every human is born naked and wailing onto a flying rock. And and while there are, of course, many different ways of parsing and analyzing the world, the reality is that everybody's kind of got to make it up as they go at the end of the day. Everybody. Yeah. So, yeah, they do that. They make it up. Everybody kind of does that, unfortunately. But Christians invoke God to make it seem like they're not doing that. Religious conservatives love to invoke God to make it seem like they're speaking with some power and authority. Is affordable housing gay? Is it gay to live with people you don't fuck? Yeah, it's great. But guys, I hate to tell you this, okay? And this is where this is going to be a bit of a what's it called? Lot test? No, I'm thinking of the wrong word. I can't think of it. This is going to be a dipstick for the audience, okay? Tangent? No, not tangent. Guys, affordable housing isn't fucking coming. It's not fucking coming. You might get some loan forgiveness. Maybe, if you're lucky. If we're lucky. But affordable housing isn't coming. Okay? The Democrats are not committed to affordable housing. The Democrats are not challenging raising rents. I don't know if you've looked at any of the statistics around how much rent has gone up. Rent has skyrocketed throughout the pandemic. Everywhere. Every city, every rural bumfuck nowhere, every big city, every fucking roach-infested tiny tube house in the entire country, the rent has gone up everywhere. And it's going to keep going up. There has been an incredible consolidation of real estate throughout the pandemic. Gigantic corporate real estate companies are more powerful than ever. They grew through the pandemic. They didn't get slowed down. They bought more. They own more. It's not going down. How are you going to survive in the face of that? What are you going to be willing to do to continue to thrive, to continue to live your best life in the face of intentional, and it is intentional. There was an article. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Let me just see if I can find this article. There was an article I wanted to bring up. Let me see if I can. I didn't intend to bring it up, but I really want to show it to you because it gives you a little bit of an insight into the shit that I talk about on here all the time. Let me just see if I can find it real quick. Here we go. I found it. I knew I could find it. Ready? Bank of America memo revealed, we hope the conditions for American workers will get worse. The financial behemoth privately fears that regular people have too much leverage. Bank of America executive who stated that we hope working Americans will lose leverage in the labor market in a recent private memo obtained by The Intercept, making predictions for clients about the U.S. economy over the next several years. The memo also notes that changes in the percentage of Americans seeking jobs should help push up the unemployment rate. Should help push up the unemployment rate. The memo, a mid-year review from June 17th, 2022, was written by Ethan Harris, the head of global economics research for the corporation's investment banking arm, Bank of America Securities, one of the biggest banking firms in the world. Its specific aspiration, by the end of next year, we hope the ratio of job openings to unemployed is down to the more normal highs of the last business cycle. So when I say that companies that have even more power than ever hope for homelessness, they hope for despair because they know that it will force a lot of people into obedience to their rules, into obedience to their system. Take note. It's not coming. Joe Biden is not going to deliver you affordable housing. AOC is not going to deliver you affordable housing. You, your family, and your friends, your families of choice, your associations, your tribes, your packs, whatever you want to call them, your gangs maybe. Nah, it's a joke. Nobody does that. Those are going to be what determines whether or not you're going to have a place to live. Your willingness to challenge the order, your willingness to say, no, I refuse to comply. And that doesn't mean, by the way, just so that we're clear, that doesn't mean that you just leave society and go become a hermit. Although that might be an answer for some people. Some people legitimately only can find peace by becoming a hermit. Maybe that's the right path for some people. I don't think it is for most people. But you have to recognize that you are engaged in a struggle, that you are engaged in not an imaginary war, a real war, that there is a faction of the world, the dominant faction of the place that you live, the Imperial United States of America, has declared anyone who is not a hardworking, obedient, patriotic, straight, reproducing, and monetary and fiscally sound individual, that all else are enemies. And I'm serious. What else do you call it when somebody declares, when every single aspect of society works specifically towards, if you don't get a job and do what you're told, you don't get a house. You get to die to the elements and get sick and live in agony. That is a fucking declaration of war on you and on the people you love. And there are enormous factions of people who are throwing in with that group. There are people who believe that that's the right way that it is. People like the followers of Donald Trump, people like the followers of Charlie Kirk, people like these religious conservatives who don't just think that you should not have a home, but who think that you should be imprisoned for violating the rules of God, a God that you don't believe in. You are in a war. And I can even say that comfortably as a YouTuber. Okay? That's what I do. I make a funky show on the internet. But I realize it. I realize what the real situation is. I realize the gun that's fucking pointing at every single person's head in this goddamn country. Obey or die. Or obey or suffer. And that's the really crazy thing. If you really want to get into it, then you talk about how, then you can talk about things like how we don't use the death penalty anymore. Instead, you just get left to rot slowly. Instead of killing people or whatever, that instead now you're compelled to continue living, even as an empty husk. Even when you no longer have any reason to keep living, the forces that be will get you back on your feet, put you into debt for it, and then set you on your own again. So I really, this has been a long politics rant. And I didn't even actually end up talking about, soul and a halves. Come on, soul and a halves any day. Listen, those dog heads, they're cute, but the soul and a halves. And that brings me around to one more thing I want to say before we take a very short break and do something really fun. We're gonna do a debate review. I know, right? It's been so long, but we have a debate to review. An exciting debate. A debate between the amazing Atheist and 4 brainless conservatives. So we're gonna do that. But first, before we do that, before any of that happens, I want to point something out. Which is that being a YouTuber, I am not some kind of, I'm not some kind of like Che Guevara or fucking bullshit. I'm not some kind of like revolutionary at the head of a movement. I'm none of that. But what I can do, and what I have done, and what you all have seen, all of you imps who are here, have seen this, is that we can make a space that's better than all the others. We can make a space that works for the people in it. We can make a space that facilitates genuine friendships, that facilitates the building of connections, that facilitates helping one another, and we have. This space has, I can't even begin to tell you. Some of you know the big triumphs like the time that I went on Keffel's stream and raised $17,000 in 30 minutes. $17,000 in 30 minutes, you guys. Fucking magic, okay? But that's only the big ones. The small ones are what all of you imps get up to with each other. All of the connections that you've made through the Discord, that you've made through this chat, that you've made on the other websites that are connected to this community. That what I can do is I can help facilitate a space where others can genuinely connect. And that's what I want to encourage all the imps to do. First off, ask yourself if you are really okay with the way the world is going, with the way things are, if you are okay with the prescriptions that the dominant political forces want you to have. And then I want you to start thinking about who you can connect with, who you can befriend, who you can work together with to make your life better, to make you and the people connected to you's lives better, to learn, to grow, to become more capable, to enhance one another's power together, cooperatively, non-hierarchically, because that is more powerful than I thought. And I didn't even realize it until I had some ideas, I had some hopes, but I have been floored by what has been actually possible, by what everybody says that the internet is super frivolous, and even I joke about that all the time, that there's all kinds of frivolity on the internet and everybody's wasting their time a lot of the time. However, with all of that said, setting aside that cynicism for 1 second, the fact that there is that even in just my community, and I've seen this in other people's communities as well, that there has been a fostering of genuine connection, of genuine enlightenment, of people coming together, meeting one another, building tying a knot of friendship and connection and making each other stronger is amazing. And it is something that I am going to continue to strive for and continue to work on. And we are going to nail that fucking shit home. Because my chat room can't be a community. My YouTube comments aren't a community. But what can be a community is the connections between you all. So, absolutely, Lucy. Just go ahead and shoot me a message. Look at that. I did that whole segment without even having to talk about any of the fucking horrific mass shootings that happened in America. Woo! I'm proud of myself. Hey, Del Sings. Well, welcome. New imp. I'm happy you found this channel today, too. Tell your friends. All right, everybody. Here's the deal, okay? Here's the deal. We have a debate to review. Then we have some fucking Christian cringe to react to. We got some Christianity to yell about. But before that, I really need a drink. So, here's what I'm gonna ask you to do. Don't go anywhere. Well, except for maybe to go grab a drink or something. Say hi to some people in chat. Like the stream. Fucking subscribe. And maybe, you know, tell somebody about Demon Mama sometime, okay? We're trying to grow the channel. I want to go fucking big with this. I'm an ambitious motherfucker. You all should know this. You see this fucking set? Have you ever been more convinced of my ambition than when you look upon this beautiful set that I built while having COVID? All right, I'm going to go grab a drink. I'm going to be right back. Do all those things, like, subscribe. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. I'll be right back. Mwah. 1 minute. Oh wait, I'm gonna put on the music too. Ooh, I can play the bathroom song. I'm not actually going to the bathroom because I don't have to go to the bathroom, but I'm gonna play the bathroom song.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break.
That was fucking speedy. That was motherfucking speedy. This is yeah, I'm back.
Jesus fucking Christ, can Faun go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over. Stop. Somebody help her out.
Yay! All right, look at that. That was fucking fast. By the way, sick shit about the new house. There's more bathrooms, so I never have to like wait in the bathroom. I've never wait in line. It's sick as hell. Also, weird thing about the new house. I live in a really old house. Like this house is like ancient, and it's nice because it's been like taken care of, but it's old as hell. None of the doors have any fucking locks. None of them. Not even the bathroom. Did you say that this new house was sort of in a bungalow design? No. It's I don't know what the actual style is. It's an old house though. Have I met any ghosts? Yeah, but they're really cool. Oh yeah. Okay, the small bathroom, Gayfesh, the small bathroom is the backup bathroom. Okay, yes, it is too small. Yes. Yeah, there's cool. The ghosts are sick and fun. All right. Actually, wait, there was one lock. We took it off. For some reason, the basement door had a lock on the outside. So you could lock the base, like somebody in the basement. We took the lock off because like it makes people uncomfortable, obviously. I don't know if there was like, hey, oh no. One of my wall pads came off. Oh, damn it. Oh, no. Whoops. The ghost was mad at me. I wasn't nice enough. Ghost, I was saying nice things about you. There may or may not be a dungeon in this house. But listen, more people than those I would put in a dungeon want to go into the basement, so... Well, you could have a sex dungeon that locks, but look, we're not there, okay? Hold on. Before everyone, I have to do something real quick. Who wants to, do you guys want to know? There's going to be a new sound effect. There's a new sound effect on the soundboard. I'm about to add it. Hold on a second. It's sick as hell. You guys are going to love it. 1 second, I got to add it to the soundboard so that you all can enjoy the funniness, because it's going to be funny. Ready? Hold on, wait, I got to add the keybind. This one. Oh, wait, that one's, oh. Here we go, ready? Is that loud enough? I don't know if it's loud enough. Yeah! Okay, that's fucking perfect. You want it louder? Okay, here we go. Even louder? I don't know if I can go any louder than that. Hold on, let me see. Maybe I can. Yeah, actually I can't. Hold on, wait. Whoa! It blew it out! There we go. Alright, we tested it enough, okay? It's from the soundtrack of Annihilation.
Bazinga! Bazinga!
Oh my god, the bazingas are so loud! Holy shit! I have to turn this down a little bit. Okay, we might need to just, I'm gonna have to get a slightly edited version of that so it's more loud, but fuck. Bazinga. Yeah, it was like fucking God screaming bazinga at you. Jesus Christ. Oh, okay, everybody. All right, are we ready? Are we ready for something a little old school? Are you ready to do, we can't do a maximalism. It has been 2 months, but this, I don't know if we're ready for a maximalism yet. Not quite yet, but soon. But today, we're going to watch a debate. Now, I know next to nothing about this debate. I don't know who wins, though I have a guess. But I really wanted to watch this. And there's a couple of reasons why, which I'll get to. But we are going to watch a debate between the amazing atheist and Adam Sitch and actual justice warrior. It is going to be, I think, very entertaining. But I had multiple people mention that watching this video would be a banger. So I figured, you know what? Why don't I take this this advice, and why don't we have a little segment in the stream where we watch a debate? Because we haven't reacted to debate, to like a good debate, since since I last streamed. And this is, you know, I haven't seen anybody react to this. I didn't see any of the other streamers in this space react to this debate. So this is a fucking exclusive, and I don't know anything about it except for the participants. So this is a truly unique debate react experience, right? But I mean, I'm telling you, I'm not the only person who's seen this. It's just, I think it's avoided the sphere. Look at this shit. Here we go. 4-on-1 discussion, 17,000 views, not bad. Freedom, fascism, truth, anecdotes, Star Wars, and other stuff. So I thought this would be really, really, really fun to react to. What do you all think? Sounds fucking good, yeah? Because after this, we're gonna jump head first into some discussions about Christianity. But I miss reacting to debates. I miss the fun that comes from analyzing people's arguments, making fun of them, agreeing with them, all of that. So I think we should have a little bit of a good time. Let's make this happen, huh? Let's fucking make this happen. Oh wait, it is a little weird, isn't it? It's a little weird that I look this. Maybe I should put this. Oh no! Ah! That's not correct. There we go. That was not correct. Hold on. That was messed up. That was fucking messed up. Here we go. Now it's not messed up. Here we go. Maybe I should put myself over here, and then that way I'm like looking at the chat at the same time. Yeah, this works. All right, let's fucking do it. Here we go, everybody.
So for today's video, I'd just like to post a discussion that I had last night on the Sitch and Adam show. It ended up being kind of a 4-on-1 sort of discussion where it was me on one side, and then the other side it was Adam and Sitch and actual Justice Warrior and Mauler. So I feel like all things considered, I did pretty well for it being a 4-on-1 environment. There was definitely a few things looking back where I'm like, I probably shouldn't have gone down that tangent. I probably shouldn't have made that argument. But I try not to be too past-oriented or past-minded. The main thing that I regret is that at one point I do get into anecdotal sort of evidence because I was asked about why I believe a certain thing, and I gave an anecdote.
For those of you who don't know, this is TJ, also known as the Amazing Atheist. For those of you, oh wait, I already said that. We had a conversation a few months ago that was fucking fantastic, actually. It is on my channel. If you search Demon Mama, the Amazing Atheist, you will very easily find our discussion on YouTube. I highly recommend watching it after this stream. Me and TJ's conversation was really good. And I really enjoyed it. We got to talk about things from we have some pretty different perspectives on things, but we also align on a lot of things. He's very libertarian. I am also libertarian in the, not in the American sense of the word, but in the sort of philosophical sense of the word. And it was a good conversation. TJ is like a great, he's like an ent. He's been around on YouTube forever. He was one of the atheists of the like atheism skeptics era of YouTube. He was like the original one. Like he was like one of the first people doing that stuff. And he still makes content to this day. Real quick, just so you guys know what his content looks like these days. Hold on, let me just show you. I'll give you an idea. Let me just, here. I think it's on this channel. Was it this one? that it's from this video? Let me see. Oh, maybe it's from his other channels. Yeah, I think it's from his other one. Hold on, let me see. No, it's not this one. Wait, it was in my history. Hold on, where'd it go? Where'd my video go? This is silly. Yeah, pro streamer moment. Can't find the video that I just watched like a little bit ago to show you all before we watch this one. Here we go. Yeah, here we go.
Speak for the form of dreams, because
I gotta
each
say, I
person, they are
appreciate it,
shaped differently, and to many, they cannot see the exact shape because they're too close or they're too far. Either proximity can blind, and a pyramid is only a triangle if you cannot see the depths of it.
So yeah, so you know, he does a lot. He does some different content these days. But I think it's pretty interesting. I think it's super creative. I love his staff. I love his makeup. I love the theatricality of it. I think it's super creative and awesome. But he also does some conversations like this. He used to do way more, like, I would say, React Andy stuff. He would react to stuff. He would talk about things. He would share his thoughts on religion. But that's ancient history now. Now he's got a whole thing going on, and it's really interesting. So old school YouTuber who's still doing some based shit. So yeah, a lot of people like him. A lot of people in my audience like TJ, and I think a lot of people in TJ's audience like me as well. I didn't expect us to get along quite as well as we did, but we actually got along really well and have since. So, you know, I appreciate TJ's stuff, and I'm really interested to see how this debate goes. But I just figured I'd give you guys some background for those of you who aren't, for the uninitiated.
And I feel like I probably should have just refrained from that because, you know, your personal experience is very convincing to you, but it's never very convincing to someone else because anybody can pull up an anecdote. They're very hard.
That much is true. As Nuts says, TJ was bashing people like Steven Crowder over a decade ago. It is true. TJ has always made a lot of fun of fucking stupid conservatives. So, yeah. What's funny too is that even though I was really into atheism back in the day, I didn't actually watch very much of TJ's stuff from back in the day. When I was into like the atheism stuff, I watched Zinnia Jones, ZJ, and Matt Dillahunty, and stuff like that. I didn't really watch all that much of TJ's stuff, but I've come to appreciate his stuff recently, which is cool.
Verify. And
hey,
they're
thank you,
very
Diamond
easy
King.
to fabricate. So I'm going to try to avoid any sort of anecdotal stuff in the future, especially when I'm trying to convince people of something. But other than that, I feel like I did pretty reasonably well. But you guys can let me know what your critiques of my performance would be down below. I don't want to become one of these debate bro kind of people. And really, I tried to prevent it from being too much of a debate and more of a discussion. But of course, it was a contentious discussion. And I don't know, I hope you guys enjoy it. I hope Adam and Sitch don't mind me posting it. I figure since I was a participant, I'm free to use it as I wish. If they don't want me to, then, I don't know, sue me, I guess. But here it is. Check it out.
Zoom is the
Fucking
best.
spaghetti, man.
Hey
What's
now.
What's up?
What? Okay, everyone, I take it back. It's a maximalism stream after all. Holy shit, what is this? What the hell is this? How is this fucking... What the fuck is this shit? Hold on a second. I'm sorry. Is this what their show always looks like? Hold on. I have to... I'm sorry. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, hold on a second.
The nation of Sri Lanka has an...
Oh my god, it always looks like this. How long have they been streaming? They have 41,000 subscribers? Bruh. Wait a second. Hold on a second. Am I misremembering? Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. What? Yes, I was remembering correctly. These guys have like 15 videos on me. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos with my name. 6, 7. 7, they have 7 videos on me. Holy shit. Okay, I couldn't remember if this was the channel I was thinking of. Okay, yeah, all right, so I'm already living in their walls, but this is unworkable. We gotta fix this, hold on. We need to, this is not, like, this is so ugly, I can't even read chat, hold on. Yeah, there we go, it's time to bring in the big, giant mama mauled. Hell yeah! Demon Mama doesn't want friends, only allies? What? Oh, wait, was that the title of one of their videos? Yeah, people have it's wild. So one of the things I've realized about being me on the internet is that people have a completely fictionalized version of me in their heads. And they see me as like, somebody who's like I burn every bridge every 5 minutes, but it's really funny because actually I've burned basically no bridges. In the course of 2 years, 2.5 years, the only bridges that I can even think of having burned was with Hans, and then maybe you could argue No Comment Chick, that tiny streamer, who recently I think has gotten involved in like a legal dispute, like 2 legal disputes. I think those are like the only people. Mel and I just fell out over time. It wasn't like a bridge burn. We just stopped being friends over time for a number of reasons. I don't know. They have a very weird, they have a fucking very weird way of looking at things. Also, Mel is like ridiculously toxic online. So I guess maybe I don't know. I don't feel that bad about like quote unquote burning that bridge. Oh, RGR. Yeah, I guess that is true. Oh wait, this is too big. Hold on. I gotta shrink this down a little bit. Yeah, I guess people could say the RGR thing. Sorry, I'm adjusting this a little bit. I want to make it so that we can see our chat without having any like issues. Yeah, I don't know. Does it choose? Did I burn the bridge? I tried really hard to not burn that bridge. I tried like really hard to not burn that bridge. Why is this sizing off? Did I really fuck it up that bad? I really did fuck it up. There we go. All right, that's better. I burned the LB bridge. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't think I burned that bridge. I tried really hard to not. I'm still friends. Oh, I've like, yeah, I'm friends with Vosh and Zan. I don't know. Whatever. Let's go. Wait, people think I burned a bridge with Vosh. Okay, literally only idiots, like literally only internet demented idiots who live in a fantasy of their own creation think that I burned the bridge with Vosh. Like Vosh and I had one conflict. Like it was literally the stupidest conflict ever. And it was like, and my response to it was, dude, I felt like that sucked. It made me mad, but that's it. And then it was done. I don't know. People are stupid. I don't know. Fuck, whatever. Let's listen to this goddamn debate. We fixed the issue. Look at this. It's a mess. Look, you got a maximalism stream. You got a logo here, a comic book background. You got fucking graphic design is my passion all over this place. Whew. All right, let's do it.
Up.
Spaghetti.
Fucking spaghetti, bitch.
Yeah, I don't know that meme.
I don't disagree.
Oh, no, it's not
I think
a
he's
meme.
making spaghetti.
Oh, you're eating
sweet.
spaghetti. Okay,
Yeah,
nice.
right now, right this very second.
Well, thanks for joining the stream, even though you're in the middle of your meal. Are you gonna?
Yeah.
I mean, I can.
Okay. I gotta do something here. I gotta be my catty self real quick. Okay. All right. Mauler. Boring icon. No face. If you don't show your face in a debate, that's coward shit. Okay. I'm sorry. It just is. Not showing your face in a debate is fucking coward shit. Secondly, this picture of actual Justice Warrior is perfectly accurate, and it still looks like shit. Why would you choose like your LinkedIn fucking job interview photo when you're going into like a debate on a channel like this? It's literally the most dweeby, like, what do you think? You're gonna get a job as like a local like manager of like a fucking Burger King? Like, what the fuck? And then third, this guy, what appears to be like the anonymous guy with his pants down with a Microsoft Paint face drawn on it, and then some pseudo psychedelic backdrop that's constantly distractingly cycling in the background, and then a guy who looks like a fucking weeaboo. The only person here with a competent background is fucking TJ. TJ is winning so far just on pure drip alone. The drip is carrying the conversation, and nobody's even said any fucking words. Jesus. Okay, I just had to get that out of my system. I had to roast everybody's backdrop. Honestly, to be fair, at least Adam Friended looks like he's trying. Like this guy over here, he's actually like, there's some effort. He does look like he's about to fall asleep, and the angle is really weird and makes him look like a tiny ant. But at least there's effort gone into it, okay? This just looks like his video has been cropped, and you can actually see over here that it has been. TJ's backdrop is a set backdrop, but here they cropped it because this is the fucking most jank ass, fucked up, what is this shit? All right. There, pettiness out of the way. Let's do this.
Bring your camera up if you want.
Yeah, I was gonna try to go on here.
I know I
Yes,
see you're
Posadas
trying
John,
to do like the OBS thing.
Fucking bullshit. There we go.
I have my camera here.
Yeah.
These guys are
Right
all a
up my
bunch
third
of
eye over here.
these guys are a bunch of unseen anons.
Wow.
That's
Not
a
what are you talking about? Not Sean.
Right.
I normally come on. It's
Start
just
virtual
Bunch of-
webcam.
I didn't
Oh my
set up.
Okay, there we go.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
You had the face paint on.
Is this how you normally eat dinner, TJ?
Yeah,
Okay, I got
sitting down for
Nuts says, by the way, as the debate panel's defender in chat, in the past, the scene is so fucking dead. Dude, hold on a second. I gotta go. I completely, oh yes, a stun lock. A justified stun lock. Debates? Dude, the debates are so dead. Have you guys noticed that the second I stepped out of the scene, the fucking debate scene went boom? I was fucking carrying the debate scene on my goddamn back. Literally, I was like, dude, I'm done with this fucking garbage. And it was just like, it like imploded like a moldy pumpkin. The state of debates are so bad. I tried to watch one the other day. It was fucking putrid. Boring. So boring. Half of the shows have stopped producing, and the other ones look like fucking this shit. There's nobody who's willing, nobody has a spine. Everybody, you want to know what it is? It's literally the fact that none of the debaters in the debate scene actually had a spine. All of them were doing proxy battles for somebody else. Almost every single fucking debate in the debate scene was a proxy war. And because I was the one who was like willing to be like, nah, fuck this, when I was gone, they just didn't have anything to say. Wild. Yep. Affirmative action for conservatives. Yep. That's what it was always like that, and it got worse and worse over time. First of all, because conservatives aren't sending their best, and by that I mean they literally are sending their best are just pathetic. Dylan, as I understand it, Dylan's been up to some serious things. Like as last I checked in with Dylan, he was like, he's doing a documentary in Ukraine, which sounds pog as fuck. Sounds like a way better use of time than the debate scene. The debate scene had the potential to be a lot of fun when it served as a vehicle for interesting conversations. The debate scene was very interesting when it served as a vehicle for genuine, deep, and interesting, contentious conversations. And then it became all about drama baiting proxy wars, and it was boring as shit. And everybody got tired of it because, as it turns out, having the same drama every week, I'm gonna cancel the only person with a different opinion and try to and make a huge stink about it and call them the worst person on the planet and fucking Kiwi Farms the shit out of them. As it turns out, that doesn't work so well. Anyway. Whatever. we have sailed, not only have we sailed into better seas, we have sailed into a better reality. A reality in which none of us have to give a shit about stupid debate drama because I fucking retired. And instead, we get to watch other things like this. Once in a while, something bubbles up to the surface, and we get to watch it and have a good time. Hey, there we go. All right, let's watch this shit.
Nice spaghetti
gotta-
dinner, full face paint and shit. You know,
I gotta
so
bring-
how
You
we're-
have to
how
blend
we're-
into the background.
I
in case
gotta
you're being
bring this
hunted.
up. Oh, it's
By the
so bad
predator.
that I don't.
So
Wait,
what's
the predator?
what started
on.
your shift, TJ, to being
First of all,
based
TJ.
anti-SJW to a woke feminist?
Oh no.
Well, I had some other things I wanted to say first.
Oh, okay, you can
But
say
wait
that.
a minute. Wait a second. TJ's even more based. TJ did makeup for this appearance. Hold on. I have to look at that. TJ did fucking makeup for this appearance. That's based as shit. Why do they have this up? Why do they have this fucking still? This like fucking weird still up? How am I gonna fix this? Do I have to like go like this? Oh God, that's so bad. Doesn't look good. There we go. Well, now we can at least see him. Okay. All right. There we go.
I was
That's
gonna
fine.
say.
Well, the first thing is, it was not a hot wax video. I don't know why people keep saying that. It was hot oil.
Oh,
It was
okay.
oil. Yeah.
That's why I wanted the.
For those of you who don't know what's being referenced here, many, many years ago, there was a video of the amazing, there's a video of the amazing atheist pouring hot oil on himself and then fucking himself in the ass with a banana, I think. It happened from a long time. It was like a long time ago, but people bring it up all the time. And he literally, like, he has no qualms about it. Like, he's literally just like, yeah, I like getting fucked in the ass. Not like, you know, like giga chatting your way through it by being like, yes, my ass getting fucked feels good. That's like based. Okay, it's to fucking giga chat your way through. Yeah, he was. Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was revenge porn, literally. Yes, hot oil is extremely painful, but that's often the point. That said, you should be pretty careful about oil. Don't do it unless you know what you're actually doing. Seriously. Anyway, let's continue. Just so you guys know what's being referenced here.
HD copy, honestly.
Yeah, that was the main reason I wanted to come on and just be like, hey, you know, like,
Listen, it wasn't
don't
wax.
besmirch me as some fucking wax peasant, all right?
I
Right.
actually think wax is fine too. I'm fine with people
It
doing
was
that.
high quality oil.
You know?
TJ,
Why
is
don't
that,
mix the
Who,
wax
wait,
is that
who are
with the
you
oil?
sending this video to?
I want to know, is that some kind of app or do you really have, because I play with the apps too. I don't know if like, I can't tell if that's an app or
painted
you're-
up. It's called face paint.
But so
It's-
like, you're just sitting down to dinner. You're like,
What you are witnessing right now is 4 white guys being shocked by style. Okay, they've never seen it in their entire lives. The dude who they're poking fun at him while using LinkedIn fucking avatar, like Avi images, and they're just like, "What the hell's wrong with your face? You put paint on it? You have a unique appearance?"
I would like some spaghetti and
Yeah. By the way, Maori tattoos are based as fuck. They're like some of the coolest looking face tattoos on the fucking planet. No joke. Anyway.
let me get ready for dinner.
Yeah, you know, why not?
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
I
like
I
it.
think it's so, honestly, I respect it so much. As somebody who has done some pretty absurd outfits over the time, do you guys remember when I painted my face red and wrapped my head in bandages? As somebody who does some pretty radical stuff with her appearance, I think it's based, okay? I think it's based as fuck.
I should do that.
So
more
yeah, I was
often.
watching the fucking stream for a while, and then just like, I don't know, I'm getting bored being on the sidelines. Just wanted to jump in and see what the fuck's going on.
Cool.
All right.
Cool.
Fight.
What do you mean?
Who'd you send that video to and why?
Yes, I do exoskeletal patchwork, and I love that band.
Why are we on that topic?
I don't
No,
know.
I
You
I
brought
don't
it up. when we
remember
came in.
who I sent it to. It was it was like you
Thank
said,
you, Prosy
dominatrix.
Rosie.
I mean, as far as I could tell, Was it Actual Justice Warrior that said that? His
Yeah.
version of events is accurate.
Okay.
As for why I sent out multiple ones, well, for one, I didn't, because both of them were kind of sent around, like, that video was already sent by the time the banana one came out.
Right.
But also, I don't really care. I have sent other people videos since then. I really don't give a shit if they leak or not. If you want to go watch me stuff things up my ass or whatever.
TJ,
in
our that should be a Patreon tier, shouldn't it?
Do you have the links?
TJ, in our defense, we didn't bring up the banana. Our chat did, so like we would never.
Actually, TJ brought it up. In
I was gonna say,
I brought it up because I saw it in your chat, but whatever.
By the way, guys, I just want you to point out, like, these are 4 like bog standard conservative idiots on the internet, and the like a very, very masculine straight guy, as far as I know, straight, maybe pansexual is a better way to put it, but you know, generally straight and a very masculine dude comes on, and the only thing they can obsess of is his leaked sexual tapes, solo sexual tapes from years ago. It's fucking... Okay, he's bi. Okay. Yeah, I figured he was probably pan. But you see what I mean? Do you see the fixation? That even if you are sort of traditionally masculine, even if you have been like openly straight for most of your time, it doesn't matter. They are obsessed. Conservatives are fucking obsessed.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be by erasure. You all are so picky. You all are so fucking picky.
Yeah, we would not. We would
chat,
not.
right?
Yeah, we would not. I mean,
Yeah,
we're.
you guys are
I feel like we
highbrow.
would.
No, this is a highbrow show. This is high class.
Yeah, of course.
This
We
is a
try,
highbrow
I
comedy
mean-
show.
Yeah.
I mean, we
Serious
do
show.
some lowbrow stuff too. I mean, it's
No.
not all highbrow.
Adam, no.
I refuse to believe it.
Don't say
Right.
that.
What are you talking about? Half that stream, I had some dumb anime head on.
That is true. You had the autism head on.
Well, that's
I
where your
did.
brain goes for like low brow anime.
Anime hat. Yeah, that's the low.
Listen, as a woman who is frequently called both mommy and daddy, I'll have you know, I deeply appreciate the bisexuals and pansexuals out there, okay? Okay? All right, for the record?
List of low brows. Yeah.
So, do you want to talk about fascism?
Well, what about the?
I
I'm more
actually
interested
kind
in
of
the.
agree with Actual Justice Warrior Sean on that. This kind of like, I don't know. I guess at a certain point, I get so bored of the semantics arguments where it's just like, let's quibble over a definition for,
Well, that's
3
what I
hours or
said.
whatever. Oh, okay. Well, then you said it. Someone said it.
I have been on that train since
You
I
guys sound
joined
very
this
similar.
thing.
Thank you very much, Ron's KFC. By the way, for those of you who have donated, I will be reading out the donos a bit later in the stream. I got overwhelmed and couldn't keep up with them, but I want to make sure I read out everybody's donos. Ron's KFC, have a wonderful night, and thank you very much for supporting me. Truly.
Sorry about that. I'll try to
That's all
sound
right.
different. I'll talk in one of my cringy accents.
No, I meant Mahler and Sean sound very similar.
He does sound just like
I
him.
just wanted the free credit, honestly.
There you go.
Racism against the Welsh.
No, so okay, well, wait a minute. So, do you feel like your position has changed from 2016 at all, or no?
I mean, it'd be pretty fucking pathetic if my position hadn't changed since 2016, I feel like.
Surely not on
Okay.
everything.
But
though.
I
What-
mean, it could change for the better or for the worse, though, right?
right.
Well, that's subjective as
I
fuck.
mean, you.
It could have changed for the better or for the worse. Do you think your position has changed to the better or the worse? Yeah, I'm stupider than I was. My opinions have gotten worse. What the fuck?
Well, I know, but you could be like a
that's what
full
we're
Nazi. I would argue that
Right.
if you
Well, I
your
mean,
position
I said I
changed-
was a molecule to the left of Hitler, so I mean, like,
That's still pretty far if you zoom in.
It's all relative.
Yeah.
So what? But so you think you have changed? You become more leftist? You become more woke? What's going on here?
I don't really. I wanted to ask you guys about that woke word.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Well, woke is generally, I characterize it as people who have woken up to the fact that liberalism will not solve society's problems and want to
Okay.
move to a more leftist way of dealing with these issues.
All right. Okay.
And that is why Star Wars is woke, everybody. Because Star Wars made by the incredibly leftists over at Disney. They've grown tired of liberalism and they want communism now.
I don't really feel like that's how it's usually used. I feel like it's just kind of like used as a weird way to dismiss like creative decisions in television shows that people don't like.
Dude,
It's
this
like,
is,
oh man,
you're
Oh,
describing-
no.
whoa!
He triggered him immediately. Oh,
You're describing
woke
the
is-
nightmare of my existence. Darting between streams, the words will change definition on who I'm talking to at the time. It's like, so I don't like using words anymore.
Yeah, words are bullshit. From now on, we just
Generally-
communicate in clicks.
People use woke to mean politically correct a lot, if that's what you're
Okay.
referring to. Like, oh, this TV show feels too politically correct. But
Sure.
I'm saying that the ideology of political correctness comes
But then you have a
from
show like The
illiberal-
Boys that's like very not politically correct, but I've still heard people describe as woke because it leans kind of left in its messaging.
I've only seen the
It's
first
definitely not
season,
politically
so
correct.
I
I mean,
can't
like-
comment on that. But
You know, there's fucking there's a lot of
I'm not going to comment on that. Uh-oh.
stuff in there that doesn't really seem very politically correct, but
sure, well,
talking
people
about,
can
like-
use the term incorrectly.
Wait, I don't want to tangent off. You go ahead, actually.
I mean, people are calling Witcher woke, which I mean, Witcher seems pretty incredibly anti-woke. At least the first
Yeah, I
season
mean,
is
like,
all about a woman sacrificing her
the more
baby
you-
for her
'cause
job.
if you
and
try
regretting
to
it.
if you try to watch it, you will fall asleep. So
Well,
it's
that is a
definitely
good point
anti-woke.
too. But I feel like I'm not getting an answer though. Like,
An answer to what?
well, have your position changed at all on
Yeah,
on
it
these
has,
issues?
of course. I mean, obviously, yeah.
Like, but like, what? How did this happen? How did the change occur?
Probably mostly Donald.
Getting really, really big. I'm getting really big, like Sargon mad at Shu for being too much of a leftist energy here. Feels like almost identical, where they're just like, well, why aren't you as based and red pilled as you used to be? I grew on some positions, and some of them you've misinterpreted. Well, you're woke. Why did you get woke?
Trump.
Okay, so I was right. A lot of
Yeah.
this is a reaction to Trump.
Yeah, to be fair, that's what you said.
Yeah.
Fine, you
I mean,
win.
I think it
you
kind
win
of,
the money, Sam.
you know, like at a certain point, there's like a certain pressures build up, and you have like your do or die moments, and you know, if it's like you're marching with a group of people, and then this issue comes up. I mean, it's the same thing that happened with the whole like atheism plus thing that was referenced earlier in the stream. It's
Oh
like
man, I remember.
you're
that.
marching down the. It's like, hey, we're doing this group's going here and this group's going here. Who you with? It's like, oh shit. I guess I'm going that way.
Are you still?
Right.
I know it sounds like a weird question, but are you still fully like atheist? Would you say?
Oh yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any reason to start believing in God yet. I mean, I don't know.
No, I know. It's just a lot of different YouTubers end up having different thoughts about different things, and I was just because I haven't
I don't
seen
know.
your stuff
I
in a
mean-
while. That's all.
Usually, it's people that turn to be more right wing find God, not people that turn to be more left wing who find
I mean,
That's-
you know,
yeah, you know what?
I've,
That's
Hey! What the hell was that? What? Why did it do that?
Even
Bullshit!
by your definition, you'd still be straw banning them.
That's a pretty big gap, though.
Doesn't make any sense to me. Who cares about that? I want to know why.
share it with the Janists or
Right.
yes. Yeah.
So
I still
why do
consider
you?
myself that.
So you have respect for Christ as like a character from a movie?
But I feel like I'm not getting an answer.
Okay.
I found a,
Here we
a
go.
different
We
sort
found
of context through which to view religion. I don't know. I guess I
Mhm.
have a greater admiration for Lucifer than I did when I was in my atheist heydays. But
What'd you say?
definitely I don't.
A greater admiration for what?
For Lucifer.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Lucifer too, but I said Christ. But
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Oh.
misheard you.
So are you?
I thought you said Lucifer as well.
Yeah.
Are you? So I'm glad we clarified. Are you? So have you? I classify like an anti-theist as someone who believes the world would be a better place without religion. Like they see religion.
yeah, I would say I'm an anti-theist.
Okay, so you are still an anti-theist, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So
I still
why do you?
consider myself that.
So you have respect for
Bye,
Christ
Cruisin'.
as like
Thanks
a
for coming by.
character from a
Hope to see you
movie,
again in the
or-
future.
Yeah, or I mean, if he was a real person, then I guess I respect some of the things he said.
Right.
I respect the paradigm shift that he represented.
Yeah,
Do you
he
think
was
it's
a
a
revolutionary.
guarantee that without religion the world would be better off?
What's that?
Or do you think it's a guarantee the world will be better without religion, or do you think there's just a strong
No,
chance?
I don't think it's a guarantee. I don't think anything's guaranteed.
Because that's the part where it would probably, the doubt for me would probably stop me from saying anti-theist.
I used to
Like, I'm
when
not
I
sure.
would say that I'm less dogmatic in that thinking than I used to be, because there was a time when I definitely thought like that if you just got rid of religion, all the world's problems would dissolve away, and I certainly don't think that way anymore.
If you could kill off 2 religions, like just write them out of the script, like which ones would they be?
Christianity and Islam.
Yeah,
Wow.
chosen people still.
The Jews inherit the earth.
There you go.
I guess so. They got to share with the Jainists or whoever else is left. Rastafarians. I don't know.
That's the second ominous moment that we've had so far. The first one being, people when become more right and then they get religious. That was the first one, and the second one is the moment he says that if he could like basically just delete 2 religions off the earth, it would be Christianity, Islam. The first thing that 2 of them jumped right to it, making jokes about Jewish people. I wonder what's going on here. I wonder what could be going on in this stream.
All right, what's your
crazy.
third one, since you gave that answer too fast?
No.
Yeah.
Wait,
Wait, what was it?
Jews.
That's terrible.
Who went full Nazi?
Oh.
Went
Do you
full
see
one
no-
molecule left of Hitler.
Do you see no?
Man, I can't believe you didn't pick one of the ones with like an 8-armed like elephant man or something like that.
Those ones
I
are
don't
cool, dude.
Scientology was on the table. You let it go.
But
Yeah,
Scientology's hilarious.
I wanted a clean sweep of the Abrahamic religions. Yeah.
Do you see no value
Well, then
in
again,
religion?
I guess Mormonism is still around at this point.
Well,
far.
that's part of Christianity, isn't it?
Yeah, they are.
They got their own book. I don't know about that.
Mormons are definitively and Christian. They are definitively Christian.
Okay. I guess the Mormons are all we have left, unfortunately. But
Yeah, maybe I should have said Mormons and not Jews.
Yeah.
But oh well.
you can take it back.
No,
Hey.
you can't. They're gone, actually.
Okay.
As long as I can still have the bagels and lox and stuff, it's fine.
Nice.
How do you feel about like the eras of the internet? Do you look back on the skeptic days, era, whatever, and think like, man, if only I had done X? Or do you just feel like, whatever, that was a time, and now this is
I don't
the
really
time?
spend too much time worrying about the past because it's like unchangeable. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, learn a thing or two maybe, but that's about it.
Why did you guys all break up? What happened?
Like,
No,
as a man.
Who cares about that? I want to know why you watch so little of our video. That's what I care.
Why did you guys all break up?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, learn a thing or two. I mean, it's like unchangeable. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, learn a thing or two maybe, but that's about it.
Why did you guys all break up? What happened?
Like,
No,
as a man.
Who cares about that? I want to know why you watch so little of our video. That's what I care about. Come on.
Hey, we're getting to know him a bit better before you start.
Yeah, you
being
know,
like,
like, don't, I mean, like, Jesus Christ,
I
buy me
wanna
dinner
know.
first for
Listen.
fuck's sake.
I wonder why. I wonder why people would be disinclined to watch a video that fucking looks like this mess.
Okay, go
Adam,
ahead.
you got to kiss their neck before you reach
Go
the
ahead
hand
with
in
your
their
Yeah,
hands.
like
smaller-
I need to be fucking wined and dined a little bit.
Yes.
Go ahead
Look,
with your dumb
look,
questions.
TJ put on his best
Wow.
makeup for you.
I
Yeah,
have
I've
a
been-
feeling
I've been
he just
sitting here
had
putting
that
this
on.
makeup this whole time, you know. No, I was
He's
doing
old.
a video earlier. I was wearing it for.
I figured, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. So why didn't I watch more? I don't know, because I got fucking bored. I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They told you. You guys
I was
are
doing
boring.
it for like 10 minutes. I mean, well, I watched 10 minutes of it. It really pissed me off when you guys fucking said it was straw manning, because that literally doesn't make fucking sense.
Well,
How
no,
can you
okay,
straw
so
man a
let's
hypothetical
finally-
fucking person.
Finally, let's get some substance going here, okay?
All right, yeah.
You understand
moved
there's
him.
the two sides of the abortion debate are both
Sure.
interested in bodily autonomy. They're just focusing on the bodily.
No, they fucking are not. That is the most stupid and literally only an idiot like these people, only these merchants who like launder fucking right-wing talking points would ever make an argument like that. Christians do not give a fucking shit about bodily autonomy. They never argue from the position of bodily autonomy. What are you fucking talking about?
Autonomy of the fetus or the I don't know. What do you call an unborn baby? I guess it is a fetus.
Yeah, fetus, or
Yeah.
you can call it an unborn baby.
So when
if you want to.
I mean, I don't agree. Like the Christian conservatives will say life begins at conception. I don't like that. Doesn't make any sense to me. Like right at conception, come on. But at some point you got to say, listen, there's some bodily autonomy going here for the fetus.
Yeah.
So
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
so, but you agree then though, so that you don't.
No,
obviously,
I don't know. I guess that there's always going to be argument about like when.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But
So,
yeah, I
but
mean, I
do
don't
you
know.
have
I
a position
generally,
there?
as for like when life begins?
Yeah. Well, we
or when rights should be extended or whatever.
Yeah,
Well,
sure.
I mean, are you in favor of abortion up till conception or what?
Up till conception?
Up
What
till
is-
conception.
that's not really
There you go.
possible.
That's
sis.
just
You're right.
castration at
Up
that point.
until birth. Until birth.
I'm scared of your words. Sid.
The scary place.
Up until birth. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I would say tentatively yes, but
Really?
I would
Okay.
I'd be more
Really?
comfortable. I'd be more comfortable with viability, I guess. But
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's a pretty big gap, though.
yeah, I don't know. I'm not. If I had to choose, like if it was like all
You
or
have the
nothing, I would
buttons.
definitely. I'd take up till birth before I took like a middle ground. But I would say fetal viability is probably
Really?
the benchmark that makes the most sense to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I would
I
too.
s-
Yep.
I could totally see
When
why
is
you would-
viability?
For
Personally, I agree with this position as well. I think that first of all, the late term abortions are extremely rare. People don't generally want that. They're also more dangerous, so they're avoided. But I believe personally that it's significantly better to have to allow for late term abortions than to deny than to force women to carry to term, especially because so many health issues can be the result of that. So, yeah.
first two, you can have abortion in the first 2 trimesters according to the viability.
No, that's according to Roe.
There's definitely been some people who have been.
Yes, the case in which most late-term abortions occur is generally because of like a cataclysmic health issue that threatens the life of the mother and the fetus. I don't even think viability. Mixed Dizzy says, I don't think viability is even like a good standard. I think doctors and parents should be able to make triage decisions about how and who to save during a dangerous pregnancy late in term. Yes, I agree. I think people have the right to make that decision. Yeah.
Born within that time period and lived on. Actually, my one of my sisters was at the time the most premature baby ever born to survive.
Right.
Wow.
She was born in must have been the late 70s, early 80s, actually.
So
Do you know how many weeks it was?
when we
She was written up in a number of medical journals. I think she was born after 4 months or something like that.
Wow.
So when we accused you of straw manning, we were accusing you of straw manning because you were saying that conservatives only wanted to control women's bodies.
Yes, that is literally true. That is the actual argument behind every single fucking decision that conservatives make. Conservatives want to control women. They want to control sex. Making sure that pregnancy always has to be carried to term is a way to control sex. That is the primary purpose of it. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The idea that a conservative who will literally, in the same breath, vote to shoot down any sort of welfare solutions for living children, but then will force a woman to carry to term no matter what, that their motivation is because they care about the child? No, they don't give a shit. There's an adage that says they care that conservatives care about a baby until the moment that it's born, and then they don't care if it dies. And legislatively, historically, and even argumentatively, that carries out as true. Conservatives care about restricting what women can and cannot do, about guaranteeing births much more than they care about bodily autonomy.
Right.
When that's not really the case. They're their belief system is.
But you
that,
have to. But wait, but like, well, my point is that you can't speak for all conservatives. My point is like, you know, if I make a criticism that's very general in nature, you can't call it a straw man unless I specifically picked a target and the argument does not apply to what they've actually said.
Well, the argument literally is a straw man, though.
But wait, so the right all the time says the left just wants to kill babies. They enjoy killing babies.
Right.
Like, is that not a straw man?
I mean, it's not a complete straw man because there could be people on the left who do just enjoy killing babies. I don't know.
Yeah, but like
if they say the left in general, like everyone on the left is like that, then I guess that could be a straw man. But I don't feel like I said everyone on the right just wants to take away bodily autonomy. I said that people wanted. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I did say that, but
well, straw man is an argument that's easy to defeat, and obviously.
Well, a straw man is it's when you put a position in your opponent's mouth that's not
it's easy to
of what they actually believe.
Like
but I genuinely believe that there's tons of conservatives out there who do not give a shit about fetuses or fetal viability or any of these.
They don't. If conservatives gave even the slightest shit about babies, about fetuses, about unborn babies, they would be all in for medical funding. They would be all in for programs that help pregnant women. They would be all in for a social safety net that ensures that children have food until adulthood. They would be all in for subsidizing subsidizing childcare, but they don't, and they never have been, and they never will be, because it's about controlling women's bodies.
Things and just want an excuse to control women.
To be fair, do any of these conservatives openly claim that's what they want? They just want to control.
I've never heard anyone make that claim.
Because even then, even by your definition, you'd still be straw manning them. Even if that's what they truly wanted, you know what I mean?
I feel like a straw man would necessarily be a position they don't hold, not just a position they're.
So this guy's argument is, if you say that the conclusions of someone's argument are different than what they claim, you're straw manning them. So basically, you always have to believe conservatives, even if they're lying to your face. That's the argument that this guy's making.
Overt about. Otherwise, the standard. I mean, if we're going to go to that, if we're going to go down that road, then like literally anybody who states their opinion cannot be. You can't argue that that's not their genuine motivation.
Thank you. There you go. Thank you.
Like you could. You know,
who cares about motivations that much? I got a question about viability though, because that's like your standard.
Never mind on that. Then.
No, come on. It's the straw manning's way more interesting.
No,
who
a straw man is where you
cares about the viability? Look,
okay, a straw man is where you take a weaker portion of somebody's argument and you construct it and take that down rather than their own argument.
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm not only pro-choice. I'm pro-choice to send the children to the mines. We need to bring back child labor.
I like that. So I guess everyone here is pro-choice. So, but I mean, we argue
point
with
is way more interesting.
Well, I'm assuming everyone's drawing the line at different points, and that's like the big debate. Which is why I do err on the side of, if you're going to talk about this topic, you probably should reference the fact that why not reference the best arguments from both sides instead of just saying, you fuckers, you just want to kill babies. It's like, all right,
baby killers versus women's body controllers is just, I mean, it's two straw men.
Well, but like to get to the point though, like so like a fly lands on someone's head, you know, and you take a hammer and you smash them in the head with it, and you murder them. It's like, well, Your Honor, I was just trying to kill a fly. It's like, well, I don't believe you. Oh, well, you're straw manning me. Like, I don't know. Like we just have to take everyone at their word. No one can employ deceit as a tactic.
Back.
Like,
well, yeah, but so you're saying all of people arguing about abortion on the pro-life side are employing deceit? I mean,
Your Honor, it was simply a heated gamer moment. When I was trying to hit the fly with a hammer and crumpled in the skull of my friend, it was just a heated gamer moment.
Let's break it up. How many are employing?
No, I don't think all. I think there's
so how many are employing deceit and how many are
how the fuck would I know? I don't know.
Well, if you're going to make an argument that
I'd say enough for it to be notable.
But if it's 5%, why would you say 5% are
I think it's
employing
more
deceit?
than 5%.
Okay, so if it's 20%, why would you tar the other 80% who are operating in good faith by saying that they're
Because the conclusion of their arguments is the control of women's bodies, because the decisions that they make prioritize controlling women's bodies.
argument is that they want to control women's bodies?
Because it's more fun.
Bruh.
Yeah,
More
but you're-
interesting.
I don't know how.
Our audiences on the internet so fucking brain dead. Have you never employed hyperbole? Have you never fucking made the case a little stronger than it needed to be made, just to for comedic effect? Or
it's it's creating a negative stereotype of
or whatever. You know,
You don't think it's dangerous at all to do that if you have your audience believing for even a second that their entire opposition want to kill or control women's bodies? Wouldn't that maybe encourage them to think, yeah, fuck these people?
Well, that's the point, right? I want them to say fuck those.
Based! Oh my god. Okay, I absolutely need to get the Giga Chat. Oh my god, Chad! Giga Chad TJ moment. That's the fucking point, is to show people that these opponents are trying to do something bad.
People.
Yeah, but you don't want to go too far because then they might do something.
Well,
you know
now
what I
you're
mean. I'm going way further than just voting.
But now we're talking about the point of there was a actual justice warrior brought up earlier. It's like, well, how accountable are we for the shit we say? Do we believe in free speech or not? So should I be censored because I said something that was
we're not
too strongly worded?
The better argument for the argument of speech here would be, shouldn't you speak accurately instead of dangerously?
I don't know if it's dangerous.
Dangerous.
Yeah, it's a common talking point.
I think there's a lot of people on the right who are fucking. I mean, look at actions speak louder than words, right? I think when you look at the totality of actions from right-wing people on this issue, it's like we're pro-life, we care so much. But then it's like every social program. This guy right here is he said he's pro-choice, but he wants the slave mines back, right?
No. You have to pay them. Don't be ridiculous, TJ.
Well, sure.
Jesus, what's wrong with you?
The minimum wage mine.
Here's your here's your 10 cents, Billy. Whatever the fuck. Yeah. We could be paying them company script, right? There we go.
No, you got to pay them.
Sold my soul at the company store. I don't know what your beliefs are, so I don't know. I could be strawmanning you right now. I probably am. But I don't know.
So you say that the point of the video more so then was to rile people up a bit of being like, because you want people to act more and save the sort of rights in relation to this. You'd rather use
when it comes
TJ, I got a question for you.
When it comes to these kids, though, there's so many kids out there that are hungry. And it's like, let's cut the food stamps. Let's do this bullshit welfare to work shit. Let's fucking do everything in our possible. It's just like the George Carlin routine about if you're preborn, you're fine. If you're preschool, you're fucked. They don't care about anything in your life after you're fucking born. And notice all these fucking pet topics about Republicans center around breeding. They love breeding all of a sudden. It's like their favorite fucking thing in the world. Don't be gay because gays don't breed.
Well, breeding is a lot of people.
Wait, TJ, are you in favor of murdering homeless people?
No, not typically.
Would you support then why don't you let them live in your house?
I don't know. I guess I have enough room here. I guess I could probably let a couple live here.
Would it be fair for me if you said you shouldn't murder homeless people? Would it be fair for me to respond to you? Well, you're not taking care of them, so you have no say in it.
I mean, I would if you were to say to me we should use tax dollars to house homeless people, I'd say yeah.
But that's not really the question.
But that isn't a way
because the idea of the pro-life position,
right?
But the idea of the pro-life position is abortion is murder. So if you're saying, oh, well, you can't be opposed to murder because you won't fund, childhood formula program X from the federal government, that's not really an argument. That's just.
But I mean, it is.
You're talking about something completely different.
No, I'm not, because because you have to actually look at the practical real world results of the shit you say. You can make a bold moral declaration about how abortion's murder, but the result of that is a bunch of unfucking wanted kids running around, a bunch of hungry mouths to feed that people might not have the means to feed. Your policies brought those people into this world. Take some fucking responsibility for them.
So if all those programs existed to the extent that you would like, would you change your position on pro-life, pro-choice?
That's actually a good question. Maybe I'd have to reevaluate it. Yeah.
I mean, that's a fair answer. Like typically people make this argument.
I would say no. I think that the argument about conservatives not wanting to take care of kids is simply exposing their hypocrisy. I don't think that whether or not there's a social safety net that determines whether or not it's a morally good thing to force women to carry to term. But I can also respect saying I would reanalyze it. It's fine.
They wouldn't change it no matter what, but you know.
I mean, I think that it's a strong. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it'd be something to consider.
I will point out that these pregnancy centers and all these like church organizations actually do provide formula and clothes and counseling and create support groups and all that.
Charities do, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's better than saying that somebody should do something, in my opinion. Like they're actually doing something.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know. You don't know. I don't know what your track record of giving to charity is. You don't know mine. So we could both.
Well, I know you give to charity. I would assume. I've seen you do charity stuff.
Right. So, yeah.
But I'm saying if they're pro-life and then they're also providing support for the mothers like after out of their own pockets, rather than saying, I'm going to vote for this guy and then hopefully they'll pass a thing that raises food stamps 1%.
I would say those people have a lot more credibility in terms of me believing that they are actually concerned about the fetus.
No, but then like so if those people have the credibility and then you're arguing against them, what's your counter argument other than like?
I'm not arguing against them. I'm arguing against the people who believe the other thing.
Okay.
You know, because like there's the worst version of every.
Oh, you also wanted to know which fascist attributes I had. I remember. So rejection of modernism. I think that everyone should have some rejection of modernism in them. Cult of action for action's sake. There are definitely times when I'm sick of talk and I just want to see something done, even if it doesn't necessarily make sense. But I mean, obviously, fascism is appealing. That's how it's sold to people.
Do you understand?
Disagreement is treason. I'm definitely very anti-disagreement. Appeal to frustrated middle class. That's yeah. I mean, who the fuck doesn't? Contempt for the weak. Yes. Machismo. Yes. Selective populism. I think everyone's selectively populist. So, but I don't know that everybody fits all 14 criteria.
I mean, you're hitting a lot of them.
Yeah.
That was about half. Yeah, that was about 7.
Yeah, and if we went through the rest, we might even be able to broadly argue and stuff. I don't know. I find that useless, like entirely.
Yeah, that's what I was
going
to say. Do you understand our critique?
Want to say it's
do you understand our critique on that?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Do you understand our critique on the 14 points that they seem excessive?
That was the time when you guys were talking about that. That was actually when I had to go shoot my video, so I kind of missed that.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know.
So I wouldn't necessarily call you a fascist just because you hit a bunch of those points on.
Yeah,
I had 7 out of 14. I think it's like a matter of like. I don't know if it's just about hitting the points. I think it's also about extremity of expression of those points as well.
Well, no, I think nationalist, ethnocentric
Oh
nationalist is kind of the real definition of fascism. So, I mean, you don't fit that criteria, right? You don't seem like an ethno-nationalist.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even believe in nations. Or
okay, well, that would be it.
So.
You don't believe it. So, wait, you don't believe in
Hey,
nations?
Sir, it's good to see you.
I don't. I obviously believe they exist.
Right.
I don't think they should. Yeah.
So just open borders for all countries? No,
not open borders. No borders.
Okay.
Yeah.
How is that going to function?
East.
I guess logistically.
Oh, like as one world government.
Oh.
So a super nation.
Right. Okay. So basically, maybe you could consider nationalism as like a Earth nation. Yeah, I don't know.
But that's like, I was about to say that's an ideal, but that's mostly just a pipe dream, right? How are we ever going to get there?
I mean, I would assume that where we're at now would probably be a pipe dream to a fucking Neanderthal.
Okay, so we agree.
Well,
yeah, like thousands.
My whole point is that by the time we get to like Star Trek levels,
I mean, I don't expect to see this in my. I'm not like expecting this to happen tomorrow or something.
How do you deal with the fact
maybe
that
the next
Chinese
day.
people don't speak
Wait, hang on.
English?
But my whole point there is that isn't it worthwhile advocating for like policy and change that we can actually get in our timelines instead of like appealing to I would like utopia.
Well, I was asked if I was an ethno-nationalist. I mean, I just said I don't believe in nations. I mean, it wasn't like, it's not like something I go around advocating
that-
for nonstop. You know,
I thought you did. I could have sworn I saw.
God, these guys are like really, really stupid. These guys are really stupid. It makes me feel extra happy that I didn't waste any time like when I heard that they'd made a video about me. Holy shit. It is just the most vapid bullshit.
Video.
Oh yeah, I mean,
of yours.
I've mentioned it. You know, I think it's a good thing to aspire to.
Oh yeah, because I don't know. I find the discussion on borders super interesting in general. Because
I mean, I think they cause a lot more problems than they solve, but
Yes, they do.
that's my opinion. Obviously, people, the more right wing you are, the less you're going to agree with me.
Well, in
No,
terms of actionable policy, I mean, should America have no? Should America just let everyone in? No criteria, no borders control.
No, I don't think that would be good for us.
Is this a maximalism stream? It wasn't supposed to be, but these fuckers have such an ugly fucking layout that it has turned into a maximalism stream. I'm not actually going to put any GIFs up because that's a lot of work right now, and I really just want to watch the content.
No.
But,
Oh, okay, so yeah, you don't
may as
have-
well be.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I was
I
gonna say,
wouldn't. I
then
wouldn't
you want-
advocate opening borders. I mean, this would have to be like an international negotiation where all countries like unanimously
did it simultaneously. or something?
simultaneously
So-
agree to dissolution towards something else,
Right. Okay.
which
Are
obviously
you-
is very far fetched with our current paradigm.
Yeah.
Are you down with like mercenaries running the show and being responsible for most of the military force that's exercised?
Mercenary. I mean, yeah. Well, I don't know. What would you qualify as a mercenary versus just like an ordinary troop?
A private military contractor, like
No.
yeah, because that's what the whole like piece of Westphalia was meant to resolve. That's the predominance of the nation state. So like in its function of, you know, kind of containing the force at the state level, the nation state have actually worked. Now we have some private military contractors.
Hey guys, I hate to burst your bubble, but what do you think the difference between a soldier and a mercenary is? Soldier gets paid to go fight a war, and they have, you know, they're provided benefits, food, housing, lodging. Mercenary gets paid to go fight a war, and they're provided benefits, food, housing, whatever. Almost like soldiers really are mercenaries. They just take part of their paycheck in patriotism.
Typically, but they're usually partnered with the United States of America or with an individual nation. They're not, you know,
Well, I mean,
starting
like,
off.
Yeah, I mean, like just because I don't like a paradigm doesn't mean the paradigm that came before it isn't worse.
Mhm.
Obviously, I mean, the nation state solved that problem. But I think that if we had a global society, you know, you could also have whatever government that, you know, manages all that would provide the military force to whatever extent it was needed.
Yeah.
This is probably one of the areas where TJ and I would have some technical disagreements that I think we could discuss to a great degree. Because if I was to have a conversation like on this topic with TJ, I would want to ask him about his thoughts about like how you build and how you maintain a so-called one world government. I think the concept of a one world government is untenable and not something to be pursued. I think that inherently the idea of a totalizing imperial government that controls and passes laws on an infinite number of people is in and of itself not a good thing. But I think I think what he's thinking of is like a sort of very utopian view. And I would like to provide like technical critique if I was ever to have that conversation, because we definitely don't agree. Like I don't agree with most of his arguments here, but probably for reasons that we could actually sort through as opposed to like fundamental ideological differences.
I mean, why would they need a military force except to fight its own citizens?
They hopefully wouldn't unless they were like needing to quell like a rebellion or something.
See right here, that's the hot button question right there. Quell a rebellion. What does that mean? Do people not have the right to deny dominance by the one world government? Anyway, I know that's not the point of this conversation, but I would love to have that conversation with TJ sometime.
It would still probably be an issue. I mean, yeah, it would be more like a police force, I guess. It'd probably be robots at that point if we survive long enough. I mean, like I know we all saw the video of the Spot with a machine gun mounted to his back. So, I mean, it seems like that's not too far off.
Was that? I don't think that was AI controlled though. I think it was just like a remote, like a guy with controlling the gun on a remote control robot.
Yeah, you might be right about that.
So.
I didn't look too far into it, but I mean, you just see where it's headed.
Yeah, I understand. Okay.
You got all
I don't know where we go from here in the conversation.
Somebody wrote global homo cringe in the chat and just made me laugh.
Global homo, yeah.
Well, listen,
Well, people don't like globalism in general. I think, there's a lot of. Well, actually, did I write a video? Did I make that video yet? I don't know. I have a video script floating around somewhere. Oh, the teleprompter thing. I wasn't upset about the teleprompter. I was upset at Sitch for calling my rant poorly structured. That was what upset.
Oh, I apologize.
Oh,
the teleprompter.
Wow. Sitch folded straight away.
The thing
Sitch ruins everything for everyone.
The thing with the teleprompter is I don't actually have a teleprompter. I just have a Word document open on my desktop that I was like reading from.
Right.
Yeah, I assume you didn't have like an actual teleprompter.
Yeah, and people know I do that. I mean, I talk about it plenty. It's not like a secret. I mean, you can see my eyes darting over there. And
a lot of people don't recognize that, though.
Oh, well, I don't know. It was the poorly structured thing that pissed me off because it's like it's structured to sound like a rant. It's supposed to sound casual. I mean, and I don't understand the idea that like it's like it reeks of artifice to speak with a teleprompter because like for me, it helps me stay on track. I mean, you see like how fucking long-winded shit can get when I'm just like left to my own devices. So. Yeah, I mean, it's helpful to have a focal document, something to help me.
Did you guys say
stay on hell of a nitpick? Hell of a nitpick. Yeah, whatever.
Did you guys say it was bad to have anything close to a script, or I don't remember?
No, Adam was just saying that he didn't like that it was so visually apparent that he was reading from something.
He was saying that maybe you should get a teleprompter so that way it's over the camera and then it will bother Adam less.
Well, my setup's a little weird. I have 4 monitors here. And the position of the camera means that if I had a teleprompter here, it'd be very difficult to see all 4 of my monitors. It's already kind of a struggle to juggle all this.
They got little ones that go over the lens. It's amazing.
There's ways you can.
Amazing what technology can do.
Really?
See, I didn't know that. All right, thanks, Sean. I'll look into that.
And we used to use one when I used to work at a real job with real people. But I go unscripted now, so I am saying any kind of a script is garbage.
Garbage.
Just think about the words all day and then like say it and then fix it in editing.
Oh yeah. That's the problem is I don't like having to edit. I try to avoid editing if I can. So doing it in one take. That's why I didn't cut out the part where the video. Also, I thought it was pretty funny.
And dude, that's a shame
the
because
video had no audio to it.
I got OG memories here. I remember the Distressed Watcher when you used to edit a lot more, make some videos on movies and stuff. What happened to that?
Oh, I don't know.
We can all have a bad performance.
I've always hated editing, and like the less I can do of it, the better. That's my belief.
Does it weird you out that Adam legitimately thought that your face paint was some kind of filter? Like he can't tell the difference between something that's real and like CGI.
I don't know. I mean, like, whatever. I mean, I feel like it's kind of
roasting him. Okay, that was funny.
Something that
that was the funniest moment yet. That was good.
Paint was good enough to look like something that could be a filter. So I'll view that as a positive.
Mine's face paint too, so that's cool.
Wow, very well painted.
It's incredible face paint.
I like the cat.
Sorry about that. So let's continue our dialogue.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know. Is there anything even left to?
Well, I mean,
Well, over here.
these guys, these guys are like drifting off into like substanceless. I mean, your critique of us,
How dare
your critique of
Shut the
us,
fuck
I
up.
think. Well, I'm dead serious. You guys are like completely all over the place.
Well, okay, bring up free speech then. That was the one.
Well, I mean, the
Bro! Dissent. The show is turning on each other. Oh my god.
whole
up
point
earlier,
of
right?
like, listen, we're sitting here. Look, TJ, anyone can have a
No.
bad performance. Like we judged you on your performance, and we said the performance was
See,
not.
I disagree.
not
I don't know.
great.
Like,
Well,
this
no,
could
I.
just-
I'm sorry. These guys, straight up, should never judge anyone on their performance. The fucking Mr. LinkedIn over here and Sleepy Jones and fucking guy who hasn't said anything the entire time, they're gonna fucking try and roast him over his performance? Really?
be like a difference in sensibilities, because like to me the way you guys do your show a lot of times is like way too low key, and I'm trying to match
Well,
that energy.
we have bad performances too. I mean, like anyone.
I was
can
gonna say the
have an
last show
off
I was
day.
almost fucking way too high strung.
Yeah, of course. So, but like the performance is one level of substance. But I mean, you actually made the video about freedom of speech, where you were saying that because because the right wing is hypocritical about freedom of speech, that may put you in a position where you feel like you can be hypocritical about, or not necessarily hypocritical, but you're like, freedom of
Just
speech
do
is
away
not
with it.
important. Yeah, exactly. That's the substance of your video, and we covered all of that
I would say
later on.
I mean, well, I didn't get to that part obviously, but
Yeah.
Anytime anybody tells you the right cares about free speech, I just want you to take a moment and remember that a bulk of the right's votes come from Christians. The people who not only implemented things like the Hays Code, implemented have had a chokehold on media, but also literally protest every single thing that so much as features a gay character in it. They literally freak out and shit their pants if they see in a movie that they don't even like a gay person. So just keep that in mind. Anytime any right-winger tries to tell you the right cares about free speech, they don't give a fucking shit. These guys would, if they had the power, they would make it illegal for Barney to be purple. Straight up.
Yeah, I know. That's why. My first question: why did you watch so little of our video?
Well, no, we can move on. Why watch
got a bad
those about the
impression.
free speech issue?
Right.
No.
Yeah.
By the way, also that comes off as so pathetic when when somebody comes to your show to actually have a conversation, and the main complaint that you have, you're like, everybody else, oh, my co-hosts are being annoying. The real question is, why didn't you watch more of my video? That's so embarrassing.
Also, who
Come
goes first?
on.
Well, okay, so
Have some
in your video, it
confidence.
sounded like your argument was that because you think the right is hypocritical on free speech, that therefore the left should just throw the concept of free speech away.
I think people should just start to be honest about what they really believe. And as far as I can tell, most people use the term freedom of speech to bolster their position when it's convenient, and then they throw it in the waste bin when it's no longer convenient. And I think people should just admit that and stop kind of trying to lionize this concept. Stop trying to disingenuously present themselves as some sort of like free speech absolutist,
Thank
and
you,
just
Discord
admit
Vold.
that they
Thank you very
use it
much.
when it's advantageous, and then they throw it away when it's not.
So I agree with you on that point. But as a society, since we know that is the tendency of humans to do, if you believe in a society where freedom of speech is important and there's some sort of mechanistic process, it's some sort of mechanistic process for us to work out our disagreements without coming to blows, violence.
Sure.
Then somebody has to police these hypocritical people that are all around us, and they're on both sides. I'll admit they're on both sides. Like the woke people are the first to throw free speech away when they're winning, and the Christian conservatives are the first people to throw free speech away when they're winning. But somebody has to step up and say, "Hey, freedom of speech is something important. Freedom of speech is something that we need, especially the people who end up in the minority, who can be subjugated by other people. They're the ones that need it most.
Do we have any examples of like liberals or left wingers like putting significant restrictions on the freedom of speech for right wingers? Like, I can't think of any law at all. I can't think of any policy that like targets right wingers, but I can think of a hell of a lot of right wingers currently in this very moment aiming to literally remove schools' ability to teach subjects because they think it's too woke. But Trump didn't get banned from Twitter by Democrat. He got banned because he kept breaking the rules of Twitter. Hate speech laws, maybe? But that's not even, but there's no truth to it whatsoever. Like, those aren't even restrictions against political speech. They're just saying we don't protect the right for you, we don't protect the right for you to like be aggressive towards someone in the workplace. You can get fired for that. That is what the laws in America say. They're not like you are going to go to jail for misgendering somebody. The laws just say the government won't protect you if you get fired for misgendering someone. Hate crime laws, maybe? No Nazis in the military. Is that what he's talking about? No Nazis in the military? Yeah, you should look and you should find out who else is restricted from the military. I wonder who else has been restricted from the military. The military doesn't exactly give a shit about free speech. Do we really think that like there's a, like, I don't know, right wingers and centrists who are secretly right wingers, who are pretending to be right wingers who are pretending to be centrists, never have any examples of the left meaningfully impinging on the free speech of right wingers, but the left always can come up with literally the entirety of history of example of right wingers doing that against left wingers. Fuck, we live in fucking America, the country where the Red Scare happened, the country where there was a literal purge of gay people, of suspected gay people from the CIA, FBI, and other government agencies. That happened like probably in the lifetime of some people in this chat. Jesus, it's just so disingenuous and stupid.
Sure, but then you also see, like there's video of I remember I covered it a few years back.
But
I'm Richard Spencer, where he was he was like, obviously he was a pretty fringe figure.
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking to one of his little flunkies and stuff, and they're sitting there, and they'd made this big freedom of speech argument to defend their right to go out and espouse their views. But, when they thought no one was watching or no one was listening or whatever, one of the guys was like, so do we believe in freedom of speech? Like, obviously he knows the answer, but he's like, in this context, in this moment, do we? And Richard was like, of course we don't. No. Absolutely not.
But TJ, like, I've already conceded. I already agree with you. I agree with you that most people want to get rid of freedom of speech. I'm not making the
hypocrisy point here.
Okay.
I'm not making the hypocrisy point with that. The point I'm making with that is that there are people out there who will use our naive love of freedom to destroy freedom.
Well, why would we give up freedom in response to that?
Yeah, that's my question. That's the point of your video, that you're saying, okay,
well, it's like,
since we've lost it, let's just give up.
Deciding to get stabbed in the hand rather than get stabbed. It's like, why would you block, if you're trying not to get stabbed, why would you block the knife with your hand? It's like, so I don't get stabbed in the fucking heart. It's because this damage is not as bad as this damage.
So
if I can give up this freedom here to not be stabbed in the hand, if it prevents me being stabbed in the heart, I'm going to take the hand stab.
Right. So you're saying speech prohibitions will lead to our safety.
Freedom.
You're saying the left's
you have to maximize
prohibitions
freedom.
Would,
but I mean, like, you can't. I mean, it's like you can't just fucking have a system. If you just leave everything to its own devices and just say, you know what, non-interference. This is basically like the libertarian philosophy. It's like, you know what, true freedom is if everybody just steps aside and just lets things happen. There's no regulation.
This, I think he would be better served here by asking them specifically what what free speech has the left taken away from the right? And what free speech has the right taken away from everybody else? Because I always love to see them try and come up with examples. And their examples are always like, oh, well, technically, you know, the government said that if you are standing on a street corner and trying to whip up a mob to go lynch somebody, that should be illegal. And you're like, that's your definition of like the imposition on free speech? That like the government saying like, don't do that, we don't allow that, is like your example of the restriction of free speech? And then it's like, okay, so what did the right do? Oh, the right literally codified it into law that movies can't depict certain things. The right literally codified it into law that television can't depict certain things, that certain types of people can't be shown. The government had literal rules and laws encouraged and supported and subsidized by the government against the depiction of interracial relationships? Yeah, come on, bro.
Everything just goes the way it's going to go.
Does anyone in here think that, out of curiosity, that we should let it all to its own devices? No TOS or rules?
For speech?
No.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not a
obviously,
free
just for
speech
anything.
absolutist.
when you
society
separate
in general, just
when
like
you separate
stepping
out
outside.
when you separate
I was
out
just
the
curious.
By the way, my lovely, lovely imps, it is time for a brief pause in which I ask you, please like the stream, please subscribe, and consider sharing this show with people you know. If you think there's people in your life who would think it's cool, ask them to watch it with you. Tell them to come hang out and chat sometime. That's how the show grows. This community is completely viewer supported. I don't have any advertisers or anything like that. So word of mouth is what makes the show work, and your likes and subscriptions. So thank you very much. Don't forget to do that. Much love to my lovely imps. Mwah. There we go. Back to the content.
when you separate out the, you know, fighting words, threats, we all understand that. Yeah, 100%, because I believe that free speech is a good in and of itself. And TJ seems to be making the case that freedom of speech is only good if it produces other secondary good outcomes.
Well, no, I would say beyond that, like sometimes you have to curtail speech to protect speech broadly.
Yeah, I assume that was your point. You're saying like the left's prohibition of speech will prevent a greater and worse right.
I mean, I'm not going to say anything for the left or whatever. I'm just talking about my own beliefs here.
Well, you're on the left, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So,
but I only speak for I can only speak for myself because like there's a lot of people on the left that certainly don't speak for me. So you know, I don't want to presume to speak for them either.
Just to clarify, would you agree with this characterization of your position being that the left's prohibition of speech is in order to prevent a greater and worse prohibition by the right of speech eventually? Trying to stop.
I don't like taking it to the group level, but sure, I guess.
Just broadening it out.
Sure.
Because you think you think it cancels out a greater evil, I guess is the point.
Yes.
Yeah.
And a greater repression.
Well, meanwhile, I guess the response argument would just be, but it's a fundamental thing that we.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to make the decision that to come to the conclusion that like forbidding like literal Nazis from getting together. If that does work, if you can make the argument that it works, it would obviously be the better decision to forbid Nazis from being able to publicly speak those ideas if the end conclusion of Nazis speaking those ideas is a Nazi society. Do you guys know what free speech laws were like under fascist regimes? Every single fascist regime. Obviously, you all know these guys don't give a shit. This is why talking with conservatives is such a stupid waste of time, because they always are just dancing around their own stupid little game where they go ooh ooh ooh, because at the end of the day they don't give a fucking shit. They'll push you into the camp.
Should believe in and fight for no matter what.
Well, there's two responses. One would be that you can't destroy the thing you want to protect in order to protect it in the future.
Well, you're not destroying. I mean, like it's not destroying it. Is the thing.
Of course it is. Wait, as soon as you say we can curtail free speech, you know, in order to prevent, you know,
here it comes.
Do you not believe in any curtail? I mean,
here it comes. This is the part where he's got them. I'm glad he's finally got them to this part. He's gotten them to the point where they go, yes, actually we are talking about laws that are made against calling for genocide. That's what it boils down to. They're like, no, if you pass a law that says it's illegal to call for genocide on the street corner, it dissolves all free speech. These are the same things. Oh God, so stupid.
You believe in curtailing freedom of speech in certain instances, right?
Of course.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
But how come
But
your
not
instances don't destroy it, but mine do?
Because mine are about people lying intentionally. Mine are about protecting intellectual property. Mine aren't about ideological reasons.
That's non-ideological. Copyright is non-ideological. These guys are so fucking brain dead. How can you be so stupid as to say a sentence in which you say, copyright isn't an ideological thing? I believe in the curtailing of free speech only for the purpose of private industry. Oh my fucking God.
Okay. So that's the distinction. It's about ideology.
Well, you're essentially making the Marcusean repressive tolerance argument
Right.
that we have to make some repression in order to prevent the evil right wing.
I'm not familiar with that argument. So I mean, like, yeah, maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I don't know.
I mean, you're familiar with it in that you used to make videos condemning this very idea for years.
I remember I condemned the Karl Popper. It was one of the worst videos and worst arguments ever made.
But like, I understand if you're not familiar with this by name, but essentially this is
Another Giga Chad moment, by the way. TJ owning his mistakes in the past is base as fuck. I respect that a lot.
The argument that this guy made is that the
like
right wing is
tolerance kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I did make videos against that, and that would probably be one of the very few things I would definitely completely disown. So I would say I've completely flipped on that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the arguments that I made then hold water. I think they were naive. I think they were idealistic. I think I used to have a sort of faith that in the open marketplace of ideas, truth would always win out over lies. But I've seen that that's not true. And so I've readjusted my worldview.
Do you think
accordingly?
Do you think that in a more repressed society where, the dominant ideology is trying to prevent these fringe ideologies, with all the best intentions from coming to the forefront, that will lead to truth winning out?
Yeah, there's a tangible.
I was saying, do you think that in the world that you're creating, where you're trying to just get rid of these bad opinions that might in the future make society worse, all for good intentions, that
By the way, all of this conversation takes place in a country where you can be denied immigration status and you can be actively investigated and persecuted if you are a communist. If you openly declare yourself as a communist, communists and anarchists as well are considered by the government to be extremist groups. So all of these free speech warriors sure give a shit about that, about the fact that if you ever were a member of a communist party, which is a lot of people who come from countries that are communist, they were members, you can be flatly and are flatly denied immigration on a fucking daily basis, but they don't give a shit. This is why conservatives, they're morally and intellectually bankrupt as can be.
That will work out to truth coming to the forefront?
One would hope.
I mean, there's so many tangible examples right now, though, of scientific research being stifled because their research comes to conclusions that people can categorize as hate speech. So they basically have to retract. Well, all this scholarship around sex and gender.
What?
Scholarship around sex and gender is what his definition of the left clamping down on free speech is, that scholarship on sex and gender exists. Jesus fucking Christ.
Come to the wrong ideological conclusions. They make them. So I mean,
What? I'm sorry. He didn't even finish his thought.
You're saying that you've been disillusioned by the idea that freedom of speech would
I would say that I don't think any
truth.
scientific paper should be censored or
But they're being
refused
censored
to be
under
peer reviewed or whatever.
They're being censored under the rubric that speech should be censored because uncomfortable truths can do tangible damage.
What the fuck is he talking about? That was literally a drunken babble. Can we listen to that again? I just want you guys to hear the logic going on here, the vaguity.
The rubric that, speech should be censored because uncomfortable truths can do tangible.
They are being criticized because the rubric under which fucking I can't even
Any
what is he saying?
scientific paper should be censored or
But they're being
refused
censored
to be
under
peer reviewed or whatever.
They're being censored under the rubric that speech should be censored because uncomfortable truths can do tangible damage to certain communities. So
yeah, I don't really buy into that notion.
Literally just vagaries.
So I would never buy into the notion that any sort of truth of any kind needs to be censored unless maybe it's like military secrets or something of that nature.
Right. But I'm only bringing it up because I'm saying you've made a declaration that you think truth is important, and you've been disillusioned by the idea.
I think there's not much of a difference between what I believe and what anyone else on this panel believes. I think everyone here makes exemptions and exceptions to freedom of speech.
Even
mine are being treated by a different standard because of criteria that frankly don't. I don't know. They don't really make any sense.
Well,
to
okay,
me.
this is okay. Let me wait. Well, hold on. This is what's happening. You're doing what I said. I don't know if you listen to this part. You're doing what I said is called attacking the mot, which is that you're saying that
packing the mot,
attacking them. You're familiar with Mott and Bailey, I assume, as an atheist, right?
No.
Okay, Mott and Bailey is like when you say, refers to Mott and Bailey castle. The Mott is the wall and the Bailey is the castle inside of it. And this is like, the Mott is the forward-facing argument that someone puts out that is
it Mott or is it moat?
It's Mott.
I've always said moat.
M-O-T-T.
You can conceptualize it like a moat, but it's a Mott.
All right, gotcha.
The Mott is the forward-facing argument that someone will put out that is defendable. So like using abortion, for example. The right wing says, we care about, the life of the fetus. That's the Mott. Because it's it's socially acceptable to say you care about babies.
Right.
But the Bailey is the quote unquote real secret argument. And you're saying with abortion, like that's, they want to control women's bodies.
Right?
He got it mixed up. He got it mixed up. Hold on a second. Wait, look. The Mott is this one. This is the Bailey. He got them mixed up. While being a pretentious, while pretentiously trying to explain it, he fucked it up. God, these guys are. Okay. What value do these people bring to a conversation? What value has any one of these people brought to the conversation? TJ has actually expanded on a number of his views here. What have any of these fucking slack-jawed motherfuckers brought to the conversation? What have they brought to the table besides being wrong about everything?
Well, that's what the Mott and Bailey is. The problem, and you're saying that that's the thing that's happening with free speech. You're saying, the people on the right are using this Mott of we care about free speech, but that's not really what they care about. What they really care about is the Bailey argument that they just. I would
not exclusively leverage that criticism at the right, by the way. But yes.
Okay, I'm just referencing in your video.
Sure.
Because I think you said like, they just want to call people the N-word. They just want to be bigoted, racist, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason the Mott and Bailey argument, which, this happens in every argument you probably ever had in your entire life, where you at least sense that maybe someone is kind of giving you like a better argument than what the true intention is. Mm-hmm. The reason that plays out is because they're giving you the socially acceptable argument that everyone agrees upon. And the problem is sometimes people get so fed up with it. They're so focused on trying to get to quote unquote their secret argument that they end up sacrificing the socially acceptable argument. And that's kind of what you're doing, where you're saying, because they're using free speech to defend their true nefarious intentions,
I think you have this backwards.
Free speech. We have to do away with free speech.
The Mott and Bailey thing, I think you got it backwards.
It's the moral Mott and the badass Bailey.
No, I just mean that The Bailey
Oh,
is
the
the harder to
bullshit
defeat
Bailey.
argument.
Never
The
mind.
Mott is the easier to defeat argument.
Regardless,
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think that's
Well, I
good,
mean,
but
like
regardless-
whatever. The concept I think is sounding.
Yeah, yeah. Just yeah, okay. No
But yeah,
problem.
I don't really.
was getting confused.
I don't know. I don't really. So wait. So let me just try to like.
No, you're actually you're wrong, Holler. I don't even know why you said that. I'm correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think you are.
Okay, I'll
All right,
send you a
maybe I'll
picture.
let you guys
Seriously.
work this out while I just.
I was gonna say I've
Yeah.
used this
No,
several
let's-
times.
These guys are hilariously incompetent. By the way, just so you all know, watching this has made me feel so good about my production quality and the quality of content that I feed to you all every single time I stream. Just take a moment to be thankful that you get to listen to me with my okay, my audio isn't perfect right now because new studio, but generally you get to listen with crystal clear audio, beautiful video, my sweet face, interesting arguments, amazing content, instead of listening to these fucking yucks fuck everything up and then argue with each other more than they argue with the person they brought on to criticize.
I don't think you've used
Let's
it
not
right.
get let's not get caught up on Mott and Bailey. It's not important.
right
but
ahead.
Let's get back to the freedom
Okay,
of
so
speech
let me see
stuff.
if I understand what you're saying here. So, regardless of what's the Mott, what's the Bailey, all this shit, regardless of that, what you're saying is there's a socially acceptable forward-facing position, and there's a secret, more nefarious position, right?
Right.
That's easier to defeat, or at least more unpopular.
Yes.
So what you're saying is that I am looking at the Republican version of that, where it concerns something like abortion, say, and I am.
Well, let's use free speech because that's a little
Okay,
more.
well, free speech then. So I'm looking at their use of like, hey, we believe in free speech, but really their actual intentions are they're using it, on issues where they think it can advance them, but then other times they're actually against it.
Right.
And I'm saying, you think that I'm using that basically as like a justification to say, well, maybe the whole shebang is a fraud or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, let's just tear down the Mott. Let's tear down the wall of the free
Yeah.
speech argument completely.
So let's just get rid of the.
Oh, it just says Bailey, bold and controversial claim, Mott, obvious, uncontroversial statement. Which is a Mott and Bailey is when basically you say something like really ridiculous, and then when you're challenged on it, you retreat back to the Mott. This guy is just using it really poorly. But I don't know. I think this is a dig at his co-host. I think he's making fun of his co-host here. He's saying you're wrong. Yeah.
The socially acceptable thing because they're using it as so basically like they're using it as cover, so let's just fucking erode that. Let's just get rid of that
Exactly.
so that we can cut to the meat of where they're at, basically.
Right. Yes.
Okay, I get you. So why I don't think I'm doing that is because I would liken it more to let me see if I can come up with a fucking metaphor or analogy or something off of the top of my head here. Let's just fucking not even fuck with metaphors. Basically, what it is like, okay, so you have a right wing that's trying to come to power, but like, what ideas need to be censored? I think it might make more sense. I think it might make more sense to focus on like what sort of things I would advocate, what sort of instances I'd be like, hey, here's where like some censorship would be useful. And to me, it would be deceit on a mass level, because I find it very strange that it's okay for one person. Like if one person goes and deceives another and says, hey, I got this like magical flimity flam device that's going to, cure your cancer and do all these crazy things for you. And it's just, $1,000 or whatever. And any disease you have, that person is guilty of any number of crimes, right? That's a con man. But if you tell an equally deleterious lie en masse, it's like, oh, well, now all of a sudden it's like, well, that's their freedom of speech. Right. So I feel like maybe that kind of thing should be a little bit more examined, truncated, dealt with. And I think that's I don't know, it's a controversial opinion in a lot of circles, but I really don't understand why.
Do you have a
Because-
specific example for the mass one? Because if you try to sell a cancer cure to the public and you call it a cancer cure, you'll face the same consequences, like whether you're.
Except that there are literally multiple religions in America that teach spiritual healing that is not scientifically false. They teach that prayer will heal your diseases, and they do that under freedom of religion and freedom of speech. So this guy is just full of shit.
Doing it around the block or nationally.
See, like a lot of the stuff because of YouTube.
Yeah, ivermectin is another great example. A bunch of people proliferating ivermectin. By the way, just so you guys know, this proves my point from earlier. This exact conversation topic proves my point from earlier about how empires can never actually meaningfully control the people they impose themselves on. The fact that even some of the most obviously false things like the whole ivermectin bullshit was literally pushed on so many levels, including and all the way up to the presidency, just goes to show you that the sense of imperial control is an illusion that is perpetuated by acts of extreme and sudden violence against individuals so that people get scared. By the way, just as a small note,
policies is actually kind of hard to discuss without putting this channel at sort of like monetization risks or graver ones. But there was a lot of things that happened around COVID and the election and things of that nature where there was some deceits that were engaged in that I think probably should have been treated a little bit more seriously.
We covered the January 6th hearings, and I mean they didn't nuke our channel.
I don't know anything about the January 6th.
He's talking about COVID. Like, you're talking about potential COVID misinformation about like different medicines or whatever.
Yeah.
Horse paste and things of that nature.
That's right.
So this guy is a weeb. Why has he got this anime? Huh? What the hell's going on here?
Right.
Or just the idea that it's like not a real thing. Like, oh, it doesn't exist, or
no, I didn't do that.
Jesus will protect us, or whatever.
Are you going to step in and say, like, Sitch, come on, this is easy? What? Well, we know the trick with truth is it's really hard to figure out like who has the truth, and curtailing freedom of speech, I would argue, is hindering your ability to come to truth.
I would say the maxim, if it's a maxim that I'd use, would be you're entitled to your own opinion. You're not entitled to your own facts.
Yeah, but
sure,
finding
all arguments
the facts
now are kind of. We're not really in a world where people argue their opinions. We're kind of in a world where people argue what the facts are.
Right. Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to remedy, because that's not really up for debate.
The problem is
facts
that
don't tend to be super debatable things, but it seems like they are in this current.
Very disagree. What is categorized as a fact? Oh boy. Whew. I have bad news. If you think, look, never mind. Look, it'd be a total tangent to go off on that, but truth in and of itself is an elusive concept. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a reason to stop people from saying certain things. Not even a matter of freedom of speech, just what are they advocating for? If somebody's advocating to try and whip up a crowd to kill you, I think you have a right to respond to that. I think you have a right to respond to that preventatively.
Current social context, this paradigm, and that's why I think we need to break it.
The problem is
otherwise there is no truth.
I
if you want to just live in a totally postmodernist fuck the truth world, then I mean, like,
I don't. The problem is that so many people have lost such faith with our institutions, and that's the only way to like an institution to make a fact claim. And if we don't have faith in our medical institutions, like if we look at
the faith that people have in the medical institution does not actually meaningfully affect whether they're telling the truth. People have a lot of faith in psychology, while psychologists and psychiatrists were doing fucking lobotomies, and that science was bunk as fuck. Did you guys know? Fun fact: did you guys know that the entire model of Alzheimer's that has been upheld for like 16 years was just exposed as a fraud, as in not just incorrect, but that the person who was pushing it was lying from the beginning and doctored photos. So for 16 years, almost all Alzheimer's research has been in the completely wrong direction because of one, lying, self-enriching team that took advantage of the peer review process to push their bunk science with lies. So faith in the institutions has nothing to do with whether those institutions are truthful or not. Oh, you guys don't? Oh, hold on a second. Let me just show you. I want to show you this. Yeah, here we go. This is from, yeah, here we go. I believe it was published in, hold on a second. Let me see here. Yep, here we go. Here you go, nice mainstream news source. Allegations of fabricated research undermine the key Alzheimer's theory. A 6-month investigation by Science Magazine, the Science Magazine, a science journal, the one of the people who published the original stuff, they did an internal investigation and discovered, here we go, evidence that images in the much-cited study published 16 years ago in the journal Nature may have been doctored. Allegations that a part of a key 2006 study of Alzheimer's disease may have been completely fabricated have rocked the research community, calling into question the validity of the study's influential results. Science Magazine said Thursday that it uncovered evidence that the images in the much-cited study published 16 years ago in the journal Nature may have been doctored. The findings have thrown skepticism on the work of Sylvan Lesnie, a neuroscientist and associate professor at the University of Minnesota, and his research, which has fueled interest in a specific assembly of proteins as a promising target for treatment of Alzheimer's disease. Science said that it found more than 20 suspect papers by Lesnie and identified more than 70 instances of image tampering in his studies. A whistleblower, Dr. Matthew Schrag, a neuroscientist at Vanderbilt, raised concerns last year about possible manipulation of images. So yeah, just so you know, the main theory for Alzheimer's for the last 16 years has been totally off, and the reason why very little advancement on Alzheimer's treatment has happened in the last 16 years is because one guy and his team was defrauding the entirety of the medical community. There you go. Just so you know. Just so you understand that truth is not a simple thing to determine. Truth is not always easy to discern, and truth does not always work on a timeline. Let's continue.
Our medical institutions right now in America, which are like the BLM protests.
For extreme monetary gain, Uncle Gumball. SureShot says the idealized function of truth in society is completely divorced from actual truth, and these guys haven't figured it out yet. But that's because they're fucking, these guys are like right-wingers who believe that America should be fucking flying the red, white, and blue, go Trump, blah, blah, blah. The wokes are coming for you. That's what these people are. They don't give a shit about truth. They give a shit about not being criticized for saying racial slurs. That's the stakes for them. The stakes for everybody else is, how do we prevent a genocide? How do we fight against people who want to genocide an entire population of people? And the stakes for them is, can I say a gamer word in my fucking Warhammer 40K video? It's that simple.
Or a good example. So before George Floyd died and all the BLM protests took off, you had people on the right who were coming out and they were protesting against mask mandates and lockdowns, things of that nature. And we had all these institutions and experts and doctors, and the news would all come out and say, look at these assholes. They're getting in large protest groups and they're spreading, more COVID.
They're killing us.
Right. And then as soon as the BLM protests come out, you had this bizarre reversal where you had the news reporting that, 100 or 1,000 doctors signed off saying that, well, actually, because the protests are outside, it's totally fine for thousands and thousands of people across the country to get in mass and protest these protest against systemic violence. Right. So it's when things like that.
These people never watch the things they talk about. By the way, how many people in chat, just for curiosity, if you were here when I was doing coverage of George Floyd protests, go ahead and drop a hypers in chat. Drop a hypers in chat if you remember when I was doing live coverage of the George Floyd protests. Look at that. We got a couple. Do you guys remember how one of the main things that I dealt with was how fucking dishonest the mainstream media was? That they constantly portrayed peaceful protesters as incredibly violent even when they weren't? These people live in a world of their own fucking making. They don't actually know what the news actually did. We covered this. The media was incredibly unfair to BLM. Not only that, but it had nothing to do with COVID because these weren't fucking staged anti-mask protests. These were people reacting to a fucking cop riot. And keep in mind, just so you all know, the fucking cops were also out there in huge numbers. So this is a completely stupid point that this person is making. Yeah, rip Portland. Still wish Portland was around. Said it just doesn't exist anymore. God, fucking conservatives. Oh my God. I missed reviewing this brain rot with you, imps. Doesn't it feel good to like just gaze upon how stupid your opponents are? Doesn't it feel good?
Happen that people just basically don't trust anything the institutions say.
Right.
Don't
Well, but
trust,
this is because
like, a fact-finding institute to make that decision.
But this is exactly because people have gotten to this point in their egos or whatever, where they legitimately think that reality bends to their whims, that facts just bend around what their will, and that whatever they want to be true just is. And like, yeah, the whole shebang, like the COVID didn't become less contagious just because you now agree with the protest. That's silly.
Right.
Obviously, that's silly. Doctors signing notes that say that like, oh, well, magically now the entire nature of the disease has changed is obviously stupid. The fact of the matter is,
this, ironically, this is a straw man. I would love to find all of the glowing Yelp reviews from CNN people on the George Floyd BLM protests. This is a argument that happened in their heads. No one argued that that protests were not spreading COVID. It is a scientific fact that not doing an indoor no mask anti-mask protest is more dangerous than going outside with masks on to a protest. That is a scientific fact. But who the fuck was talking about that? Nobody was. Yes, that's also true. Strandy says, I think they did do studies to find out if BLM spread COVID and they found that it didn't. Also, BLM protesters were more likely to mask up. Yeah, what this guy is comparing to, by the way, the example that he used in the beginning was anti-mask protests. Trumpers taking off their masks and intentionally going into incredibly tight areas, standing still, coughing and spitting all over each other. He's just ridiculous.
you didn't like that protest, so it must be bad and spreading disease, and you did like this one, so no, never mind, that doesn't spread disease anymore. Right. Well, so I mean, like the sort of like just like casual dismissal of truth that I'm talking about here. Like you can't just decide the truth based on your ideology. It has to be the other way around.
No, I mean, I agree 100%, but what I'm saying is that if you're going to have some arbiter kind of lay out, especially like in terms of misinformation, in politics, if you have an arbiter lay out and say, this is misinformation, this is against fact, the only thing that could do that is an institution that people have trust in to act non-politically.
Right.
And
that's totally not true. Anybody can do that. YouTube did it. Truth Social did it. Fucking DLive even does it. Anybody who's hosting any platform has the ability to call something else misinformation. I don't know what he's talking about here.
No one has faith in that, and I don't have faith in any institution. And that was just the example I was bringing it with the COVID protest.
I mean, well, if we get to the point of having no faith in any institution, which I think we're kind of already there,
right?
Then like you don't have a society at that point.
But
a society without institutions is not. It can't function.
Yeah, but you're talking about giving those institutions the ability to censor people's speech, though. We're saying that's bad.
But specifically with the virus, like the signing the letter saying racism is a real pandemic, ridiculous. But the most ridiculous thing is that what we found out now is that outdoor transmission wasn't really that big of a thing. So anybody could have protested. That was actually one of the safer things that you could have done. But all of our medical institutions were like doing lockdowns and preventing people from going outside and exercising. And this was done by, you know,
no lockdown ever prevented anyone from going outside and exercising. None of them. Not a single one. Interestingly, you want to know what did prevent people from going out and exercising? Literal legal curfews imposed by the police, which I lived through. I don't know if you guys know that. Many of you don't because you weren't there at that time because I was a small streamer at that time. But during the BLM protests, my neighborhood, where there was no protest in my neighborhood got put under an 8 p.m. curfew in the middle of the summer. If you were seen outside, you could be charged. There was a 8 p.m. curfew on everyone. Weird. Not a single lockdown ever stopped anybody from going out to a park, ever. But a curfew did. An anti-BLM curfew did. Odd that.
The US government, the European governments. So if you were going to censor speech in the name of fighting against COVID misinformation, all of the authorities agreed that telling you that actually outside's not as dangerous as inside, they would have called that the misinformation. So you're not even preventing the harms that you would try to do.
Well, that's why there has to be, but you know, that's why there has to be an actual standard that's just beyond, like it has to be as removed as possible from human beings and our biases, because that's the problem. That's exactly what I'm trying to remove from the equation to the greatest extent possible. Like it should it should be based on raw science.
But if you're
I would love to have this conversation with TJ. This is not these people will be unable to engage in this conversation, but I would love to be able to have the conversation some point with TJ about how a government trying to put itself outside of humanity is impossible. It can't. Governments are made up by humans. They can only pretend to put themselves above human biases. That's that action, the act of pretending that you are above human biases, the act of claiming that you are making a universal law that all people have to obey regardless of their humanity, is no better than Christians declaring that God has done that. It's the same action. It's the same fundamental behavior going on.
Example is something that is novel and we're not sure how it's going to mutate. We're not sure how it's going to affect a broad population and all these other things. Then like your example of the thing you're trying to prevent.
Just to be clear, I would totally be down to have another conversation with TJ literally anytime. Our last conversation was so fucking thought-provoking and interesting. He's the type of person that I love to talk to because we're able to disagree on a lot of things, agree on a lot of things, and go back and forth about it to great depth because there's like a genuine interest in what's going on in developing positions. I would anytime, of course.
Is a chaotic evolving situation where this board would not be able to exist.
And if that's what the reality reflects, then that's what the policy should reflect. If it's like, hey, we just like this thing is evolving rapidly and we don't know what it's going to fucking do, then the policy needs to reflect that.
But that's your example though for why you would censor speech. But obviously things changed, and then there was ridiculous things like people.
Are you saying the rules shouldn't adapt to the change
in
the situation?
I think
it adapts. Yeah. It adapts fast. So essentially, if a group of your scientists,
we have a society that, and it's not. I mean, COVID's not part of society, but you know what I mean. We have a society where social change happens way faster than institutional change, and that's another issue.
That's always
like there's like our institutions are slow. They're lumbering.
Mm-hmm.
They react to what was the conditions yesterday rather than conditions today. Nothing is effective. Everything seems gridlocked. So it's no wonder people have lost faith in institutions. But yeah, I think these are exactly the sort of things that need to be repaired. Like we can't, it seems to me like the argument being made here is like, well, people don't trust institutions, so don't even try to solve anything.
No,
Well-
that's not the argument. The argument is that your example was COVID. Things changed things changed, positions changed from all the experts on this specific issue so
Right.
many times.
Based
But
on
if
new
you had a
evidence.
system where you were like, listen, everybody who's going against the stated current idea of the truth is a danger to society and needs to be censored, then we'd still be doing ridiculous things that we were doing in
That's
the
not what
beginning,
he
like
said, though.
sanitizing surfaces, by the way, also a waste of time. And that doesn't help it.
Taking a precaution that ends up not being necessary is not a waste of time. It's taking a precaution. As it turned out, we found out COVID doesn't tend to spread from surfaces, but the best knowledge we had, like, this is just stupid. This is just so stupid. Listen, next time there's a pandemic, I hope this guy lives up to his words and licks every doorknob just to prove how chat he is.
Anything. It makes the
I don't see
situation
how
worse.
how would we still be doing that?
Because
What's
there
the
would
logic
be
behind- what's your
no-
logic behind that?
There
So-
would be no
so what-
challenge to the institutional logic that is put
Well, I mean, it's
forward.
the
What you're essentially
like,
making
things
the
didn't,
art,
things didn't change because of challenges to the institution. They changed because of new research.
which
but-
challenged the previous research. What
Like,
you're
but-
essentially
but wait, but there's a difference in being like, hey guys, we don't know, more research and study is needed into this, versus like, COVID's a hoax. Nothing. The vaccine's full of
No, but-
nanobots. Like
Sure,
those,
sure.
like there's things that are like, hey, I mean, like no one
Mhm.
should say, we shouldn't take like an edge case of like, hey, the science isn't settled yet. We don't know about this. More research is needed, versus like stuff that's just like demonstrably false. Like
But-
those aren't the
I-
same.
I don't
thing.
know
Like,
why are
you're
you
trying
guys-
to act like every gray area would be like a case for
But
like
some-
censorship.
Why are
agree-
you guys
do you
why are
agree
you
that
guys
some-
arguing in the context of COVID when you have
I'll move
such
it
a
off- I'll move it
Hey,
off of that. I'm just-
That
look,
was the
Sean,
example that-
you have
that
such
TJ
a
brought
better
up.
argument in the sex and gender stuff because literally research is being
Boy, here we go, everybody. Oh boy, here we go. This is gonna be interesting. Alrighty, here we go.
denied because it affects, marginalized communities. They're literally censoring people's speech over this because
Yeah.
they've come to the wrong
give an
conclusions.
example?
It's
I don't
it's
know
Galileo.
anything about
It's
that,
Galileo all over again. But you're
No,
sitting here
but-
arguing about COVID, which is a
well, it was the example that he brought up.
yeah. But
my issue
what
is-
examples do we have where freedom of speech is actually tangibly hurting scientific inquiry? It's the sex and gender stuff, is it not?
where freedom of speech is hurting that.
Dude, his co-hosts left him hanging. Bro, just dead silence. It's gotta be that. No.
Or
Yeah.
Lack of freedom.
The lack of freedom of speech. Yeah.
Bro.
Well,
Yeah, it's a domineering ideology, but
What?
But the issue I'm having is that obviously, TJ, you agree that if you're going to have a standard like this, then you're going to have some institutions to enforce this standard, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Whether they be
Truth.
national or
Scientific
international.
truth only. Correct.
Yeah.
But you also acknowledge that science is
Scientific truth only, I say, refusing to acknowledge modern science and modern scientific perspectives on sex and gender. Oh! These guys are brain dead.
an evolving
Fucking
process.
brain dead.
Sure.
And that people do experiments, and sometimes they're not even like your official designated scientists. Like they're actually like randos that are out there.
Sure.
So if you create a standard where like it's not acceptable to propose alternatives to what the current established.
Wait, but that's not what I said. I didn't say it's not acceptable to propose alternatives. I said it's not acceptable to lie.
Yeah, but those
It's not the same
alternatives
thing.
will be
Proposal of an alternative-
those
Wait,
alternatives
questioning
will be
orthodoxy-
perceived of as a lie.
Then fuck perception. Don't worry about perception. Just
Well,
worry
you've
about
al-
what
you've already said-
actually is or isn't true.
But wait, the part of the problem, like this came up with you're talking about fraud, is that when Joe Rogan is talking about whatever the horse thing's called, I can't think of the name. Ivermectin, yeah. Or even people before that were talking about hydrochloroquine or whatever.
Hydroxyquin.
I don't think any of these people were like, I know this isn't actually doing anything. I'm lying about it. These people really believe this stuff.
Right.
Right, but
Or
so
they
they're not
thought it was
lying.
Joe Rogan is a podcaster who was formerly who was formerly a UFC guy, and he was making, without evidence, allegations that a medicine would save people's lives. It's not just, he wasn't just sitting there and going, oh yeah, you know, I'm going to try this ivermectin stuff. He was literally pushing the idea that the government was lying about the efficacy of ivermectin based on nothing, based on vibes.
Worth experimenting with, like, you know, testing or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, if they want to say, like, hey, I think that this has potential as a drug and maybe there's some efficacy here, then I'm fine with that.
That's what they were saying.
No, they were not.
No, but I think some people were fucking.
Go watch it. No, they fucking weren't. They were hawking that shit like crazy. People were making runs on stores. They had to lock it up. Fuck, the conservative ass ranch that we buy dog food from nearby, they had to lock up their fucking ivermectin.
I'm going a little further than that. When some people started hailing it as like, this cures COVID, like, that's to me a lie. Versus like, there might be some efficacy in this of treating COVID. Like, it's a subtle but important distinction.
What about when the mainstream? What about
Yeah,
when the mainstream media calls it horse paste or, you know, horse tranquilizers when it's actually used as a drug for human beings? I mean, then they're the ones.
The reason they called it horse paste was because people were advocating buying horse-formulated ivermectin. They were advocating to buy horse paste, not fucking a prescription for oh my god, these guys are so stupid it hurts.
Why?
Holy
sure. Well, I mean,
shit.
you know, I mean, like, if it comes down to that, I mean, I don't think I think you could possibly censor every single lie that happens, but like, if there's a lie that is deleterious to society demonstrably, and it can be 100% verifiably proven as a lie, then yeah, there should be some kind of crackdown on that.
Yeah. The trouble is where,
I don't know. If someone goes out there and says that this is like horse paste, I think you have to ask, like, is this a hyperbolic statement? Is this a humorous statement? Is this meant to be like a derisive, mocking statement? Or are they genuinely saying, like,
they don't know because they don't have any actual examples. They're making up things in their head. They're drawing from vague memories that support their biases. These guys don't have a fucking single fucking thought in their brain that has ever been verified against anything. It's all vibes based. It's all gut checks.
this is not a drug for human beings and this is only a horse drug, you know, because there's always going to be, you know, gray areas of speech. I think that it's like, if anytime there's a gray area, you should definitely side on the side of freedom. Anytime someone wants to question something, side with freedom. They should obviously have the, but like if someone, what I'm talking about is the case, the edge cases where people demonstrably put forth ideas that are like proven false or that there is no evidence to support whatsoever.
What about people who suppress ideas that are actually true?
COVID is a hoax would be an example.
Sure. Or, you know.
Oof, gotta be careful though, because what
I mean, that's such a broad statement.
Or there is a God, for that matter, you know.
But to be fair, on the COVID is a hoax one, for example, what if just someone said like, nah, I think the numbers are exaggerated? If they said that, I'm assuming your line is like, okay, they can say that.
I think so. Their exact statement is, nah, I think the numbers are exaggerated.
Yeah.
I mean, if they prefaced it with I think, they're not claiming any sort of like actual knowledge or authority there. So I mean, it sounds like something that someone would be casually saying at like a family dinner or something. I mean, I don't think you could crack down on that.
So like if they just went a little bit further and said, you know what, those numbers are just exaggerated.
Yeah, I mean, especially if they were like in a mass media, like if they were just like
if Alex Jones,
if someone made the declaration, the COVID numbers are exaggerated.
True, sure shot. Yeah.
Then yeah, I think that you could do something.
Yeah, because my worry with stuff like that is that it's going to become a cancer of like once that's a trigger for getting banned, it's like all kinds of different statements that are really quick or just casual can then end up getting you banned as well. And then it starts being like, well, how come COVID's the only one? We should start doing that for all subjects, right? I don't know that banning from the internet,
like net or whatever, is like the solution to that. But you know,
what do you think it is?
I don't know. I think it depends on the forum and who's saying it, and what
like,
their
obviously,
explanation was, and whether they're willing to rescind it. A number of things.
I gun for the classic, like, somebody get that man a debate with someone else who thinks the opposite, and let's see see what's going on. Let's get some ideas clashing. That's my favorite.
Well, the problem
way.
is that
yeah,
maybe...
totally. I think the government should every day the government should subsidize an argument between a flat earther and a round earther, and it should have to be on PBS, and everybody should have to pay for that. And also they should have to do moon conspiracism, moon landing denial. Why don't we go all the way there? Oh, why don't we just have the government sponsor Holocaust denial? Sounds like a perfect system.
The person who has the falsehood is like a charismatic,
I agree with you. I hate
talking, good-looking, ultimate, a rhetorician with, big vocabulary
Look
and
at this.
very persuasive.
Not reading
arguments.
off a
And then the person-
teleprompter.
yeah, that's that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
And then the person who's arguing the other side is like a weak-willed
So-
sort of like.
What if you had somebody who thought like something that's like damaging to our institutions and could go into problems, like that let's say a candidate, we'll call him Bernie Sanders, had the Democratic primary stolen from him. Like would that qualify as something that needs to be censored?
I think that if you made it as an outright statement, maybe. But I think if you said like, hey, I think there's some reasons, I think the election needs to be looked into. I think there's some discrepancies here that don't make sense. And I think that the DNC might have engaged in some tactics that are against the principles for which they claim to stand.
What if those tactics were having more black people vote for Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton?
I mean, I don't think they had anyone do anything. I think those black people chose to do that.
But that's why he lost the primaries, though.
Sure. I mean, I think that obviously, you get less votes.
These guys just look, okay. Remember how I said multiple times throughout this conversation that these guys live in a fantasy in their own head? They just made up a person. They said, hey, what if there was a guy? We can rewind this, but they just literally said, what if there was a guy? Would you say that like a person who said the election was stolen? And then they forgot that they made up that guy, and they projected it onto TJ as if TJ had made the argument, even though they made up that hypothetical. They cannot keep fact and fiction separate. These people their brains are soup. Their brains are just like free word association. Yo, Ultraviolet, thank you so much. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. And thank you, Lot of Apples.
You lose the fucking election. There's no arguing that. But, that doesn't mean that there wasn't some chicanery.
Tell that to Trump, buddy.
Some different well, what about Trump?
Tell that to Trump, buddy. 2016, less votes won the election.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Electoral college.
Out of curiosity, because you said like one of the extreme problems we'll end up with is a big charismatic leader in a bubble sort of arguing with an idiot, all clips of idiots, and then they'll only galvanize their audience further and further and further. It's like
Well, not necessarily idiots, just people who aren't charismatic, people who don't really, by the way, a lot of scientists don't tend to be very charismatic people.
That's fair, but I was also just going to say, like, to be fair, you should worry that they would argue with stupid people too, because stupid people can fuck up a whole argument if they don't understand it, right? Like if they I believe in the good.
Case in point, the 4 people trying to argue with TJ right now. Stupid people really can fuck up an argument.
Or if they pretend to understand
yeah,
things
that too.
they don't. Like,
but obviously the reverse extreme.
If he was bringing up the Mott and Bailey shit, and I was just like, oh yeah, I follow. I know exactly what you're talking about.
In that universe, right? In that universe.
Oh yeah, I know all about that.
If, say, for example, we had someone on YouTube who was doing that, we'd still have all of those people being able to take that video and then respond to it themselves, probably efficiently. And so there's still that fight going on. Meanwhile, I think the extreme of the other side would be oh yes, we've curtailed, this, and now it's like, wait, did we just step on something that's actually true? And then it's just like, yeah, but it didn't. We didn't know it for sure at the time, and so it just felt a bit off.
Well, I mean, that's why you have to. If there's any uncertainty, there has to just be a default towards free speech.
But the next question is, right? Like, who decides that?
I mean, hopefully it should be decided by more than one person. I don't think
what
you
happens?
I don't think you want to put that. I don't think you want to put that in the hands of a person. And honestly, I feel like as much as possible, you should take human beings out of the process.
But
what
this
happens?
Is the problem it faces every time, though, right? That's like the end of the dialogue tree is the Ministry of Truth, basically, which is like.
Right.
Well, no, the Ministry of Truth was an institution that was designed to propagate misinformation. This is an institution designed to curtail it completely.
I'm more so.
But that's not how power works.
Referencing it mockingly, like that's what we can. End
Well, yeah,
up
I mean,
at,
like I've heard this argument before. I mean, this is like the common argument that comes up when I put this position out there. So yeah.
Yeah, and it's the reason.
But I mean,
why
it's like, well, it's just like, well, anything's going to be corrupted and blah 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 blah. I mean, like it's tedious and tiresome to me because there's like it just comes back around to this idea, like, why even have any institutions then? If everything is just going to be, if any power we give anyone with the best of intentions is going to ultimately be corrupted, then just give up on fucking life.
Well, this is why.
Don't give up in life. Commit yourself to perpetual resistance against domination. Commit yourself to having a spine, to resisting people ordering you about and imposing their life on yourself. Engage with the world openly and cooperatively and fight like hell against people who wish to dominate you. Bam. That's how you do it. You don't give up. Do not die.
On improving anything.
Wait, that's my whole point.
No.
But
and balances
we
whatsoever.
Hold on. For the fight instead.
So you're just like, just yield.
No,
to,
you're
like,
making.
Oh, well,
no,
I give up.
We're not going
whatever. It's all just doomed to failure anyway. All
you're making
inevitably collapse into the entropy of corruption.
I think that's more your
but
side than ours, though.
But you're
practically saying, let's give it to the Ministry of Truth. Fuck it. What else? We can't do any better. And we're saying, no, fight for the ideas. Fight for them. Say, no, you're fucking wrong. This is the right idea.
And look, I'm in favor of a government with some democratic elements in it, but due to the fact that the history of the
Why? Why does it keep doing that?
That people have trust in to act and.
But this is exactly because ones. But there was a lot of things that happened around COVID and the election and things of that nature. I think it
died and all the BLM protests took off.
That you would try to do.
Well, that's why there has to be, but that's why there has to be an actual standard that's just beyond, like it has to be as removed as possible.
Challenge to the institutional logic that is.
Well, I mean,
what you're essentially making the art.
Things didn't change because of challenges the institution. They changed because of new research.
COVID, when you have
I'll move it off.
Yeah.
But you also acknowledge that science is an evolving process.
Sure.
Official designated scientists, like there are
those alternatives will be perceived of as a.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like if they want to say like, hey, I think that this has potential as a drug. If it comes down to that, I mean, I don't think I think you could possibly censor every single lie that happens. But like, if there's a lie that is deleterious to society demonstrably, and it can be 100% verifiably proven as a lie, then yeah, there should be some kind of crackdown on that.
Yeah, the trouble is where
if someone is only a horse drug. What I'm talking about is the edge cases. COVID is a hoax would be an example.
Sure, or
gotta be careful though, because what
I mean, that's
not like.
How come COVID's the only one? We should start doing that for all subjects,
from
right?
the internet, like the falsehood
Getting closer.
is like a charisma, persuasive, sort of like.
What if you had somebody who thought like something that's like damaging to our institutions and could go into problems like that? Let's say a candidate, we'll call him Bernie Sanders.
We're further than I thought we were.
Or if they pretend
really
to
hard.
understand.
It's really hard to find your place in a conversation where most of the participants in the conversation are not making any sense at all. Like they're just going around in circles.
And,
yeah, that too.
Don't like.
But obviously the reverse extreme.
If he was bringing up the Mott and Bailey shit, and I was just like, oh yeah, I follow. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Could be.
In that universe, right? In that universe.
Oh yeah, I know all about that.
If say, for example, we had. It's like, wait, did we just step on something that's actually time? And so it
faults towards I don't think
what
you
happens?
Want, I don't think you want to put that. I don't think you want to put that in the hands of a person. And honestly, I feel like as much as possible, you should
It's like the end of the dialogue tree is the Ministry of Truth, basically.
take misinformation. This is an institution
Like that.
comes up when anything's going to be corrupted, and or we give anyone with the best of intentions is good.
Saying, no, fight for the ideas. Fight for them. Say, no, you're fucking wrong. This is the right idea.
And look, I'm in favor. I'm in favor of a government with some democratic elements in it, but due to the fact that the history of the world is authoritarian government after authoritarian government, I want built into the Constitution or the document that founds that government blocks on the power that they can use. And that's not because I'm against any institutions or any progress going forward. It's just that I know that if you don't explicitly limit the government from doing this thing, then they will do it historically.
No, actually, they do it anyway, because power is power. Just because you wrote in a document that you can't do this, that has no effect, that literally no effect whatsoever on the material action, at the material implementation of power. This happens fucking constantly. People break laws fucking all the time, and the people who make the laws are perpetually, they're the ones who made the law. They're the ones upholding it. They get to choose when they're going to enforce it or not. Do you know how many times in just American history presidents have just completely ignored the Constitution or have completely ignored a constitutional order? What about the Trail of Tears, for example, where Andrew Jackson, right? Andrew Jackson was just like, no, fuck the Supreme Court. I am going to make the military do this. And then the military did it and there was no repercussions. It's so stupid to think that like, oh yeah, well, the world is authoritarian. So, I just want them to write down, you can't do it this way. Keep in mind, they say this as they have made arguments that gender science is destroying, is like an imperial ideology. What?
Right. Well, that's why checks and balances have to be a part of any system that's proposed.
Well, I think the broader systemic flaw, I guess, or problem I have with the argument you're laying out is that I think ultimately free speech is the process or is the tool that can keep is the only thing maybe that can keep institutions from keep institutions on the path of being truth-seeking organizations.
Yeah.
Because if you remove free speech from that, then they have it doesn't matter.
True, TJ, it hasn't worked because it's a fucking illusion.
They can do whatever they want.
I mean, we don't remove freedom of speech. You have like certain curtailings of fucking aspects of speech, just like we already do.
Yeah, but you're conflating.
Possible, right? As few as possible. That's what anyone should be asking.
Well, but
you want as few as possible, and you don't want any. You obviously don't want anything that like you don't want to censor anybody's opinion. You don't want to censor questions. You don't want to censor like this is a gray area of unsettled science or unsettled.
Yes, exactly, Doe. Yeah, you hear that, FBI? If you don't stop cracking down on me and imprison me in this black site, I'll talk about you on the internet. Checkmate, feds.
Fucking fact. Like
that
there's
is
no
being
point.
censored right now.
That's kind of what the examples we were trying to go through were.
Yeah, but you're also like you're pushing like a Marcusean tolerance thing, which your fellow travelers don't even respect the scientific method or reason anyway. So like the idea that you would use this as a standard when
I don't really care about fellow travelers.
Sean, are you trying deliberately to change the subject as much as possible?
No, I'm not trying to change the subject.
It feels like you are really bit. Like you're totally doing. This is technically a whataboutism. What about you?
No, it's not a whataboutism. I'm not saying what about this. I'm just saying that.
Well, you're saying like they don't even follow science.
We're missing precious seconds. Hey, TJ, genuine question. What's the significant difference between hyperbole and misinformation?
Okay, these guys have anti-chemistry. These fucking hosts cannot. Lots of shows have hosts disagree with one another, but I've never seen a show in which all of the hosts are just tripping over each other constantly. They literally are just falling over each other. I don't understand it. Why do a 4-person show if you have no fucking chemistry?
Hyperbole tends to have an element of facetiousness to it, I guess.
Is that not very interpretable?
Yeah.
And
course it is.
therefore, in a world where misinformation is getting curtailed, a lot of
Once again,
hyperbole.
like always err on the side of freedom, right?
Also,
okay, but wait.
You're not though. That's the thing.
Wait,
That's
no,
the thing.
hold on. So
Yeah.
I like that, always err on the side of freedom. That's great. This is not the position that you put forward in your video.
No.
Like if this
The American Dream Show says, Demon Mama! That's me.
position you put forward now with us was your video, we wouldn't have never even covered
Well, I'm
it,
just
'cause
I'm
I
just
agree with
explaining
most
it a
of
little deeper. I mean, I don't know. It's like you.
Well, but this is where
I mean,
the
like
hype-
there's the problem of like the superficiality of like hearing one statement that a person makes, and then like, oh, I understand.
Sure, yeah.
Well, I
Responsibilities
mean, well,
are
it wasn't
tough.
You
one
start
statement.
to
it's a
describe a lot
10-minute
of like
video.
tribal attributes to people, like, oh, well, they're part of this tribe, so they probably believe this and this and this and this, and then you have like this whole litany of
No, and thanks for coming.
of attributes that you've decided a person exemplifies or something,
And-
even though it's not necessarily the case.
TJ, and thanks
I
for
think
coming
I
on
think
to
you're
try.
doing a mop and
Sean,
bucket
shut
right
the
now.
fuck up.
I think he's doing a mop and bucket. Like honestly, if I'm being honest, the mop
Mop
is
and
out,
bucket.
and he's trying to make sure you don't attack his bucket.
He's
Okay.
yeah,
The mop and
okay, I
bucket,
like it.
man.
So the
mop
mop and
and
Bailey, I
bucket.
like that. The mop and bucket.
See, there you go.
I like it
Good.
too.
No, but I think
Let's
this
wrap
is, and
this
kind
up,
of what-
okay? I'm getting tired of this.
Oh,
Oh, fucking Adam Xanax over here. Dude was sleepy from the beginning. Man, fucking wake up. Drink a Monster, buddy. Pop open a Red Bull. Come on. Take a nap before the show next time.
No.
Well, are we gonna have like a
I'm
real
not.
conversation here? Are we all gonna talk?
Where the
over
fuck
one
have you
another?
been? I've been
Yeah, I don't know
talking
what
to him
Adam.
and
I don't know
having
what
fun.
you're
What the fuck?
upset about, honestly. But well, I was
Well,
gonna say, I
I'm
think
trying to
this is what
drill
Mahler-
on an actual argument here.
Okay,
so.
I've
stop,
enjoying
stop. We're drilling on something very important.
Yes.
Which is that this is what Mahler brought up, something about hyperbole versus like misinformation or disinformation. And
Right.
it feels like, and this happens with a lot of content creators on YouTube, is that in order to create like an artistic piece or order to sort of create something engaging, the message becomes so hyperbolic that it's basically not even, it doesn't even match whatever the original intention.
I do not think that it's too hyperbolic to claim that conservatives don't give a shit about the lives of unborn children that they don't know, and instead that they are more interested in imposing their religious worldview on women who disagree with them. I don't think that's hyperbolic. I think that is literally accurate. I think that they failed to even characterize how it was hyperbolic, except for it to be like, oh, come on, there's probably some conservatives who don't think that.
And when I listen and I look, because I have like the transcript of the video open, when I look at the transcript of that and I look at what you're saying now, you're so hyperbolic in your video that I don't even see, like, there seems so worlds difference of opinion that you're giving.
All right, well, maybe you can give me an example.
Well, okay, so first of all, you lead the whole thing about saying that.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of that Vosh, the Vosh situation about the arming yourselves against Republicans. Isn't this just like a rehash of that? Isn't this just like a rehash of the exact same thing? Where it's just like, I think you're being hyperbolic, and then, you know, the other person's like, I don't think I am. Here's the reasons why. And then they go, well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. And it's like, okay, all right then, okay, sure.
You know, Republicans don't care, or people on the right don't care about freedom of speech. They just want to say the N-word. And you kind of go into this, I was naive to believe in free speech, but now you're going to be, where is it? You're saying you're going to be, you know, ending up on the train to Auschwitz, essentially.
Yeah.
Because of... So,
Okay,
but do you
I
see
don't
where...
really- I don't really see where's the discrepancy.
So if you're laying out an argument that says, you know, right-wingers don't believe in free speech, they just want to be racist, and
Correct. Right-wingers do not believe in free speech, especially right-wingers who are religious. If they're religious right, they do not believe in free speech. If they tell you they believe in free speech, they are a fucking liar. Christianity does not support free speech. Christianity has a commandment against saying God's name in the wrong way. Are you fucking kidding me?
I was naive to believe in the importance of free speech, and you said the idea. I was naive to believe that, you know, in a debate of ideas, the truth would prevail. And then you say, you know, you're going to end up on this train to Auschwitz, essentially. I mean, these are much stronger claims for we need to restrict speech other than this. Well, we need to err on the side of caution and gray area.
Okay, so but when I said that a lot of people on the right just want to use the N-word and this and that, I wasn't using that as an example of the kind of speech that should be censored. I was using that as an example of the kind of free speech they actually prize, the kind of free speech that they actually want or care about. And I actually would not censor that because to me, that's an opinion. And, you know, I don't want to censor opinion. So, you know, I think they should still have the right to talk whatever hateful shit they want to. But I was just pointing out that seems to be the only instance in which they actually care about free speech.
Yeah, it is. It's the only instance in which right-wingers actually give a shit about free speech. The rest of the time, they constantly push to silence others. Fucking... Do you guys remember how much the conservatives freaked out over the taking a knee in the NFL? Do you guys remember how much the conservatives fucking freaked out, how they wanted all those people fired and ruined because they took a knee during the national anthem?
If
we know what conservatives
you're
give a
laying
shit
an
about.
argument that you think, and you're like, oh, I want to be Tim Poolish, but I think we're leading to the path of civil war and to Auschwitz. And if you're
Wait, hold on. Tim Pool is an example of the fact that we probably are heading towards a civil war. Tim Pool has been hawking for it and advocating essentially for it. What he says, what Tim Pool says when he talks about that, he's not warning people. He's not warning people. He's telling them to go do it. He's saying there's no other option except for civil war with the way these gender freaks keep being themselves in public. That's what Tim Pool does. That is when you respond to Tim Pool and you see that Tim Pool's videos get millions of views and that his views are considered mainstream among his audience, among like the right wing, that his ideas are considered popular, and you go, wait a minute, this guy is advocating for the only solution being a civil war. And then your response is to go, guys, maybe we should keep the possibility that right wingers are going to start a civil war on the table. That is a rational response. That is the correct diagnosis. You're not repeating what Tim Pool is doing. You're pointing out that this guy with an enormous audience who is supposed, you know, who's kind of represented as like the middle of the road guy, that's what he sells himself as, and is really, really popular. One of the most popular shows in the world, is constantly harping on about that. You're not being like him. You're pointing out what he's doing.
I do believe that.
Right. So, but you're creating you're crafting an argument where you're saying free speech is leading us down the path of the Civil War and Auschwitz, so that we need to curtail this.
Well, I don't know if it came across like that, then I guess that maybe I should have worded it better, because I don't think that's what I intended to say.
Okay.
I think what I was just saying is, I think I was just like maybe just generally pissed at right-wing ideology and was just talking about the ultimate expression of it and what it seems like people on the right actually want. I don't think that freedom of speech is what leads you there. I think that, you know, belief in right-wing ideology is what leads you there.
Okay.
Their brains are currently frying because they've been arguing against a straw man since the beginning. It's funny, they accused him of doing it, but they don't know how to respond to him just saying what he believes, because they were expecting him to basically be like, yeah, right-wingers need to be put in the free speech jails. But he never said that.
So I guess I maybe conflated a couple of different issues there, and maybe I should have worded it better. But I don't think I was trying to make the case that freedom of speech directly causally leads to that outcome.
Well, okay. Well, I guess I'll ask you, what were you trying? I mean, the video is labeled free speech and death camps. So well, like, what is the point, I guess, of the video then?
It's not like free speech leads to death camps. I don't know.
That's how it comes across.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, like I said, maybe it was clumsily done. I mean, like, I've been doing this thing in July where I've been trying to do a video every day. And like sometimes, you know, there might be a little rush job here and there.
Right.
So maybe like some ideas were casually thrown together that were maybe
maybe a causal link was implied more strongly than I intended it to be because of the nature of that challenge that I gave to myself. So I don't know. I'd have to go back and watch and see like what I was saying there.
So what was your point in the video then?
I mean, my point was I was just trying to wake people up to the fact that they have an enemy that wants to do them harm. I mean,
fucking true. Good point and
How
accurate.
could that possibly not backfire at all, though? And that's got to be the justification for so many people you would say need to be curtailed.
So pointing out that someone wants to kill you is the same thing as that person trying to kill you. This is the Darvo shit that conservatives always do. If a conservative goes online and says, yeah, you know, I'm just gonna log on and do some casual Holocaust denial and, you know, advocate for more of that shit. And then you go, that guy is advocating for the Holocaust. That's fucked up. Then they go, you're just doing the same thing. It's such a stupid position.
I don't know. I hate hearing it.
you can wake people up to a perceived enemy.
I don't know. I mean, like, should I tell? I mean, I don't want to tell them that, like, hey, these right wingers are all a bunch of, cuddly, fluffy teddy bears who don't wish you ill will, because I don't believe that.
Good night, Alexander.
Like,
thanks for coming by. It was great to see you.
I live in one of those conservative areas in the country. I hear what these people fucking say. I hear them fucking talk about shooting faggots and we gotta fucking get the, N-words back under slavery and all this shit. I've heard these motherfuckers say this shit. So, like, don't tell me what's what, motherfucker.
Likewise,
I know how these motherfuckers think.
But that's not all conservatives, though.
What are you talking about? That didn't refute shit.
That didn't refute shit? I literally have been around these people my entire...
Wait, they just got triggered by him saying, literally just saying, I've been around conservatives my whole life, and even to this day, a lot of them are really homophobic. And then they all just freaked out. I thought none of these guys were conservatives. I thought these guys were all centrists and shit. I thought these guys weren't political.
Entire fucking life, dude. Like, what personal experience
wait.
doesn't count for anything?
Do you think
your
my
book,
argument
bro?
is there's nobody who's just an asshole or evil in the world? Do you really think I was arguing there's no racists?
I'm talking about, like, the majority of the fucking right-wingers that live down here, at least down south, at least this particular variant. Like, if I was to go into a room full of, like, a bunch of Republicans around here, and I was just say, like, man, things were better back in slavery days, you would not hear a peep against what I fucking said. I'm telling you that, fucking straight up.
Yeah, and that exists on every literal argument. I'm not even talking about left and right. They're just everywhere, all over the spectrum. You got the crazies. We all know this.
Well, no, but
that's not the crazies. That's saying that if you walk into a bar and you say something really crazy, they all agree with it. That's not the crazies. That's normalized here. That shit is fucking I'm normalized.
telling you it's not the crazy. See, you keep trying to reduce it down to this crazy fringe. It's not. It's the mainstream. It's what they all really fucking believe behind.
Okay, I shouldn't have paused Andy there because he's making
the mask.
He's making the same argument.
It's the fucking Bailey or the Mott or whatever the fuck is what.
See, he's using this all Republicans, all conservatives are racist argument. It's that's the stereotype.
By the way, mask on, mask off is the correct thing, not Martin Bailey for this situation.
Yeah, I mean, like, do I think every single Republican is racist? No. But do I think a lot of them are? Yes.
Well, you're acting in the world.
Of them are, of
you're
course.
acting in the world as if they all are, and that's a stereotype.
That's because the ones who aren't will go along with the ones who are. They've shown that many times and currently.
Wait, but if there is a fucking
what happened to
party
hyperbole?
if there's a party that gives shelter and fucking
the hyperbole's gone.
That's racism. Then you have to treat them all the same.
But here's the issue. Wait.
It's like the scene in the Matrix where you have the thing about, like, hey, these are the people we're trying to free, but until they are, they're your fucking enemy.
Well, yeah. So are you being hyperbolic or not? Then.
I mean, I think that there's an element of hyperbole, but I also think there's
no. What does it do with that? Like, how do I argue with a position that's simultaneously not and hyperbolic?
I mean, well, can't something be slightly hyperbolic?
Slightly hyperbolic, I guess.
Well, would it help you, Mahler, if you got like a specific percentage?
I mean, like, wait a
minute.
Are you saying there's not a gradient of exaggeration?
Of course there is, but what am I supposed to do with this?
What's the fucking problem?
the fact that you said Republicans are like they're all going to want to do X, that I'm like, that's not true. And you're like, plenty of them around me do. It's like, that,
Well,
so you're
yeah,
being
and-
hyperbolic.
Well, is
then.
that wait? How is plenty of them around me do not a fucking argument to you? Because it's
you're talking about the
anecdotal.
whole world.
Well, okay. Let me
I'm talking
let me
about- I'm
address
talking
it.
about the
Why,
United
this is
States.
why this isn't an argument. Okay, this was Tim Pool's argument for Trump was going to win a landslide in the elections because he drove around and he saw lots of Trump signs where he lived. Okay,
Well, the
And it's like,
five people he talked.
No, his argument is because he has to say that. He's part of the hype machine. Whatever.
To
Whatever.
Yeah,
you know,
right, exactly.
Pennsylvania said
Whatever.
that they're all shifting.
These guys are so
Republican.
stupid.
But
Whatever.
also, like, I mean, how are you going to say that it's not even a personal experience? Like you're depicting a caricature. The idea that all these people are like, whoa, we got to bring back slavery. Like, no, come on.
I'm so
Like,
proud of you, Sean. You didn't change the topic. That's very good. I like that.
Dude, I mean, like, come on. Like, quit bullshitting.
Who
bro.
wants to own a slave?
Lots of people down south, I'll tell you that.
I've
Yeah,
talked to him.
If you had to ask somebody on 100-degree day, what would make your day better? Air conditioner, which wasn't around in slavery times, or owning a slave? Like, you really
With
think
a
that they would
fan.
pick a slave?
it can follow you the fan.
I mean, it depends on like, obviously now they would choose the air conditioner because slavery is not socially acceptable. But like, if it was, I don't know. A lot
But
of
you
people might
just
choose
said
the
that you
slave.
heard all these people talking
Yeah,
about how
evidently it
things
is
were way
socially
better.
acceptable
Like, so it is
down
socially
south.
acceptable.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't say it was socially acceptable. Obviously, we don't have slavery down here anymore. I'm just saying that there's a lot of people who feel that,
Wait, so
But it was
I'm
a
actually.
it was a
If I-
mistake. I mean, like, you see, like, this, you've heard, like, the South will rise. Like, what do you think that means? The
You
South
think-
will rise again. What do you think? All the Confederate flags flying around and all the defense of the statues and all this shit. What do you think that's about? You think it's just like, oh man, that's just our heritage. We just really like that statue because it's heritage.
Okay, so out of curiosity, right?
You think they
this
would
is
be just as defensive if it was a statue of Karl Marx? Like, well, that's history. Don't tear the Karl Marx statue down. That's history, y'all.
Well,
Like,
it's not
no.
our history.
You know, we talked about how you said it would be fine to
world
have the
history.
opinion that, for example, COVID numbers are exaggerated. Would be a fine if you think that as an opinion. If I was to have stated it as fact, and I said my citation is that I have a family member in the hospitals that is in on it, and is
Obviously,
is like a
anecdote
spy.
only goes so far. That's true.
Well, I was just going to say, like, would you want me to be silenced if I actually start arguing I have a COVID family member who's in on it and knows about it, but they're trying to stop it from the inside, sort of thing?
I mean, I think I'd want to. I'd want to investigate.
But if I said like, there's no way to investigate because I don't want to get them in trouble.
I don't know. Then I guess whatever.
Okay.
It's a zero sum thing at that point. Like
Well,
whatever.
'cause the point I'm trying to get at, of course, is that there's a lot of ways we can argue really broad and spicy positions right back down to something that's a bit more like, hey, you know, I'm speaking hyperbolically about my experiences in my life, okay? And it's like, right. But you can blow that right back up to something that's much more, let's say.
I mean, that didn't sound like hyperbole. So you said you have direct knowledge of the COVID being a fraud.
Well,
because
hyperbole
some
is-
family member said this or that or the other thing, or directly is involved in a conspiracy. That's not
Hyperbole
hyperbolic.
hyperbole is one of several ways you can reduce it down. I wasn't using it in that example. I was just saying.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
That because you said like opinions should be okay, but stating things as fact shouldn't. But then if I said I'm stating it as a fact because of something that you can't disprove, what then?
Well, then I mean, like I said, you got to err on the side of freedom.
Couldn't I justify everything that way though? I'd be able to say anything at that point, right?
Christians do, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're clever enough to phrase it a certain way, you could pretty much still get away with everything. Yes.
No, not. But in terms of the what you want to be laid out, you can still get away with everything.
In terms of what you want to be laid out.
In terms of what you wanted to lay out, in terms of like the Ministry of Truth, you know.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you can still get away with a lot of stuff. You couldn't get away with everything. You couldn't get away with, unambiguous direct statements that such and such is factual when it's not. But yeah, I mean, if you wanted to be like, oh, I was just, joking around or this or that, or you find some kind of cover for it. Yeah, there's always loopholes.
Well, could you
Sure.
get away with your statement about all these Republicans want to bring back slavery?
Yeah. I'm telling I'm giving an anecdotal example.
Yeah,
based
but you're
on personal
extrapolating
experience.
it out to a broader group.
Yeah, totally.
Sure. So wait.
Would that wouldn't work with the like races or
That's like
Remember, guys, just a quick reminder. These guys who are concern trolling about his hyperbole here are the guys who sit around talking about fucking TV being too woke and who are talking about how gender ideology is an imperial dogma that is choking out science. That's what those guys said in this conversation. But they're concern trolling him about him saying that a lot of Republicans are racist. These guys are total frauds. Just total frauds.
Okay,
LGBT
So wait,
community.
if I had fucking if I scientifically documented it, like if I went around and like recorded, like how many people do I have to hear it from before like it's a sample size? Like,
well, that's exactly it. If you take like a poll and you got a poll of Republicans
but you
saying
can't
that
do
they
you
want to
can't get
bring
an
back
honest poll,
slavery,
though. Like it have to be something that was like more revelatory. Because of course anyone's asked like, "Are you racist?" They're gonna be like, no, of course not.
if it's assuming you could hypothetically, okay, then yes, you could say, okay, you conducted a poll. You know,
but I'm asking like what kind of random sampling size would
stratified
demonstrate
poll,
that
and you-
there
and
is
you
a
can
predilection
extrapolate
towards
this outward.
racism in at least Southern Republicans.
No, but you understand that whatever your personal experience is, that's
Mhm.
not indicative of the whole. Really,
Why
at
not?
all.
Why
Because
not?
that's not how polling works. That's not how statistics or populations function.
Oh, wait, but like
Well,
if
it's
I take
This is the Tim
too.
Pool driving around and seeing Trump signs, so Trump's going to win argument.
But well, he drove around and saw Trump signs, and that was indicative of the fact that Trump has a wide base of support, which he did. Now saying that because of that he was going to win was a bridge too far. But saying I see a lot of Trump signs, therefore Trump has a lot of support, that's not a fucking ridiculous statement at all. It's just truth.
EJ is wiping the floor with these guys. Like, I think there are points in this conversation where TJ could have driven it more, but literally these guys can't make anything stick. And in the conversation, they revealed that they're just total concern trolls. The fact that they're so mad at him about saying that a lot of Republicans are racist, saying like Republicans are fucking racist, that statement is what's irritating them, when this guy down here during this conversation went on a rant about how he believes, with no evidence presented, he believes that science is being censored and choked out by imperial gender ideologues. It just reveals everything. Fuck.
Okay.
Good job, TJ.
So you're saying
You
you're
did good.
going around and you're hearing all these Republicans saying that they
I mean, I don't know. I don't
want to bring
necessarily know
back
that they're
slavery.
Republicans. I know that they're
or right wing
people.
racists.
I know there are people who live in one of the reddest districts in America.
Yes.
And I know that this area is predominantly Republican, but I
Mhm.
guess I don't know that every example I hear of a racist is a Republican.
I'll grant you that
I
every
don't know
racist you
their-
hear is Republican for the sake of the conversation. Okay.
Well, I'm saying I don't know that.
What are they
don't know that.
saying though? Like did they come up to you and they say, "Oh, hey TJ,
Well, they don't
I
come
think
up
we
to
should
me.
bring slavery
Of course,
back."
they're not coming up to me and saying shit.
When you're at the Klan meeting and they're talking about bringing back slavery,
Yeah,
like how many people are there?
Yeah.
Lots of them, tons. That's how I know. Of
Right.
course.
No, but like how did these conversations
This just seems like such disingenuous bullshit right now.
Well,
Like,
you're the
because
you're
if I was
the-
if I was giving an anecdote
Yeah,
that you
Sudoku.
guys about something you guys agreed with, like this, like, oh man, I was hanging around all these trannies and they were talking about how like they fucking
We would
totally
not.
deceive the
That's-
scientific
no.
institutions and stuff. You'd be like, oh yeah, brother, yeah,
Dude,
yeah, of
anecdotal
course.
evidence is like a meme thing people bring up all the time. Like, don't give me an anecdote. Like, we've all been there.
They're like, we wouldn't do that. Bro just literally did it fucking 20 minutes ago. This motherfucker did it 20 minutes ago. Unprompted. An unforced error.
We try to avoid using
Sure, and
anecdotes.
I mean, like I prefaced it as by saying it's anecdotal. So yeah, take it with a grain of salt if you
Okay.
want. But
Do
I'm just
all-
explaining
do-
to you what I have seen.
I'm curious.
but
There's a
through
bunch of
anecdote-
Republicans in California. Do they all want to bring back slavery? Does it differ
I don't
from
know. I don't
state
have
to
enough
state?
experience with Republican fucking in California, so I don't know.
Right, but you're willing to paint all those Republicans in California as wanting to bring back slavery just
I don't
based on
fucking
your
think I
own.
painted them with shit.
Well, you kind of are. I mean, that's what you're saying.
How?
Well, you're saying most of them want to do this thing, therefore I can make extra.
Not even what he said. They've now made up again. Fantasy world brains living in a fantasy. He never even said that they didn't even accuse him of saying that. He's just saying like, this is an experience I've had, that there's a bunch of racists. In his video that they were originally mad about, he didn't say that all Republicans want slavery back. He just said a whole bunch of Republicans around him do. They can't even keep the conversation straight. It's so bad.
Extrapolate that I can
Incompetent.
make a
Just
judgment
Louisiana
against most of them.
I don't feel like I said anything like that, so I think that's a straw man.
Well, you in your video, you said that the only reason Republicans or conservatives care about freedom of speech is because they want to say the N-word. How is that not all of them?
That's hyperbole.
Oh, that's the
I mean, isn't it?
hyperbole
I mean, like,
part?
wait, see, I'm sorry. Do you guys not have any broad brushes in your painting in
Yeah,
your little
well,
paint box?
but
Because I feel like you
listen-
probably do.
Listen, this is the origin, though, of things like racism and bigotry and all kinds of nasty things that we try to avoid. We try to, like, we don't want to say that all, gay people are this particular
I don't
way
remember ever
because
saying the
it's
word
not-
all. Okay, so
Well, you kind of did. I mean, your video was basically saying the only reason Republicans care about.
I'm gonna say it. This is the most limp-wristed critique I've fucking ever heard. These guys are just like, oh, well, you said something that bothered us a little bit. We're gonna harp on it for 4 fucking hours.
Freedom of speech is because they want to use the N-word, which implies that they're racist. It does.
Sure.
I mean, how's that? So is it?
I would assume that there's probably. I mean, look, there's always exceptions to every fucking sort of generality.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that every Republican is that way.
So
I think a lot of them are.
Hold on. Even now, you are characterizing the non-racist Republican as an exception. That's so bad.
Well, it's fucking
That
true.
is
I mean, I'm
so
sorry. Do you want me to
bad.
fucking sit here and lie to you?
Oh, I missed it. What happened?
I would also say that why wouldn't it activate an audience well enough to say there are people who think this way rather than painting the whole the team that way? Why wouldn't you be able to worry your people enough to be like, we should act to prevent the bad ones from winning rather than just being like, I'll let them think it's all of them. Fuck it. Hyperbole.
I don't know. What's the question?
Basically, one of the bigger arguments is like, I can go broader, I can brush that way because it's almost true in lots of different aspects, plus hyperbole, blah, blah, blah. When I'm saying like the overall goal to activate your audience, you could do that anyway with the examples of the awful individuals. You wouldn't need to paint the whole.
I don't think there's
team.
any reason to be disingenuous with the audience, and to.
That's what we're arguing.
This is the point,
No,
though.
I don't see. This thing is like, I feel like there is a mental block happening where you guys just refuse to accept that like this shit is way worse on one side than it is the other. I don't know if it's like a both sidesism thing.
No,
that's going on,
it's
or
not
if
that. I'm just curious, what's the percentage, since you're like not saying all, but you're saying in general,
Yeah,
of
tell
like
us.
white
I mean,
people
do you
in the
want me to just-
South that you've come across that are
Do
like
you want me to just
possibly
throw out a guess?
Republican?
Because I don't. I mean, obviously, I don't fucking have a.
Oh, this
Well,
is
it's
almost
probably-
over. Don't worry.
What would be your
Predominantly.
percentage for the bring back slavery crowd?
Yeah, give us an idea. Ball talk.
All right. So prefacing
No
this
hyperbole.
Well, okay, no hyperbole. Prefacing this by saying that like this is my rough guess,
Your gut intuition check, yes.
my intuition. So take it as just that.
Mhm.
In the particular area that I'm in, the candid conversations that I've been subjected to. I mean, it's kind of hard to say because, I don't know what the areas that I go might be predominantly reflective of different demographics than like the overall demographics of the area. But I don't know. I'd say at least 10, 15%.
Oh my God. That's so
Dude.
horrible. Okay. At least,
Yeah,
I mean,
85% of Republicans are
I'm
racist.
sorry.
Bruh, in my experience, absolutely true. Abso-fucking-lutely true. And the ones who aren't go along with it all the goddamn time.
That the reality that I've experienced is like so troublesome, but
Right.
it is. I don't know.
It's just funny, honestly.
But you're
like-
saying
How is it
85%
funny?
of you're
'Cause
saying
just like- you're just in
85%.
fucking denial, bro. Like
Well, you're
not in
saying
fucking
you're
denial.
you're in denial. You're literally
listen,
saying
listen,
85% of the
TJ,
Republicans in the South are not racist.
If you said like, listen, like 10,
I
15%
you
based
said,
on my
like, what percent would be
experience.
comfortable with slavery, not what aren't racist. If you want to ask me how many are racist, I'd say like 90.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck. All right.
if you gave me like that solid 10
No,
to
you
15%
that was
for
the
your
question you asked me. You asked me what percentage would support slavery coming back. So you're talking about like extreme racism, but there's different levels of racism.
Hey.
Obviously.
What's this? Yeah. Oh, would you mind refilling?
Yeah,
Right.
that's why I'm laughing. If you give me the 10 to 15 for like the definite like hardcore racist, I'd be
Right.
like, all right, you know what? That's your experience. But like, come on, like, why are we even talking about slavery right now? Like, it's so absurd. Like,
Why? I don't
it's
know.
over.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it is over. That's true. Very good, Sean.
There it is.
True fact.
By the way, there it is. All of this conversation was a stupid waste of everyone's time because there's the actual opinion. They believe that racism doesn't exist.
I mean, he's when he's right, he's right. Slavery is over.
Well, no, it's not. Haven't you seen what's going on in these prisons?
The 13th Amendment didn't abolish slavery; it legalized it.
That's right.
So you guys want to wrap up? I mean, we've been going almost 10 hours here. So TJ, you've been super generous.
Yep. All right. All right, everybody. That's it. We just watched. I had a fun time with that one. I don't know about y'all. That was really funny and refreshing. Nice to come back and remind myself how fucking stupid and brain dead and also incompetent conservatives are. And also, it's just revealing, you know? Oh, actually, you know what? I want to see can we see what their side of the conversation? Oh, is it over here? All right, here we go. Let's take a quick look. Oh, oops. Here we go. 50,000 views. 50,000 views. 1.3K likes. Ooh, that's a ratio. 50,000 views and only 1.3K likes on a giant fucking 11-hour live stream? Oof. Bruh. But, holy shit. Yeah, so 50,000 people. Well, actually, this is completely... Okay, all we know is that 1.3 thousand people thought that Adam and Sitch did a good job on here, okay? That's what we know. 1,000 people are stupid and bland and tasteless enough to have thought that these guys did a good job. Damn. Thank you very much. Listen, I've done some pretty long live streams. But, I don't know. 11 hours of that shit, whew, makes me rethink. They streamed for half a day and only got 1,000 likes. Bruh, that sucks. Yo, Crabe, good to see you. Thank you. Nothing of value was produced. TJ wiped the floor with all of these fucking, dullard idiots who can barely put together a sentence without tripping over one another's feet. Their stream looks like shit. Their stream sounds like shit. And TJ was genuinely the only enjoyable part about it. Except for, I guess, seeing a bunch of conservatives trip over their own words and sound like total morons. Oh, God. This is the satisfying thing. The one satisfying thing about having to be locked in struggle with the worst people on the planet is that you get the joy of knowing that you can fucking style on them. TJ styled on them with drip, he styled on them with presentation, and he also rhetorically styled on them. What a good feeling. That's like, I don't know, it's like getting in like a dogfight, you know, in like your like biplane, and then you do a loop and take out 3 enemy fighters. That's what the equivalent is. Fucking. Curious. Yeah, it's funny because I think they felt like they were like trying to stick him to a position, but they just sounded incredibly petty. At the very beginning, he said, yeah, I was probably a little bit hyperbolic, but I think a lot of Republicans are racists. And I think that a lot of them stand by for racism. And they were like, what? What? How can you say that Republicans are racist? The party that is currently trying to overturn fucking interracial marriage. How can you say those guys are racists? Oh my God. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's all I got. All that conservatives have is violence and impotent, fucking impotent indignation. That's it. That's all they got. So dumb. All right, I'm gonna finish eating this food. I want you all to press like on the video, to subscribe, to join the Discord, which is fucking poggers. Our Discord, have I mentioned that? Our Discord is amazing. Like, tons of fun stuff happens on there all the time. It's always bumping. It's been bumping for 2.5 years. Get the fuck in the Discord, hang out, meet some friends, talk about shit you're interested in. It's like the comfiest, coolest place ever. Get the fuck in there. I'm gonna finish this food, and then we gotta talk about Christians for a little bit, and then finally, we're gonna wrap it up with some Imp's Choice, okay? Surprise, I'm actually getting super tired. We've been going for, wait a minute, how long have we been going for? 6 hours? We've been going for 6 hours? Holy shit. Holy shit. You're not too boomer. Discord's easy. It's just a fucking, it's just a polished up chat room. Here, I got a music we can listen to while I eat, so you don't have to just listen to me chew. That's kind of boring, right? I mean, I don't know, some people like that. Here, I got music for us, okay? All right, yeah. I love this one. Good ass shit. See, look, that was perfect in length as well. What a perfect length. Okay, everybody? Woo! What a fucking sick ass thing. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, the Willinator. Okay, real quick, I gotta go through and read my donos, and then we gotta talk about some Christian stuff. And I wanna show you a couple little things, okay? I really, really wanna show you a couple little things that are super, super interesting. But first, I gotta open up my dono feed because I need to read those. I missed a bunch earlier on, and I want to fix that. Here we go, here we go, here we go. All right. Reza Sutra with the tier 1 sub, thank you very much. Spectacular Snyderman with the tier 1 sub, thank you very much. 85D2D Derek with the $5 says, hey, good to see you back. I'm about to hit the road, but I'll be listening. By the way, that stupid Mom Life Comics meme went so insanely viral, I had to put Twitter into a special mode. 85D2D Derek, that was a fucking great meme. I was dying at that thread. Those were perfect edits. They genuinely make the comics more funny. Great job, 85D2D Derek. It's not a cookie with the $10 saying, we missed you. I missed you all very much. I have missed talking with chat and goofing around so much. Today has been so much fucking fun. I've really missed this a lot. Thank you so much. Cotton D-Pad with the tier 3 sub. Blue Name Time, thank you very, very much. Somniostatic with the gifted sub. Twin subs, thank you very much. Frog Whisperer with the 10 tier 1 subs. Holy shit, thank you so much. Really glad you're back. Happy to be back. Vermin's donated $50. Vermin, oh my God, thank you so much. I love you all. Hope things are calmer from here on out. Me too. I have a lot of excitement planned for the stream for this year, but yeah, I would like to stop getting sick this year. This year's been really rough. 10-letter name with the 5 tier 1 subscriptions. Thank you so much. I feel bad for calling out the white names. Never feel bad for calling out the white names. 10-letter name with another gifted tier 1 sub just for you. Thank you very, very much. Mixed Dizzy says, happy to have streams back. They are a highlight. Here's a few extra monies. Also, look at this picture of my puppy. We did look at the picture of the puppy. Falgaia with the 3 tier 1 subs. As someone who got COVID a month before the BA5 variant appeared and is nervously awaiting reinfection, I'm really glad to hear you made it through. Congrats on return. Falgaia, I hope you avoid it. Thank you very, very much. Oh, Scarlet Volcano, thank you so much for the incredibly generous $20. YouTube didn't show me you were live. I hope you're well. Keep it real. Sorry about that. I don't know what the problem is. That's really weird. YouTube is really finicky. Socialist Potato, cool little animation. It's about 18 seconds long. All right, I'll put this, watch this later. Thank you, Socialist Potato. Deeply appreciate that. Virus322 with the $25. Oh my God, thank you. Can't remember if you bought or rented a house, but either way, congrats. New setup looks sick. Thank you. It's rented. I don't have enough money to own a house. I just rent one, but it's nice to be in a larger place. What's good with the $5? Christianity should have no influence on modern society. Jesus prophesied the end times would come before his generation passed away. The religion is centered around a literal false prophet. Yeah, fair enough. Bubble Goom with the tier 3 Mama's back. Yes, I am. Xerox 13ster with the tier 2 sub. Welcome to the new studio. Thank you. And welcome to the chat, of course, as always. Aqua Fractaline with the $5. Hey, just got here. You gonna talk about the BDSM and choking being misogynistic discourse? I'd love to hear your opinion. That was bait. That was bait. That was bait. That person knew they were gonna trigger people. Akira Tanik, I'll have a wonderful night. Great to see you again. President Parakeet, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Susie Clem says, BLM, one of the things I learned from you is that a great form of practice is building a community. Any advice on how to find friends and befriend neighbors? Wave to them, smile at them, say hello, and ask them questions. We have befriended our neighbors, and in fact, one of my neighbors actually checked out my channel, which was really weird, and I hope they didn't get offended. But they seem really nice and they seem to still like me. So yeah, just wave and say hello and occasionally just say, hey, how's your day going? And you will start to build a connection. All connections build somewhat slowly. It's just how it goes. Banjo Kabubi with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Missed my imp form. Glad to see you back on the grind. Very happy to be back on the grind. Lot of apples with a tier 3 sub. Thank you very much. The stream looks beautiful. So glad you're back. Hell yeah, it's only gonna get more beautiful. I've promised that over and over again and I have delivered it and I will continue. This stream will only get more beautiful. Mellow Anarchist with the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Pago Rama indeed. Kaboka with the tier 1 sub. So glad you're back. As always, the perfect mix of anger and positivity. That's what I promised to bring you. Well, I guess sometimes I get sad too, but most of the time I don't. Diamond King with the tier 1 sub. Missed your streams a lot. I missed streaming a lot. Thank you for viewing and thank you for supporting me. Seriously. Kruva with 5 tier 1 subs. Let there be yellow. Glad to have you back, Demon Mama. Discordant Vol with the tier 2 sub. Lost the green. It returns. Ultraviolet with the tier 3 sub. So happy you're back. I've missed listening to the show while cleaning theaters, watching over my mini cafe. Looking forward to the many streams ahead. Lot of apples. Gifted Emu and gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you very much, lot of apples. And Scarlet Volcano just read that one out. Thank you so very much. That's all of them. Thank you all so much for your fucking generosity. And now it's time for some more fucking content. So we gotta talk about Christianity. And I wanted to show you a clip that okay? All right, here, let me just get this real quick, okay? This is an old clip, all right? And we're gonna watch this and then we're gonna have a little conversation about it. So, yeah, let's do this. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Let's tune in. Oh, fuck, I gotta change this because we're back. We're back, okay, everybody? All right, here, we're gonna do this a little differently. Bam, there we go. All right, so the person you see right here is a guy named Joel Olstein, okay? Joel Olstein. What the hell is going on here? Hey. Where's my chat thing? Hey, what's going on here? Hey, wait a second. Okay. Fixed it. I fixed it, everybody. All right. This is Joel Osteen. Now, for those of you who don't know who Joel Osteen is one of the most richest and successful preachers in the history of the country. I want to show you. You've probably seen his books at Walmart. This is what he looks like in a more clear image. You know? All right. Victory Begins, The Power of I Am. He's a Christian book writer. You've probably seen this book literally all over Walmart. He has like a special deal with Walmart. They peddle his books like fucking crazy. Good, Better, Blessed. He is a prosperity doctrine guy. He's really wild, okay? And this is a 11-year-old clip, okay? And the reason why I'm telling you about Joel Osteen is because I want you to understand that this guy's about as mainstream as it gets, okay? He runs a mega church. He runs a televised mega church. He's about as mainstream as you can possibly get as a Christian. Now, his popularity has fallen off a little bit in recent years because he's getting old. But that's about it. Other than that, dude is still crazy popular, okay? So I want you to listen closely to what he says here, and I want us to talk about it. Let's listen in.
I suppose the obvious question is, we did that back in January. Has your position changed at all after that? Because it raised a lot of headlines, a lot of controversy. Since then, more states have endorsed same-sex marriage. It's becoming much less of a prohibitive kind of issue than it used to be. What's your view now?
You know, Piers, it really never changes because mine's based out of the Scripture. That's what I believe that the Scripture says, that homosexuality is a sin. So, you know, I believed it before and I still believe it now. Again, I would just reiterate what I said. I'm not mad at anybody. I don't dislike anybody, but, you know, respecting my faith and believing, you know, in what the Scripture says, that's the way I can interpret it.
But, I mean, shouldn't the Scripture be dragged kicking and screaming into the modern age? I mean, we were talking before the break about the issue about eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Not everything in the Scriptures really is, in my view, conducive to modern life. I mean, like everything else, doesn't it have to move with the times? And isn't it down again to people like you to interpret it in a way that evolves? I mean, you're known as a very progressive preacher.
Sure. Well, we want to be progressive, but
notice that. You're known as a very progressive preacher.
Sometimes when I read it, I can't see how you would change that, just like you wouldn't, you know, change some other main things, you know, in the Scripture. I don't see how that, you know, if you don't have a basis of truth, and that's what I base mine off of, the Scripture. Everybody else doesn't, and I don't fault them if they don't. But this is just the way I choose to live my life and what I teach based out of the Scripture. So I don't think, you know, I think, you know, personally, 200 years from now, the Scripture's still going to say that.
100 years from now, the Scripture is still gonna say that. Okay, so this was 11 years ago. Now, again, 11 years ago, a progressive preacher, one of the most mainstreamed guys, saying this isn't gonna change. Christianity and the position of Christians will never change. Not now, not in 200 years. And guess what, guys? The position of Christians hasn't fucking changed. The needle has barely moved in 2,000 years. Fucking literal millennia, kingdoms and empires and countries have risen and fallen. Art has been made. The world has changed. We now have flying machines and the internet. And Christianity is still the fucking same. And you want to know why that is? That's because it's a dogma. They're not going to change. Christians are invested in not changing. That's the point. That's the draw for them. The same guys who 10 years ago were speaking out against gay marriage are the people who are speaking out against trans people now, and they haven't gone anywhere. There is some population of American Christians have deconverted from Christianity. But those who are still Christians are still believing the same viewpoints that they believed when they were burning witches. They just no longer have the same level of societal power to do that kind of damage. Christianity has had numerous rebirths in America, and with each one of them has brought with it an incredible amount of social regression, social oppression, and the persecution of other religions that aren't Christians. Christianity is an evangelical religion. It is a religion that believes in going out and preaching, in going out and converting others by force if necessary. It is the religion that produced the Crusades. It is the religion that produced the witch trials. It is the religion that produced the blood libel myths. So I want people to really understand that yes, while there may be ebbs and flows in how committed to Christianity certain people are, Christianity itself is designed to never change. It is designed to be a dogma that is programmed and pounded into the heads to create more believers, to go out, convert, to go out, to conquer. It is a religion that is almost inherently imperial. And what's more than that is that it is a religion that encourages the avoidance of challenging thoughts to the degree that they literally believe that there is such a thing called the wisdom of man, that is a contaminant, that there are mental contaminants. If you see the wrong thing, if you ingest the wrong idea, that it can break your mind. So I'm sure many of you have enjoyed things like what's the word, Lovecraftian stories, and a lot of modern Lovecraft seeks to try and turn the Lovecraftian ideas on their head. You might be wondering why I'm bringing this up, because Lovecraft, a lot of Lovecraft was predicated. A lot of his work that's very famous, and I find it incredibly invoking, was specifically predicated on the fear of the other. And a common theme in lots of Lovecraftian stories is this idea of madness being induced by perceiving something that you're not ready for. And that's a very Christian thing. That comes from a very Christian position. And of course, we all know now, of course, that Lovecraft was an incredibly racist individual. He was an incredibly conservative individual whose fears of the other permeated his work. And lots of modern Lovecraftian work turns that on its head by saying, like, are you really being turned into a monster by perceiving new ideas? Or do you just perceive new things as monstrous because you yourself are the monster? Hey, Rapti, great to see you. When I grew up, my family was a part of a pretty intense Christian cult. Many of my viewers already know this. Specifically, because of my video that I have on it, my spiritual deconstruction video. I think it's literally, is it this command? There we go. There's the link. If you haven't seen my spiritual deconstruction, I highly recommend clicking on that link right over there. Whoop, the link in chat. Click it, put it on your watch later. I guarantee you'll like it. It's a story about my crazy childhood growing up in a cult. I'm very proud of that video. I grew up in a Christian cult where it was very regular to tightly control what children and what even adults see. You can't watch movies that have bad ideas in them. You can't watch things that are liberal because they will teach you the wrong thing. It's this pervasive idea that that new ideas are parasitic, that they will corrupt you, that they're corruptive. This goes so deep into Christianity. It is so incredibly deep. It is one of the most common themes in the Bible is avoiding anything but influence from God. the pure influence of God and to discard everything else. This is repeated in Old Testament, in New Testament, the idea of making your mind a fortress, a shell that protects you from dangerous ideas getting in. They believe this deeply. They are indoctrinated into this. Christianity, especially American evangelical Christianity, hinges on creating a fear of the other, a fear of the unknown, creating a shell around the mind, okay? I have not mentioned power worshipers yet because I'm still reading it and I want to finish it before I recommend it and everything. But yes. And as a result, as a whole, Christianity becomes a very dangerous foe. Because whenever Christians gain power, they use everything at their fingertips. And I mean everything, from torture to murder to rape. They will use anything at their fingertips to quash anything that is not Christianity. I hope you understand that. Christianity does not coexist with any other religion. They do not believe it. They believe very deeply, on an incredibly deep level, that if they do not preach to you, they are doing you a disservice. They believe that by attempting to deconvert you, they're doing you a favor. They're doing a good act, a virtuous act. And people need to recognize it for what it is. And you need to recognize what you're looking at and what you're seeing. If you're somebody who's thankfully not had to engage with Christian zealots as much in your life, you probably have more than you think. Please take the time to think about this. Take the time to become watchful of how these things operate. Because Christianity doesn't just they don't just preach an imperial religion. They put it in practice. Let me give you an example of this. Earlier, during the conversation with that we watched, the TJ and the Adam and Sitch, it was brought up that lots of Christian, anti-abortion clinics that are associated with churches often give out baby formula and diapers and things like that as a charity. And this is true. Some of them do, not all of them, but many of them do. Many churches engage in charity. And one of the things that churches do is they use that charity. They use that charity to force you to behave a certain way. They hold over you your desperation, and they force you to, if you wish to survive, if you wish to have food or care, you must follow their rules. A perfect example of this is the Salvation Army. The Salvation Army is an incredibly prolific Christian charity group. You've probably seen them ringing bells every single Christmas outside of every single store in the entire world. Everywhere you go in America, there's a Salvation Army guy ringing a bell asking for donations. Did you know that the Salvation Army does not provide their homeless shelters to gay people? If they know you're gay, you will not be permitted. If they know you're gay or trans, you will not be permitted to stay in a Salvation Army shelter. Isn't that odd? They claim to be doing things for the good of mankind, but their government subsidized help is contingent on you obeying their imperial religion. And that is one of the most widespread and mainstreamed examples, and there's significantly more sinister examples out there. The church that I grew up in, okay? The church that I grew up in had a rehab program where part of the rehab was convincing somebody who's addicted and struggling with drugs, okay, was convincing them to go to a place that they are not familiar with, far away. They go to the very rural rehab center. Their keys, their wallet, their money, their IDs is held for them by the church, and and they cannot leave of their own volition. They have to get permission to leave, and their stuff is literally held. And what they are made to do there is study Christianity, learn learn all of the behaviors that a good Christian does. They are made to undergo work on behalf of the church. They are made to undergo, to do like, usually to do not just like around the church work, but to literally make money for the church. The church will literally rent out their work teams, which are made up of people in rehab. This was a literally, I'm not kidding you. You can go look this up right now. I can give you the fucking name of it. All sorts of these things exist all over America right now, perfectly legal. So they slave them out. They make them work for the church. The whole time they are put in a incredibly weird social environment where they are incentivized and punished at every single corner to behave more like a Christian. And then when they leave, they are absorbed very, very harshly into the church. They are clawed at to keep them there. Why? Because as it turns out, it's really, really easy to get your head into a form of indoctrination if that's the only way that you have to survive. If they can hold your survival over you, it becomes easier and easier to ply you into obeying, to ply you into believing, to ply you into a place where you can no longer find your way back out. And the reason why so many Christians are totally incapable of ever hearing a perspective outside of their own, why they're so xenophobic and they're so homophobic and they're so transphobic, is specifically because of this reason. Because they have spent their entire lives surrounded by other Christians who are constantly reinforcing them, who are constantly encouraging them, who are constantly confirming their biases, and they have been messaged over and over and a countless number of times. You guys think I stream for a long time? Every single Sunday morning, Sunday night, Wednesday night, and sometimes even Saturdays, half the churches in America are pumping out this message, this exact message that I'm telling you they do, over and over and over again to thousands and millions of people are getting this same message. Guard your mind against the influence of sin. Guard your mind against the influence of man, the wisdom of man. That is not even the beginning of the most extreme stuff that they do, but that is foundational, that they build a shell around the minds of people. I absolutely agree with you, Rapti. I couldn't agree with you more on that. I do think it's incredibly important to reach Christians and introduce them to other social contexts, but the problem is that often comes at a cost. The more extreme the church, the more severe the social environment. Shunning and isolation was commonplace in the church I went to, and that church had well over 1,000 members. Excuse me, active members. If you fell out of line, there was all of these. It's hard to explain exactly. There were assistant pastors, friends who would go, "Oh, I'm so worried about you. You know, it feels like you might have been wandering off the path." And if it seemed like you were, you would be pushed out. There was an entire family in my church that got quietly shoved out of the church and just disappeared because, as it turns out, some of the members of that family had started to have some issues with faith. And instead of saying, well, you know, maybe you're not as faithful, they had to be pushed out because, oh, you can't have somebody who was in a leadership position have a difference of opinion. They have to be moved out. That risks others seeing that and changing their minds. And another thing, a lot of people like to talk about how how anti-democratic Republicans are, how anti-democratic right-wingers are. Guys, you have no fucking clue. Christians literally believe in monarchy. I'm not kidding you. It was commonplace to have the people that I knew just have complete disdain for democracy. They think democracy sucks. They fly an American flag, but they want an American king. They want God's king to take control of America and make it God's new country. It is off the rails. And this is commonplace among Christians. What we are witnessing right now in America is a resurgence of Christianity. You saw this in the alt-right. You notice how all of the alt-right started as a bunch of like anti-SJW skeptics, and now a bunch of them are tradcons or tradcaths, or you know, they're like, oh yeah, I'm a Christian now. Even fucking Dave Rubin does the Christian thing now. It's because once the resurgence starts to happen, the pressure cranks up, and you don't get to stay. They are incredibly cruel with people who start to lose faith. Now, in the most extreme senses, you get shit like you know, like medieval Europe. But just so you know, you don't have to go back all the way to medieval Europe to see some pretty bad examples of how unbelievably hostile things get when an imperial religion starts to take control. Rapti says, one of my really good friends who's Baptist hung out with me one day, and I managed to convince him to watch Hell of a Boss. He's now doubting his faith. Are we going to watch the Vosh Christianity debate? Maybe we'll react to that in the future. I don't think we're going to do that right now. I really want to just rant about Christianity, and I want to show you guys some of this shit. In fact, let me just show you something. I have a sermon that I grabbed, and I wanted to share this sermon real quick. Hold on, let me just grab it real quick, okay? Yeah, here we go. All right. This guy who I'm about to show you was a pastor, is a pastor who currently works with Charlie Kirk and gave a speech at one of the most influential Christian conventions this year. And I'm gonna give you, I just want to show you this guy's speech real quick, okay? All right, here we go. Listen to this, okay?
You hear his word and you do it, you're like that, you're wise. How about the two men went up to pray? Remember the Lord Jesus going, two men go up to pray. One a Pharisee, the other Republican. I said I said the other Republican. It sounded like I said the other a Republican. The other Republican. I swear, you heard me right. My last trip to Israel, I went with the Republican National Committee. I got to go.
Uncle Gumbald said, oh my God, goddamn, why did it have to be a daddy? That is a part of his draw. One of the things that this guy does, he is all about men's industry and men's ministries. That's his whole thing. He has this whole thing where he basically daddies other guys. It's fucking toxic. Anyway.
Go and preach.
Oh yeah, also, by the way, I happen to know a whole bunch about this guy because he was relevant in the culture of the church that I was involved in. This guy is a total, like behind closed doors, he's fucking around so goddamn much. This guy's a total fraud.
I went to Israel with the sinners and Republicans and preached Christ to them. It was the coolest evangelism ever. I won't get invited by the Democrats to do that. The Democratic National Committee doesn't invite people like me or you. Just understand that? Can I make a statement? I will, all right? Judas was a Democrat. But ultimately, I think, honestly, contrast is what we ought to be drawing. We ought to be going, look, I said that, by the way, I said that at home at church on a Sunday night. I was in John chapter 12, Judas is observing this expression of love and he puts dollar signs to it and goes, that is a waste. That should have been sold and the money given to the poor. And John writes, by the Holy Spirit, this he said, not because he cared about the poor, but because he was a thief and he had the purse. Is that not a Democrat?
Haha, get it? Democrats are gay, they have a purse.
So I said that, and a guy, local history teacher in our high school, yells from the back of the room, I'm a Democrat and God loves me. And there was this brief moment of awkwardness. And I go, God loves you just the way you are, but too much to let you stay that way. So then I got to say, well, that's interesting. You identify yourself as a Democrat. Your party is for the wholesale murder of babies, the redefinition of family, governmental theft. Your party is on every single issue on the other side of God. What is up with all the pastors of America thinking, we're just gonna little tip to...
Listen closely.
This little song and dance is cowardice. And the clarity is not being provided. See, look, here's the deal. You either are, and rather than go, all right, Democrat versus Republican, because the Republicans are wicked. I've met them. I know them personally. They're wicked. Sinners. They've been invaded by a bunch of godless. They really are. They've betrayed the cause. But I think it's better for us to talk in terms of godless versus godly. And there are the godless, and their starting point is that God doesn't exist. Men made God. That's what they
There are the godless and there are the godly, and that is all that matters.
say. On the other side, we say, no, God made man, therefore we answer to God. And if your starting point is God made man, then we're going to agree with the revelation of God that man is a sinner and is accountable to God. And as a sinner, can't be trusted with much. It was biblical thought it was biblical thinkers coming out of a prayer meeting under the effects of the Great Awakening that wrote the United States Constitution. It's a document that would only be written by someone who believes that people are sinners and therefore you can't trust them with much. You got to limit their powers. But if you're on the other side, if you believe that man created God, God doesn't really exist. Man answers to no one. That man is good. By what standard would he not be good? And if that's your starting point, that's going to take you places. You're going to believe you ought to trust man. You ought to trust him with a lot. In fact, give him more power. And if given the opportunity, men will just do what's in the best interest of their fellow man. That's a stupid thought.
The reason I wanted to show you this is because I wanted to give you a taste of the type of rhetoric that's being promoted throughout the entire Republican Party. This is what Christians believe. There are the godly and there are the godless. There are those who need to be converted, those who need to be brought to heel, those who need to be defeated. This guy is also a big preacher of spiritual warfare. Spiritual warfare, which, by the way, spiritual warfare was a concept pushed by some of the most influential preachers in the entire history of America. People who not only have access just like access to the president, but literally are given special access to all politicians in Washington in the name of speaking for the religious people of America. Let me see if I can find this other one I wanted to show you. I wasn't really planning on it, but I don't know. I think it's interesting to watch. Let me just grab this real quick here. Where is it here? Spiritual warfare. Where the hell? Grab it. Sorry, I didn't have this one linked. Is it this one? Oh, wait, maybe I did. Maybe I did. Yeah, here we go. All right, ready? So this is a video that got 1.3 million views, okay? This was by Billy Graham. Billy Graham, who was instrumental in the creation of the National Prayer Breakfast. The National Prayer Breakfast being a thing that every president in the since its creation has attended and been very, very close with. It is an event that mostly Republicans, but Republicans and Democrats who are Christians attend and go to every year. I want you to listen to what this guy's views were. This guy's whose views are still very popular, who was instrumental in the creation of, again, one of the most influential Christian organizations in the country. Okay? Ready? Here we go. Let me just show you this. All right, ready? Let's listen.
The 10th chapter of 2 Corinthians, beginning with the 3rd verse. For though we walk in the flesh, we do not war after the flesh. In other words, we are engaged in a warfare. If you're a Christian, you are engaged in a warfare. Not a basketball court, not a playground, not a football stadium, but you're engaged in a battlefield. For the weapons of our warfare are not fleshly, they're not carnal, but they are mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds. The Apostle Paul said, I'm going to use some weapons that will be new to you, but they're going to pull down the devil's strongholds. And these are spiritual weapons. the Word of God and prayer and the power of the Holy Spirit. Then he said, we're casting down imaginations and every high thing that exalteth itself against the knowledge of God, and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ. A person who is living in the Spirit, every thought that he has should be in obedience to the person of the Lord Jesus Christ. Now, thoughts are powerful to harm us and powerful to help us. The Bible says, as a person thinketh, so is he. How do you think? What goes through your mind? What do you think about?
Remember what I was telling you about? Remember how I said Christians view non-Christian thoughts, non-Christian people as toxins, as corrupting influences? Here it is. Let me just show you. Here you go. You don't believe me? It's the Wikipedia page. Fucking Billy Graham was an American evangelist, became known internationally in the late 1940s, prominent evangelical Christian figure, among the most influential Christian leaders of the 20th century. Here you have it. This guy was in the White House every fucking year with every fucking president, telling them this shit.
About when you're alone. Someone has said plain living and high thinking are no more. One of the most important things in our lives is who's going to control our minds. Proverbs 16:32 says, he that ruleth his mind is greater than he that taketh a city.
Controlling your mind to only take in Christianity is greater than conquering anything else. Insulate yourself. Resist all exterior influence. Close your mind and focus on God.
Means to rule the thought of your mind. You spend a great deal of time alone, many of you do. So your mind is your only companion. What do you think about? What do you talk to your mind about? That's your only companion, is your mind, for many of you.
All will be in obedience to the Lord.
Isaiah the prophet said, thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee.
What did I fucking tell you? Focus on God.
Do you keep your mind on Christ? And if you get your mind off Christ and you get it on some things you shouldn't be thinking about, do you pray, Lord, forgive me and help me to get my mind back on Christ? I do many times. Now, the Bible says, first of all, that the mind, your mind, is at enmity against God. Your mind does not want to do anything about God to start with. In Romans 8:7 it says, the carnal mind or the fleshly mind is enmity against God, for it is not subject to the law of God, neither indeed can be. The Apostle Paul wrote to the Colossians in the 1st chapter and said that until they had come to the world, come to Christ, they were alienated and enemies in their mind. Enemies of God, alienated from God, separated from God in your mind. And your mind was a part of that decision. Such a mind will not obey the law of God. It submits to sin. It minds the things of the flesh. The Bible warns against having that kind of carnal, fleshly mind. That mind that is dominated by the devil or by selfishness. And then the mind is not only enmity against God, but it's also a blinded mind. 2 Corinthians 4:3 says, in whom the God of this world, that's the devil, hath blinded the minds of them which believe not. He has power. He has supernatural power to blind your mind. And you let him. You have to let him. And if you let him, he can blind your minds. I cannot account for the apparent veil that hangs over the hearts of some people. Many people very close to the kingdom of God. Many people surrounded by a believing family. I know a young man right now surrounded by a believing family, reared in the church, reared for God. He heard the blessing said at the table at every meal. And today he's way out in left field on drugs, sex, all the rest of it. Blinded by the God of this world. They're led captive to the will of Satan. And many people tell me, I don't understand. I've heard this all my life. I've tried to believe, but I cannot. They're blinded. And the only person that can open your eyes to the truth is the Holy Spirit. And you must ask Him to come and open your eyes supernaturally.
Please, please, Holy Spirit, come. Come, Holy Spirit. My arms are getting tired. My jaw's getting tired. Please come.
Which He will do tonight before you leave here, if you will allow Him. Yes, your mind is at enmity with God. Your mind is blinded. But then there's the doubtful mind the Bible talks about. In Luke 12, Jesus said, neither be ye of doubtful mind. The Bible warns against the double-minded person.
Bean, welcome to the chat. Welcome to welcome new imp. We are talking about the deranged nature of mainstream Christianity. I'm not talking about the most zealots of the world. I'm talking about the stuff that gets popularized, the stuff that's mainstreamed. This was by Billy Graham. Billy Graham, who established the National Prayer Breakfast, a thing that still goes on now that every U.S. president has gone to and goes to every year.
James says a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. And this carries with it the idea of a person who wishes to secure both worlds. You want one foot in heaven and one foot in the pleasures of this life. And you cannot. You've got to go one way or the other. So there are many of you that are torn between your sinful pleasures and appetites and your desire for heaven. And you know that you can't have both. And you've got to make a choice. Jesus said there are two roads in life. There's the broad road that leads to destruction. There's the narrow road that leads to eternal life. And there's a narrow gate, and that gate is the cross. And it's all going to be decided on what you do about Christ. Have you repented of your sins? Are you sure of it? You can do it tonight.
Yeah, so remember, y'all might remember the beginning of this stream. Remember where I said that that you are in war, that war has been declared on you? This is what I've been talking about. This has been going on for a long time. If you are gay, if you are not a Christian, if you are not a heterosexual white Christian, war has been declared on you. They have not been quiet about it. They have been loud about it. They've been screaming it from the literal White House. And if we get a Trump or somebody worse than a Trump, this is going to be a president who's going to be looking to export this religion even further into your life and into your existence. It is not an accepting religion. It is not a religion of love and kindness. It is a religion of obedience, constant obedience. That is what they want. They want to push you into your place. They want to control you. They want to strip you of everything that you enjoy. They want to strip you of the opportunity to be who you are. They want you to subjugate yourself in the name of God, which is conveniently to benefit whoever's in charge of the church. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's watch this. Rapti sent me a cool link. You know what? We're going to watch this. I think this is relevant. Let's watch this real quick, okay?
It's been called the most evangelical cabinet in history. Men and women who don't...
Yeah, Trump's cabinet, by the way. Trump himself is like a stupid, irreligious fraud. He just pretends he like holds up the Bible and whatever. But the people that Trump put into power were fucking hog wild conservatives, okay? Just know that. Like, Trump worked with Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon is a guy who advocated for a new crusade. He literally would, before he got involved with Trump, when he was just doing radio stuff, he used to argue for the founding of a Christian militia, a international Christian militia that could go impose Christianity.
Mince words when it comes to where they stand on God and the Bible.
These are godly individuals that God has risen to a position of prominence in our culture.
All handpicked by President Donald Trump and Vice President Mike Pence.
I don't think Donald Trump's figured out that he chained himself to the Apostle Paul.
Ralph Drollinger is a former NBA playing giant of a man with an even bigger calling. He founded Capital Ministries with the idea that if you change the hearts of lawmakers, then their Christian worldview will guide them to make good policies. He's started Bible studies in 40 state capitals, teaches
40 state capitals this guy does Bible studies in. 40 fucking capitals.
weekly studies in the U.S. House and Senate, and now leads about a
weekly Bible studies in the Senate.
Dozen members of President Trump's cabinet in weekly studies of the Bible. Health Secretary Tom Price, Energy Secretary Rick Perry, Education Secretary Betsy DeVos, and CIA Director Mike Pompeo are just a few of the regulars.
It's the best Bible study I've ever taught in my life. They are so teachable, they're so noble, they're so learned.
Has this been done before in a cabinet formally?
I don't think there's been a cabinet Bible study in America in at least 100 years.
America's top cop, Attorney General Jeff Sessions, also attends.
Like Jeff Sessions, he'll go out the same day I teach him something and I'll see him do it on camera. And I just think,
listen to that again real quick.
Attorney General Jeff Sessions also attends.
like Jeff Sessions, he'll go out the same day I teach him something and I'll see him do it on camera.
By the way, this is this guy flexing. He knows the power. He knows the power of the Christian lobby in America. He can do this to any politician if he wants to.
And I just think, man, these guys are faithful, available, and teachable. And they're at Bible study every week. They're in.
This guy can endorse people. This guy has political power, and he uses that he uses his religion to reinforce his political power to reinforce his religion. They're building a theocracy.
Town.
President Trump is invited to attend the Bible studies too. Each week he receives a copy of Drollinger's teachings, and when he can, Vice President Mike Pence will join the study. In Pence, Drollinger sees similarities to Joseph, Mordecai, and Daniel from the Bible, all men who rose to the number 2 position in governments at different times in history.
Mike Pence has respect for the office. He dresses right, like it says Joseph, cleaned himself up before he went to stand before the Pharaoh. Mike Pence has uncompromising biblical tenacity, and yet a loving tone about him that's not just a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal. And then fourthly, he brings real value to the head of the nation.
Like others, Drollinger often compares President Trump to biblical strongman Samson.
I just praise God for them, and I praise God for Mike Pence, who I think, with Donald Trump, chose great people to lead our nation.
Good night,
Jennifer
Acelaces,
Wishon,
John. Thanks for
CBN
being here
News,
today, man.
The White
Thank you.
House.
So, we're going to talk about Christianity a lot. We're going to talk about the moves that Christians are making in America. We're going to keep an eye on it. And we're going to think about how it can be resisted. Because I don't know about you guys, but the Holy Nation will kill me. Seriously. And the Holy Nation will kill a lot of you too. That's not hyperbole. I'm not even slightly hyperbolizing. We've already seen it happen in history. We can already see it in their documents. We can see it in the things they talk about. They want a religion that controls everything. They want a religion that marginalizes you for looking different. They want a religion that marginalizes you for being gay. They want a religion that marginalizes you for not believing all of the bullshit they tell you, no matter how ridiculous it is. And let me tell you, Christians throughout history have done some very ridiculous things, and they have enforced some absolutely batshit social norms. And that's not acceptable to me, and it shouldn't be acceptable to you. You must recognize that Christians are not your friends, that Christianity has declared war on anyone that doesn't fit their view of the world, okay? I don't have much more to say on it for right now, because what else do I need to say? This is all over the place, and it's coming back. I genuinely believe that we are at the midst, unfortunately, of a religious revival in America. Hopelessness abounds. capitalism is not delivering on its promises, and so the faithful, the marginalized will be brought in by religion. Many of the poorest people in America, who are the most vulnerable, will be brought in by these religious organizations. They will have their arms bent. They will be indoctrinated. They will be trapped in a lifestyle that they cannot escape, and they will be less happy for it. And those of us who aren't a part of it are going to end up being pushed out. How do you combat it? We'll talk about that. One of the best ways to combat Christianity is to defy it, is to openly show that there is no harm in disobeying God, in not being a Christian, that there can be thriving depictions, open depictions of a non-Christian life that is fulfilling, like mine, for example. The reason, you know why I'm Demon Mama? Because that is what they see me as. They see me being queer and polyamorous. I don't hurt fucking nobody. I'm a very peaceful individual. I have a YouTube show. I talk about politics. I'm a little opinionated. I sometimes say swear words. But to these people, I am literally the devil. I don't think I want you to understand that. My family literally called me an agent of Satan. They do this. This is the worldview they have, and they will hurt you. Not only do we have to embrace living revolutionary lives ourselves, doing so unapologetically, but we have to embrace helping others do the same. If you see someone who is being bullied and fucking pressured by Christians, if you see somebody who's being yanked around, offer them alternatives. If you know a gay kid who's fucking a Christian and his family is like horrible and he's having a hard time with it, fucking take that person in. Make them a part of your social group. Give them space to leave, to step out of that madness. Give them the ability to escape it into some alternative. We have to build alternatives. And the other way of combating this, by the way, is stepping in and providing materially for other people. Because one of the reasons why it's so easy for Christianity to keep having rebirths in America is because there's nobody else offering material assistance. Churches do an incredible amount of charity work. And of course, we've already been over how they use that charity work to control people. So it's up to us, it's up to you, and it's up to me to build alternatives, to build ways for people to find community, ways for people to find togetherness, ways for people to find survival outside of Christian cultism, okay? Seriously. That is priority number one, is we need to build things that can provide for people that aren't Christian cults, okay? I don't care if it's you and your pagan friends getting together and giving away food freely without preaching to anybody. I don't care if it's a bunch of gay people deciding to live together and provide for their friends, one of whom is escaping, or a couple of them who might be escaping from their family, or one who might be escaping. I don't care. There's a million different shapes it takes. But the main and most important thing we can do is provide meaningful, real alternatives to getting trapped into the cycle of church domination. Christianity uses power like no other religion. It is the most fucking effective evangelical religion that this world has ever seen. No religion even comes close to Christianity. Christianity is, within its teachings, within its structure, it permits and gives people the tools for domination. It teaches them how to undermine others and usurp for Christian morality. And it has to be challenged. Understood? There's the answer. That's the answer to that question. I know that was a bit of a tear, but seriously, we have no hope if we do not band together to create meaningful alternatives. And you will never be able to create anything that looks like the Christian church, but you're not trying to. The goal is to undermine the church, to get better at providing for people than the church. And you know what? We actually have an advantage on that, because as it turns out, a lot of people are gay, a lot of people are trans, a lot of people are not Christians, a lot of people have questions about faith. A lot of people like to have sex. A lot of people like to dress in the way that they desire. Those desires are natural to us. And we have the advantage that we're not trying to choke it out of people. We have to take the action, and we have to have the wherewithal and the awareness to acknowledge that we are engaged in a war. Not a war that we started. Nobody chose to be born in a world dominated by Christianity. Nobody here chose to be born into a world where Christians regularly imprison their enemies for being gay, a thing that still happens all over the world in other Christian nations. And of course, we know that their religion is a fraud. We know that everything that they say about human nature is fucking false. And we have to be confident in that and engage and acknowledge that these people want to eradicate us and that we have to respond if we want to survive and if we want the world to be a better place. That's based as fuck. Dionysus says, my Christian dad tried to argue that lefties should live and let live, which for some reason to him meant colonies of fascists should be able to legislate LGBTQ folks out of existence. Yes. Please. I'm telling you, Christianity is an imperial religion. It is a religion that seeks to choke out all others. It is a religion that seeks to dominate the entire world, and it always will. That will not change about Christianity. The problem is that Christianity has been the dominant power for 1500 plus years in the world. And it's time for us to recognize that that yoke must be cast off. There is no future. There is no future for this planet without checking and challenging Christianity. I don't think that Christianity as like a belief system, as a spiritual belief system, has to be completely eliminated or anything like that. I don't believe that at all. But it has to be overcome. It cannot be a dominant world religion. It cannot be a dominant force. We must challenge that domination, because otherwise it's going to keep trying to choke you out. It's going to keep trying to kill you, and it will keep trying to kill you and your kids, your gay grandson that you might have someday, your fucking gay great-grandson, your lesbian granddaughter. The Christians will be going after them too. For all of history they have, and for all of future they will, until they are removed from power in every way that they can be. Bring it all back around to what we talked about at the beginning. Resist, resist, resist. Cast off the yoke. Okay, everybody. We are at hour 7, and I know that I promised, well, I didn't promise, but I initially said that we were going to do Imp's Choice at the end, but I am so tired right now. My eyes are burning, and the heat has really gotten to me. So, it is with this exhortation, it is with this call to action that I ask you, please, for the love of God, commit to resistance against the holy nation. That's really funny that I said for the love of God. For the love of fucking everything that isn't God, okay? For the love of all humanity, commit to resistance against the holy nation. Do not fucking die. Look out for each other. And I will be streaming again very, very soon. And we will start with Imp's Choice when I stream again. Thank you all for being here. All fucking 300 of you, almost 400 at peak, who are here today. Also, may I ask you one small favor? I have provided you 7 hours of entertainment today. Please consider sharing my fucking videos and channel around, inviting someone to come watch the show, because I would love to grow this channel, but I don't pay for like weird advertisements and shit. So word of mouth is how it's done. Please consider fucking sharing the name of goddamn Demon Mama, who can check these religious ass bastards, because we're gonna be doing that a lot. We're fucking back in business, and you fucking know it, imps. There was a deer this stream? Oh, wait a minute. Wait, I can't end. I have to summon the doe. Hold on. Be patient and I will summon the dough. Hold on a second. I'm summoning the dough. Give me a minute. We'll start with Imp's Choice next time. Let me summon the dough. Hold on a second, everybody. All right, hold on. I'm summoning the dough. Le dough. La dough. Oh no, they're at the store! Shit. They're at the store. Okay. Next stream, I will make sure that dough shows up, okay? I didn't know they were at the store. Hallowed Ore, holy shit! Hallowed Ore, thank you so very much. Ah, oh wait, dough's here. What? Look at that, Hallowed Ore, your donation made that happen. Just so you know, you by giving a tithe to Demon Mama, a miracle occurred and a creature arrives just in time. Please come on, they want to see you. Come on, you too, Sheepy. Does Doe know how to play the piano? Yeah, Doe's really good at playing piano. Come on, you two, you gotta get into the camera. They can't see you. Look who it is. It's Doe and Faun. Yay! You got the best treat of all right at the end of the stream. Look at Doe's hair. Wow, your outfit is so cute.
Thank you.
Did you guys just get back from the store?
No, we're about to go.
Oh, you're about to go to the store?
Yeah, we were
Okay.
walking outside.
Well, I'm about to wrap up stream here. Will you? This one fell off the back of the door. Push it down for me before you go. So much. I love you. Just before you go. Let me get a kiss. All right. Much love to all of you imps. I am so happy that I'm so happy to be back to streaming. I have to go rest because I am exhausted and it's been almost 7.5 hours. Thank you all for your support. Thank you all for being patient for my return. I hope you love the new studio, and I'm telling you, I got some fucking golden ass shit coming for you, okay? It's gonna be fucking sick. Much communal love to all of you, and I will see you all very soon. Mwah.